Hello, hello. Hold on. Let me just remove this. Ta-da! Hold on. Just need to adjust this. Buddy, we'll move here a little bit down. And there you go. Oh, goodness. Hold on. What is this for the chat? I never did it before. Interesting. Hold on. Weird. Okay. Let me just adjust, because this is the weirdest. I never used to do that before. It would be like a complete empty of... Oh, there we go. Huh. Interesting. Alright. That should work. Alright. I'm going to time myself just to make sure that Dan's stream, when it starts, it works. There we go. Okay. So have Dan's stream open and it starts in 80 minutes. I will most likely mute it, but at least see the chat. So before everyone arrives, let's start emote making. Here are some of the emotes that I'm going to work on. I made... There we go. That way. So if I move back. So here are the emotes that we're going to kind of create. Hello, Katie! Here are the emotes. I hope that you're going to enjoy them. So, oh Jesus, what is going on? Is there some kind of like lag or something? There we go. So, Katie, here's your emote at the bottom left. In my chat. Should I? This is the weirdest because I don't see chat in the YouTube overlay, but I see you. Hello, Kirsten. Good morning. Hold on. Oh, this is the weirdest. Okay, hold on. Just, I don't really have, like... I do have a lot of space, but Jesus. Yeah, I know. I see it, but... Alright. Looks like it's going to be a pop-up. It is Penny! I looked at your picture just to figure out, like... we wanted to make it personalized. And so, like, Cleo was like, oh, we could make the bonk doggo, but with Katie's dog. And I thought it was a perfect idea. So those are like very quick sketch that I'm going to make it clean in the stream while we wait for like more people until we're ready for some Gartic. But yeah, so this is going to be your emote. The cat over there is V with the purr. We do have like a this is fine cat question mark. It could work. I could change actually the color of that one buddy. A hype emote on the top right. The cold pizza, I will probably do it and give it as an extra for... I know. So I looked at whatever was suggested. Like, that's the reason why Cleo wanted to ask for like emoji suggestions, because he wanted to commission me for some. Even though yesterday was insane enough with the gifts, and I was like, Cleo, do not... You don't have to pay me anything for those emotes. This is going to be more than enough. Um, we do have like the Joy-Con batteries and cameras like at low battery. I'll figure out a way to do that, but basically it's going to be that. And we do have like a sneak emote. Sorry, drinking my coffee at the same time. For the top, like the bonk with the frying pan. So I didn't check chat. I didn't know like what Cleo was talking about. Apparently, TBT asked for Cleo being bonged by a comically large frying pan. But the way I understood was TBT being hit by a comically large frying pan. So I drew TBT and then realized later that it was, Cleo. So that could be fixed in no problem. For the Cleor, I think I'm going to do like two version um as a reference of like the Lost Race. I know. I know. And then I realized that, oh yeah, the Rask, like the pacifier cat, it could be good. So kind of like making emotes that references um like the like the main crew of Cleo, but still be very personalized to his own channel. So yeah, and also going to add the monkey George Monkeyton. All right. So I hope you guys are well. I This stream was moved all over the place because, you know. So here's a temporary thing that we'll do. Curious George Washington. It's fine, Kirsten. I know that you told me that you were going to study, so by all means, I do not mind. So first thing, I'm just going to merge all the layers together because what I will do is on a clean um, layer, yeah, paper. What I will do is to work one by one. I need to let me work on these because it's at the bottom, right? I will do some kind of like copy paste. There you go. So copy and paste. We can do a cut. Yeah. Normal copy, so that should be only. Excellent. All right. Can I, if I do this, Control V, there you go. Jesus, hold on. So for today's playlist, it's actually Cleo's Spotify. So let me merge with the layer below. Let me change the opacity. This as a vector layer. How are you, Katie? I swear, when we played um, Fall Guys yesterday, that game is so hard. How are people are good at this? I'm mind blown. Okay. Actually, maybe start with the crown. That for the lag that blows. I was so tense because I am terrible at platformer. I'd be someone who would struggle with Super Mario, like any Super Mario. And I love Mario games. That's the worst. So I could get some and still fail, like at playing the game. Funny enough, my mom kills it at any Mario games. Like at least the old school ones. But me, forget it. There you go. I'd actually, hold on. I kind of want to maybe make a diamond. That'd be so funny. Just so extra. My mom, yeah, she keeps on surprising me. Actually, like makes a straight line. Not me, not knowing how to draw diamonds. Yeah, sounds about good. Oh no, it's like this. Yeah, there you go. We're a family that plays a lot of video games. I think the only exception is actually my dad. I love it with the diamond. I try to capture kind of like the feel because since they're emotes and they need to convey some kind of emotions. No, I like it pointy. There you go. Good. I know. It's like, I love it. And you will have your own bonk emote. I'll probably, hold on, I'll start with this. I know that Kirsten linked like few Etsy references of like what people draw. Your emotes negate. I mean, hey, you tend to keep the order in chat. So maybe. Oh my god, the nails is what gets me. I hope they turn out well. Like, that we can see. And if we don't see all the details, I don't really care. It was just too fun to draw. Because I added like the sparkle effect. on my sketch. Hold on. Maybe like this. I know. That's what I thought. I was like, yes. And we need a purr. So I was like, what could be better than a sassy cat? No. So how are you, Katie? I see you around, um, here and there, but I know that you've been pretty busy. How's your doggo too? Can't wait to hear V's verse. Yes, yes. She mentioned yesterday that she was kind of like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. But I think she recorded something. Oh, hold on. Okay, so that's a raised eyebrow. I can accentuate it a little bit more. Yeah. Apparently, my significant other said that my cat yesterday had another like short seizure around 2 a.m. in the morning because apparently he wasn't sleeping. But this morning, my little bud was perfectly fine. So that's a good thing. Yeah, this actually could look okay. Can blend this line a little bit better. Yeah, it flows. It's it's the weirdest thing. Hello, Nutmeg. For the seizures, like they happen not like more often when it comes to like days, but it's always like between 2 and 3 seizures, um, which is still a lot. But um, oh, no worries, Nutmeg. Like this stream has been moved around so much because it's always about like, oh no, there's someone else who's streaming. Even now, like I have like crossing minutes chat like stream open. I need to get ready to kind of like mute it as soon as it starts because he was like, oh yeah, prepare to have like a lot of impromptu stream. I'm like, Dan, please. So don't worry. And I felt like I have a lot of like emotes to clean, so I wanted to start early to make sure that I have everything on deck and have it approved by chat. Um, Hi, TBT. How are you? Good morning. Okay, let me. Cleo showed me, by the way, what you suggested, apparently I was supposed to draw Cleo bonked with a comically large frying pan, an assignment that I clearly didn't understand, and so I drew your character. Am I going to do all the emotes? I'm going to do all the emotes. I'm going to draw all of them. It's a lot, but it's not hard. Like, I think what's going to take me the most time is like the whole like line art situation. But for the colors, it's going to be kind of easy. I might add the colors right now, but for the purr, a thick skull, so brain pan won't hurt you. I believe that. I know that I also want to do Haley, so Cleo's, you know, um, guitar. So let me do this first. Oh, hmm. This is going to be a problem afterward. Oh, I don't know why Naru, YouTube keeps like blocking everything. And hello Naru. How's my headspace? Let's just say that yesterday I bawled my ass out for a tiny bit. Mostly because I was uh very touched with everyone's kind gesture. Today it's a little bit better. Um, I my cat had another seizure um, during Rask stream. So Rask is also streaming on Twitch, and then yeah, my cat had another one, so I needed to clean him. So I gave him a shower. Well, not shower, a bath. Luckily for me, my cat was always like amazing with baths. Like he's a good cat, and so it went very smoothly. Um, yeah. Now he's like all clean and everything. Yeah, TBT. It's unfortunately the like what it is to have like a very old cat. Thank you, Nutmeg. Um, and like I mentioned before, like my significant other mentioned that yesterday around like 2 a.m. he did another like very short seizure. Like I mentioned to Katie, like um, when it comes to seizures, my cat kind of stays like in his average, as terrible as it sounds. But yeah, he's doing okay. This morning he was like all cute and everything. Um, Gave him some food. Now he's just resting in his usual bed. That's that's what an old cat means. But I still felt like drawing because it feels good for my headspace, as you mentioned. Don't worry, Katie. Not my. Does he seem to? Yeah, he's more tired. But it's like depending on the intensity of the seizures. Like if it's like short ones, it it's again he's going to be like as if nothing happened, like top shape, you know. Because that's basically what happened before I gave him his bath. Is that he was chilling in the bed with, which is by the way, in like this cat, since he was a kitten, always slept, with me. So, um, the fact that and whenever he had like bad seizures, he would never hop onto the bed. So that was actually a good thing for me. Um, But then he started having a seizure, so we needed to clean, our bedroom. But as soon as the seizure stopped, he went back to like regular cat. It's like the switch on off, and he came back online. That's basically what happened. Um, and he was top shape. But whenever he had like bad ones, he was dazed for a bit and looked like a cat that doesn't know anything, really. I think the most like there was one where it felt like he didn't know how to use his limbs anymore. Like I could see like he would put like his front paw in front of him, and it would kind of like slide on the side, and he wouldn't really react to it. But then yeah, then he reverted back to a normal self. But yeah, that's the weird thing, especially with seizures, and there's nothing we can do about it until we investigate. Back to my problem number one. But he's such a great cat. Um, what I'll do, I'm going to set all of these down first. So that's done for the pink. There you go. There you go. I think I'll add the eyes too in that layer. Yeah, sounds good. And not here with the eyebrow. What color for the eyebrow? I think we'll go with brown. This brown. Yeah, sounds good. The fun part with this is that currently I'm almost done with this emote. That's how fast it is. Then I'll just have to highlight some of the shadow. But otherwise, I'm almost done. Thank you, Katie. I think so too. I don't know what happened yesterday. I was like possessed. It just things kind of flows. If I put it here, the shadow should be here. Let me maybe like this. Yeah. But like I mentioned before, like nutmeg, you really don't have to worry. Like I said yesterday, Jesus, I've never bawled. I wasn't expecting to bawl like ugly cry in stream. Thank goodness I'm not a streamer that shows her face, because that would have been so embarrassing. Even my significant other was like very touched, you know. He was actually surprised because he's a also a gamer, but is more use of the Call of Duty cry vibe, aka a younger crowd that just doesn't really care about others. When do the rest of us get to see this throne list? Okay, Katie, because you ask. There you go. It's there's like some stuff that I re-added mostly like for the cat food. I do have cat food. And Kate Kaylee? Is it working? Is Nightbot, please. There we go. Um Kaylee did get um the one like cat food thing that I that I'm put in on on my list. Um, so I'm actually like kind of set on that. You don't have to worry too much. I do have like also like some that are left. Cleo went freaking crazy on getting me the mic stand and everything. Um, because like I mentioned like before, right now I currently use my like trusty Audio Technica headphones that has a mic attached to it. But like I can't really. It's a very typical list. um, I try, Katie, because to be honest, like even for the games, my backlog is kind of like it's full. I do have like a lot of games already, so I don't need like that much. And I even talked to Katie about not Katie but Kirsten about it. Like it's kind of hard to add games that I would be able to stream because there's a lot of like games that I saw that was like, oh yeah, it's actually on my Steam wish list, but it's like single player kind of kind of list, kind of game like it I would most likely like record by myself, you know. Um, and so that was already kind of hard to do that. And yesterday, freaking as a crowdfund, um, they got me a capture card for the for everything. Hi, Spooky. Had the worst sleep ever? Talk to me about it. I mean, that's the story of my life. How are you? Um, so yeah, I got blessed with a lot. Um, and I mentioned like how like my current headphones are kind of almost destroyed. Theo was like, when am I going to see like a new headphones? I'm like, I don't need a new headphones. You don't need to retract anything, Spooky. Um, yeah, and then yeah, so Cleo was like, and actually like when I mean destroyed is like I do use like on a daily basis my Bose Quiet Comfort 35 2, if I remember the model. Um, and it's like I'm basically attached by the hip with my headphones. Whenever I go out, I always listen to music, always. Um, and obviously with time, like the padding kind of got murdered. And so I decided to add the pad changing thing. But yeah, no, it's a very practical list. I am the kind of person that gets stuff for my own self. I think the only thing that is like kind of like really doesn't really matter, but I added because I just needed like a visual like reminder of yes, this exists, was the Stardew Valley plushie because I do have all the other ones for the chimmy chicken. But yeah, no, that was I was very touched by it. Also a very surreal experience. But, an angy chim chicken. Mm-hmm. Huh? Oh no. Okay. I think this like this. Yeah. So with emotes, less is more. So I shouldn't dwell too much on like the shading and make it blend perfectly well because it's going to be lost in translation. Like the emote is going to be like this small almost, so we need to focus on the right thing. Might actually add like higher contrast. The corrupted bunny from Terraria. Oh my god. I haven't touched Terraria in a long time. I remember stressing out whenever I played it. Because again, I'm terrible with platformers. So when you add like platforming elements to save your life, yeah, this is kind of like a disaster in the making for me. Because I know for sure that okay, this is how I'm going to die for the next few rounds. There you go. Actually, I'm going to make it like a darker. So this smaller. There we go. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I'll probably repost a very like resized, not resized, but I'm going to most likely post after I'm done. Um, the like smaller version, but all set into one like set. Got to walk Penny? No worries. Half an hour? Yeah, I'll still be around. Give a belly rub to Penny for me.
So, about how long now do you think that your son has been experiencing these issues? It's not even issues. It's just he really
There
doesn't
you
listen.
go.
Sure. He's always engulfed in his phone, and it's like he's never paying attention. Ma'am, I'd like to say that your son has ADSM. ADSM? There's no way. No, there's no. It's not possible. There's no way. There's no way.
Thank you, Nutmeg. I need to really remind myself less is more. So color blocking is fine. Good. Actually, for the bottom part, I do need to add some gray to it to make those shadows pop a little bit. Too. Yeah. There we go. Emote drawing is fun. It's hard a bit for me because you fight against like your own brain, like wanting to blend and put shadow everywhere and add like a lot of like not fancy effect but almost, but it's not necessary. So it's kind of like counterintuitive for me. It's still a very good exercise. So I'll still blend because that's me, but I'll try to blend it. There you go. And the details can be too much. Exactly. Exactly. So it's really, if you do have like a very a good eye to simplify things, making emotes is like perfect. But again, I'm a watercolor person. So as much as I'm good with simple is more, digital art is not easy for me. There we go. Blend a little bit more. Actually, I need to blend like this because the other side. Yeah, the other side. Oops. Yeah, doesn't have a lot. Yes, I do watercolor. It's actually my kind of like my specialty. Um, it's now I think I'll be able to probably record a process as soon as I get all the gears and everything. But I'll most likely be able to kind of show the process of it, not in a live stream, because to be honest, watercolor takes freaking forever because you do have to watch the paint dry. Not just a saying, it's really, that's really the case. Um, because I know that some actually use a blow dryer. I'm uh, like my laziness laziness takes over, and I rather let it air dry. There's like I think I know what would be my first like recording. Hello, Kaylee, how are you? I know what my first painting is going to be. Um, once I get everything to record it, and then will harass Cleo for his PO box. 'Cause I do have an idea of like a sea turtle. Um, actually, just turtle. You're just waking up. This is fine. Welcome back, Kirsten. Can't wait to see like the rest of your stream for Rusty Lake. This game is so creepy, especially for the soundtrack. And like I said, like the creepiness kind of like builds up like a good horror movie. Mm. It is. Hmm. Okay, Spotify Shuffle. Hmm. Let me see. I think there's actually shadow missing on the other side. Let me raise this. Yeah. How did you find the Rusty Lake games? Like, was it always like a dev team that you knew and you saw that they created something like good storyline and everything, or is it just you stumble on it classic way, aka Steam recommended to you? I'll see with that. Haha, nutmeg. Good question. I think she's going to explain it a little bit better than myself, but it is a puzzle point and click game. Mm, yeah, I see. Raster layer. There we go. Let's see. Now I want to do the reds. Add here, here. Whoops. Oh, I need to do some cleanup, obviously. Oh my god, I love the nails. Add black here. Might as well. Excellent. And I think time to condense everything here. Good. And you know what? Let's add the diamond. Okay, perfect. I need to do some cleanup for now. It's a very like good um story, Nutmeg. It it really has a vibe of like a short horror novel, if that makes sense. So for the diamond, actually, we're going to go lighter. This and soft serve blender.
I got these pretty little girls that I'm tired of chasing. Yeah, my own music is my motivation. But I can't get it out like it is constipation. And you got emancipation
And
when you keep the
then
patience.
let's do this.
Maker, keep your heart from racing.
Actually,
When
nope.
you're moving
Whoops.
forward, it's hard to be complacent. Yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, that's my declaration. And I got cold hard cash days on my brain.
From what I understand, also it's available on Steam, but also on like Google Play, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, Steam and mobile. So if you do like um, kind of like short horror novels, um, it's definitely a game that you should check out. Pass within co-op, really? I'm surprised. It doesn't seem kind of like to be the kind of game that would do co-op. So, highlight. And that works. I could add another layer afterward. Okay, 32 minutes until Dan starts his stream. I'll still be around, don't worry. Just I just need to mute his stream. Because whatever Dan says, I mean, I can watch the VOD again. It's just really about monitoring his live chat that I need to be aware of. Even though they tend to be well behaved. So I believe that we filtered already most of the quote unquote problematic viewers. So actually, it needs to be more yellow. Yeah, there we go. Actually, like this. If I let me like this. So still going to blend. It's going to be a little bit less neat, but yeah, there we go. There we go. Eesh, that's rough. Jeez. Go ahead, Kirst. Depends. Like apparently, like there's some kind of delay with YouTube, like a Nightbot. Excellent. Go have a blast with Nightbot because I don't know how to configure it at all. Okay. Most likely, yeah. I'll add something for more effect. So just to make sure that yeah. Now for the shoutout command, I need someone to handle. Mm. That's interesting. Is it like new to YouTube or you can actually remove like a lot of the like personalized commands? Oh, that's so good. Huh? It it targets you though. Because yes, you should all subscribe to DBT. Riffing on the guitar like crazy. So good. Special shout out to TBT's girlfriend too, who has one of the best sense of humor I've seen in. I mean, we all have like a good, um, at least on Cleo's channel, we do have like a good sense of humor. But TBT's girlfriend, next level. She killed it at Quiplash. Killed it on Cleo's channel. Oh, that's so good. Welcome back, Nutmeg. That is so good. Okay, so maybe another shot of shadow at the bottom, like don't encourage her, I will back her up all the time. No, she is funny. Like I can't. No, it's fine. Don't worry, Nutmeg. No, like I love like a good sense of humor, and she has it. We have to nurture that. Unless you're like tired and you're like, oh God, no, not this. You'll have to show me how it works. Like so basically, we can do shout outs without really adding the command anymore. Because that actually would be so useful because I know that Dan does have like a lot of content creator that visits his streams and he doesn't have like all the commands updated because you know that's crossing me to Dan. Like we're the one doing like the reminder, hey Dan, don't forget to do this, but again, he's like super busy. Um that he forgets, which is fine. You just need someone handle and should have it under. That is excellent. That is excellent. I'm very happy about it. That saves a lot of like struggle because having to add like everyone manually is kind of crazy. Do you think it would work with stream elements? Thinking about like everyone that uses stream element. It should be because apparently it looks like it's, you know, something with YouTube and not, you know, the bot thing. That is so cool. Thank you, YouTube, for finally being efficient. Just kidding. YouTube, please don't cancel me. Let's see. No worries. Okay. So for the nails, no. This here, yeah. So I don't think I'm going to blend this because I just want it to kind of pop. So I'll like do like this. Yeah. YouTube is finally catching on. I just want a targeted gifting. Um, like on, especially on some streams, it's not that I don't want to show some love to like everyone in chat. Is it? I think you all saw that before. Like there's because it's so random. Like sometimes you do gift someone in chat who apparently is a bit, you know, problematic. You know when it walks like borderline um, on the should I actually time out you or ban you because your behavior is kind of disruptive, but not enough for me to go kind of like crazy. And so you do a gifted and they get the membership, and I'm like, that was not my intention. And yes, the red nails is really for V as a reference. And again, nothing against anyone. It's just mod brain here. Sometimes, just sometimes, there's like very problematic viewers. So if I can do a targeted like membership, it could be like more rewarding, like for viewers who have been there for a while and always like behaves well, interacts with the crowd well. Um, yeah. Oh, I know, Kaylee. You pretty sure that you've seen that before when it's a gifted and you see who gets it and you're like, oh no, what have I done? Because I had some oopsie moment at time. I mean, it's not my fault. It's basically just YouTube, with a random gifting. But because what the heck? Who? Sorry, not what I expected. Not my iPad. There you go. Um, but yeah, no, I don't. Um, I remember like there was one very problematic viewer, but not enough to be bonked. But you can see like that specific kind of behavior. I'm like, I am not sure. Oh, I love this. Yeah, yeah. At times, like it's really not a good surprise. I know. This song is so good. Being able to redeem things, yes. So for me, like having a targeted membership would be so good. Mm, how am I going to do this? Maybe like this? Ah, yeah, because the volume is kind of like this. So you could add a song on your playlist, but it's not working lately. Yeah. What do you use for music to listen? Oh, is it on your YouTube playlist? Because right now, like, there's always a small delay between songs on YouTube, and it bothers me. So I ended up being like, okay, let me just play the YouTube, um, not YouTube, the Spotify playlist. Twitch is superior. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Um, on that aspect, Twitch. It's just that I think people kind of change platform right now because they don't necessarily agree with like Twitch policies and some other shenanigans going on right now. Um, but yeah, add individual. Okay, for Spotify. That's weird. Unless you already have it somehow on your. But yeah, no. On that aspect, I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch anymore. I mostly do whenever there's like big events that I follow. Looking at you, games done quick, um, or awesome games done quick. Actually, wintertime, so it's going to be awesome games done quick. Um, then it's going to be summer games done quick in the summertime, obviously. So I do get on Twitch a lot during those times whenever there's like a marathon event for a charity. Um, and so I do. Oh no, this is a disaster. Let me go back. But I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch anymore. I don't necessarily agree with the way they handle things. It's about whole policy thing. But I do agree that it a superior platform for streaming. And everyone can say whatever they want about Twitch. It is true. So let me hold on here. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Twitch is like it's like too much for me. But to be fair, like I get on Twitch mostly to watch like speed gaming. Laggy? Yes, that too. The Twitch delay drives me nuts at times. I'm like, I cannot with this. Almost done. Twitch has so many integration. Cult of the Lamb. Yes. I am interested in playing Cult of the Lamb. Um, but I'd love to be able to interact more with the audience. Um, like, you know, on Twitch. And I find it sad that it's not, integrated to YouTube or any other like streaming platform. Um, because I know that, people do stream on a lot of different platforms right now. Actually, I don't think I'm going to blend this. Just a straight line. It's fine. I need to kind of train myself um, to do like shading in a very like cartoony kind of level. EJ plays on Twitch. Oh, yes. It's also like Twitch has a very. Okay, so my gripe with Twitch is how inconsistent it is with, when it comes to like to copyright, to fair use, to a lot of that BS, amongst other things. Like as much as YouTube, you can also debate the fact that they're not very consistent. I'm thinking about like, you know, um, a video that was posted by Jacksepticeye on that subject, and also like Markiplier, about like how smaller like streamers do get in trouble for less. Like you basically do, um, you want to stream the mortuary assistant. Big streamers are not going to get restricted. It's like, oh no, it's not age restricted. But let's say that I would start streaming the mortuary assistant, which would never happen, friends, because I'm terrified. But I would get age restricted like immediately because I'm not very well known, and like as a smaller streamer that would happen. And Jacksepticeye even like made the comment of like his girlfriend, Gab Smolders, gorgeous lady, that still like also streams. Like she also got like restricted, age restricted, when like she has like a lot of subscribers too. So that's like how unfair YouTube is on that aspect. Twitch is also like, for me, it's different, but on that other aspect. But what I like about Twitch is that for music, I can be a little bit less paranoid. Though there was like a whole DMCA thing going on at some point, which I was like, I hope it's not as bad. But yeah, so there's a lot of like small things, small differences that makes on certain aspect YouTube a little bit better. On the other aspect makes Twitch better. I don't know. Yeah, after dark streams for sure can be a little bit spicier. But I know that EJ makes a good point. Like whenever he talked, he did the podcast with Artsy, when he mentioned that, he has a little bit more liberty with like his Twitch audience, because everybody that watches him on Twitch kind of knows that he plays different games, just like the Nintendo Talk song says. He plays a lot of game actually, not just Animal Crossing. So for him, streaming on Twitch kind of gives him the liberty of doing more than just Animal Crossing, which is great. And that's kind of like what I don't want to be like for the game, like the games that I play. I try to do different kinds of games that might be niche or something, because I don't want to be, qualified as a, let's say if I had to stream some Animal Crossing content, like to be, oh, you're going to be an Animal Crossing content creator. Yeah, I don't want to lock myself in, because obviously there's some games that I wouldn't be able to stream, mostly because they're, like I mentioned before, like they're extremely long games. I'm thinking about, like, let's say the Yakuza series, Chrono Trigger. Um, Even though I hope one day Chrono Cross is going to be fixed for the port, but um, yeah, like, hold on, let me hide first layer. There you go. The paper. I'm going just to switch. So a trick, because obviously most of the stuff is white, to kind of figure out if there's like anything missing or standing out, I need to um, switch the background color to a very much darker color. Personally, as a viewer, I like variety channels, so I learn news perspective. Yeah, for sure. But there's like some content that is still popular because there's a lot of things to do. I'm not like a Minecraft player at all, mostly because I do have like bad motion sickness. So for me, even like playing Minecraft, since it's like a first-person view, I get barfy. So I would never play Minecraft. But Minecraft has like a lot of like there's a lot of mods, there's a lot of things like to do, and you can interact a lot more with your audience. So it's like there's some games where you could basically be a Minecraft player because you can spend like all the time playing it. Um, but even like Animal Crossing has like currently a limitation, and I'm like, as much as people want to kind of give flag on Animal Crossing, I was like, oh well, there's nothing more to do. I'm like, actually, Animal Crossing was always like this. If anyone tried playing the old school Animal Crossing, it was always the same. There's nothing like it's sad because you're like it gets into the same problem as it used to, but it's not so bad like for me because I'm so used to being limited in this game. After um you progress well enough into the not the story but like the content. I think you can do longer games. Just know what you cut off things. I know, and that's my problem. I think of me as someone who has like Cleo's brain. Um, I don't know where to stop because you guys are so like fun and it's so interesting to engage with you that I don't feel the need of like stopping. And my stamina when it comes to streaming is like I can stream for like this Splatoon stream that I did, like the squid. It was like an almost 9 hour stream. And it was like my second stream. I can go for a very long time. But um but I know that it's a learning process. Hold on. Actually, let me just like this. You cannot go anywhere for that long. And that's good. Like it's an actual problem for me. But it's great that like if you can't, it means that your brain tells you like the right information, like, hey, dude, please stop because I'm actually starving. I don't feel the hunger. I don't feel the need to kind of stop. And so I can go on for a very long time. And if I do like longer playthrough, I'm doomed. I am actually doomed. That's what I like, because just by disliking interaction, you feel like you go in different direction than someone else. Yeah, for sure. Hmm. An hour and a half, depending on the chat. Yep. And I do have a very light ADD brain, so things go off like they fire in my head like rapid fire. And like when I did the emote doodling stream, I could have stopped long ago, but then I got inspired and I couldn't stop anymore. I was like, no, there's like, I'm on a roll. Let's go. And if I ever get there with any kind of game, we're done. Oh my god, Sabo League. Yeah, Sabo League. I think it's the one place where I kind of feel the pain for the streamers. Like Jesus, that was long. It gets to a point where I'm like, please make it stop. Like, I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. I'm neurodivergent too. Is that what you call for ADD? I am living under a rock when it comes to that. Because in the medical field, it's like you have ADD. There's not like the whole neurodivergent concept is not something that we use. It's just we give the diagnostic. Hey V, look, it's you. um, Sabo League, yeah, intent. Oh, Jesus, yeah. And it's like Sabo League is so intense, like because it's stressful, you know. Mental disabilities, because most people most. Oh, really? I maybe I'm lucky because I never had like felt that. Um, I think maybe because ADD is kind of like how can I say it? It's something like if you see someone who's going all over the place, like what to say like, oh, that person is clearly ADD, and sounds kind of bad. But in my case, like again, medical field, I never feel that. You're going to go dream of it. Safeguard identity. How would it look if the paw made the paw a little bit bigger, a bit more? Yeah. Hold on. I can do that. Let me. But yeah. So if on that, like the definition of what you told me for the neurodivergent thing, yes, I am. Although for me, it's again just ADD. Nothing wrong, friends. I'm not. It's not contagious. Ah, I so. I personally don't see ADD as a disability, maybe, because my ADD actually stems from giftedness. So I did a whole battery of tests with a neuropsychologist to kind of determine like where that freaking ADD comes from, and neurospicy, and so it did stem from giftedness. So my brain works a little bit differently when it comes to learning. Um, a classic way of teaching is not going to cut it. My um, like the hyperactive element of ADD in my case is no filter. So if I were to describe kind of like how my brain works, is let's say you're talking about something, and my brain is kind of like a Google search. It's going to finish kind of like the idea before the person finishes it, which is a very bad habit. So I need to like, and with years, don't worry, I'm able to do that. But to kind of like calm it down, because it's not very beneficial, especially when you try to connect with friends. I feel like skipping frames. Oh, really? Hold on. Let me try to see. YouTube health for the stream. Okay, crossing minute. Oh, I do have. Let me see. You're right. I do have some choppy element. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. No, you're right, because I've seen some errors in the stream health, but then it went back. Listener. Yeah. But in my case, it's like I'm even like when I learn things, like they say, I cannot for the life of me learn things by heart. I always had like a lot of trouble with it. So you can imagine whenever in math they told us to, oh, try to tell me the tables like by heart, and I'm like, I am doomed, because I can't. I have a lot of trouble just focusing and remembering things by heart. However, in my anatomy classes, um, I kind of kill it because I am a very 3D visual, like spatial, visual like person. Um, and I don't need to have a visual support to see it. If you describe it to me well enough, so in anatomy, let's say that you're talking about like the whole digestive system and all the ligaments and nerves and vascular system, I can look at the book, but I also, if you describe it to me well enough, I can start like drawing it mentally in front of me. So whenever I see a patient and there's like something going on, like they tell me the story, like, oh, here's like I feel pain here. I already like I can. It's kind of creepy, but I can like. Oh, hold on.
Day.
Woo. Sorry.
And
sorry.
yeah,
Sorry. Sorry.
I'm happy
Mute.
to say that.
There we go. Whew. Then stream started. Um, it should be okay. But basically, I can heal layers on the person in front of me. By the way, bring shout out command. You want me to get? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Like, because I mean, if it's not needed anymore, um, I'm trying to be a good mod because I keep missing dance stream. So now it's running. Um, but basically I don't like whenever a patient tells me like a story of like here's like the different kind of injuries that I've had in the past, I can picture it. I can see like the structure, I can see the ligaments, how it's being torn, the impact of like, oh, when you walk, it does this. If like a friend told me like it's basically the you know, like in the BBC Sherlock, like the Mind Palace thing, it's basically that. I can gather information in a different way, but like it looks like a tree. If you give me something and I know of, like I'm pretty well versed in that, I can see all the connection that comes with it. But if you ask me, give me the name of that one tiny nerve that comes out of L3, L4, which is like the lumbar vertebrae, I'm going to look at you with like a little bit of panic in my eye because I'm like, I don't know. I can see the nerves coming out. I can see all the trajectory, like it goes like where, but the specific names, I'm toast. Um, which is like something that is super stressful, especially in my field of studies, because if you want to become an osteopath, we're like experts in anatomy, but not necessarily only that, but also like expert at shh, Neptune, you didn't see me. You didn't see me. Don't say anything to Dan, please. um but yeah, no, I'm kind of doomed because I cannot for the life of me say all the names, and in osteopathy you have to be able to do that, because that's the kind of question that we would get in exams, and it's kind of what led me to be evaluated in neuro psychology, because I was confused. Yes, I'm also mudding right now, but again, shh, don't say anything. um, because I have anxiety performance, especially with school, um, because the way that my school works is like the worst kind for me. So let's say classic school, you start your semester, then you have like your midterms on like per subject, and then once that's done, you pass it. Um, you don't really address it, unless uh, it kind of like math, like okay, so you pass this, like time to do like more, like build on this. In my case, my studies, it's cumulative. So to make you panic a little bit, my fifth year exam that I just finished in September, that I passed, it's everything since year one. Like watching Nut Nose and playing piano, that's great. Um, so it's everything cumulative since year one. And the way that it is, it's not necessarily like everything by heart, but it's like certain concepts that you have to know and learn. So the question that we would get is, you have a pregnant woman that comes to you and has problem of acid reflux. Um, what would you check? What would be like signs? Like what basically? How do you evaluate the person? And so yeah, you're expected to know it. So the way that you would get all your points, at least in the theory exam, is that you have to understand, like, okay, acid reflux, what is it? What couldn't trigger it? Especially with a pregnant woman, which, and let's face it, there's like a gazillion causes for that. But also, like, if there's any nerves that could influence that, if there's any vascular problem that could influence that, is there any pathologies? Um, and you have to understand also that the whole, um, like, what exactly happens in a pregnant woman on, especially when they kind of drop, like, oh, she's like 4 months pregnant. I need to know, I need to remember what happens to, you know, a woman at 4 months, you know, pregnancy. And I, like, for me, those questions are easy for me to see. But if you ask me, yeah, but what is that one nerve that would cause it? You're going to see me panic. Because I can give you all the lines. I can tell you, like, oh, yeah, because of this, this, and that. And I can see it in front of me. But, yeah. Pregnancy does a word agree. Agree. It's, I mean, it's from hormones to vascular system to pretty much everything. And unfortunately for us, hormones dictates a lot of things. Um, it could be like from digestion to, you know, just emotions. So, like being like feeling tired, Like obviously, like we all say, always say, like, oh, you're tired because you have a baby to feed. I'm like, this is not only that, because some women like seem to be like able to run a marathon even though they're pregnant, and others feel so exhausted. So it's it's always for me it's a blast. But I did have to consult because I the whole aspect of like not being able to answer all the questions um in exams made me anxious, um and like very bad anxiety. um Basically, when I said PTSD inducing, it's really PTSD inducing. um I was not feeling well, you know. um but fifth year I killed it for the theory exam. Not sure how I did it, because even though when the teacher kind of gave us the correction of the copies, I was like, how the I was actually impressed with what I wrote, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what I wrote. Like I was like, huh, I wrote that. Interesting. Uh, God, again twitching, twitching to timeout people. Hmm. Quick etiquette, and I'm pretty sure none of you do that. Saying that you just dropped in because you were bored, not a good thing. Not a good thing. Test stress is real? Yes, it is. And I do have a very perfectionist brain in me. So it's like a double whammy. This is, yeah, it's like a double whammy for me. I don't, hold on. Again, it's a viewer that I know, saw her pretty much everywhere. So I'm going to not say anything for now, but it's a bit rude. Oh, hold on. I'm keeping an eye on one viewer that seems to be. How long would I be streaming for today? TBT. Nobody knows. Even myself, I don't know. I go wherever this gets me. So don't worry. You can hop in, hop out, no problem. Oh, Cena. There we go. Um, and do this just to. Mhm. Mod descends activated. Yeah, it activates whenever someone drops like not a creepy comment, but almost like questions like, I wonder what Dan eats and drink in a day. Like, I'm sorry, why would you wonder that? Like, I was I won't have a certain ending, but always end naturally an hour and a half, 2 hours later. Yeah, my case is really because I don't just I don't know. It's it's wherever my creative mind leads me, which is very dangerous. Also, quick question, TBT. How long have you been playing guitar? Because I'm always amazed. Any music like player. Doesn't really matter what instrument. Do I stream on as well? Few users in chat. Arlem's ready? Yes. This is a safe space for any mods to kind of share their worries. We do have like a very like mama bear type of brain. Well, I'm like, what are you going to like? What is your plan? Gotta go. Be back later. No worries, Neptune. See ya. Take care of yourself. Manifest him for me? Okay. What the demands, please. Playing guitar in 7th grade, about 10 years, I guess. Wow. That is still impressive. Still impressive. Pick up saxophone again, they're so expensive. That's the thing with instrument. That's the thing with instruments that I notice. Like, I don't play anything myself. I can just admire from afar. But hi, Sparky. I can only like admire people from afar, like playing it. But it's like I can see it as being like so expensive. Um, yeah, no. Like, also like doing the follow up for TVT. Like, do you have like any like strong influence for like as a like guitar players or like even band? To be honest, I'm always curious because I love music, so and I do assist to a lot of like real life concerts. um, so for me, I'm always like on interested in like hearing the influences, like playing certain instruments or like people that you look for. Um, emote. Oh, sorry. This is for composer Cleo. This is for V. Well, not V, but one of the viewers. Um, Queen V is represented there. Presciente. Yes. Winery Dogs. Never heard of them, but I'm actually interested. Yeah. Played baritone sax in middle school, but a music teacher just gave me a baritone instead. Freaking mini tube. Oh no. Oh no. Tragic. Aw, thank you, Sparky. The fluff, yes. Again, I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this one. I don't know. Why am I spending so much time when it's barely going to show? Okay, enough. Let me wanted to play piano, stop music theory came up. Yeah. I always wanted to play like any instruments really. Just anything. um but I mean we were at least in Europe, the walls are not very well isolated when it comes to sound. And I always lived like in very like shoebox apartments with my parents. And I mean we with my brothers and sister and plus my parents were like six, so you can imagine that you don't want to really um break the ears of everyone and your neighbors also. Like it was a whole thing. Plus I mean we were we were okay, but we were not well off enough to be able to play an instrument. because I know that my parents didn't want me to pick up an instrument and be like fall in love with it. Yeah, by getting coffee. Yes. To fall in love with it and wanting to own one. So they were like, nope, no music for you. Um, even singing, really, anything. So I never learned, but piano is definitely going to be like it would be something great because I love piano, violin too, any instrument, just give it. I know we love learning. Confusing, yeah. I know that my brother, I don't know where it comes from, but he has like a very good ear. Like because I do like he does have, and when I say I do, it's because I do have access to it. He does have a guitar and he plays by ear. Yeah, the position is the position for violin is kind of weird. Even for the wrist, I feel it's like very it's a very weird pose, but six sax. Oh my god. Oh goodness. I mean, once you're settled with all that you want for like stream, I mean, that could be a nice crowdfund, at least on Kofi. I'm pretty sure that we have like a gazillion stuff that we'll get first before getting there, but I totally get you. Student sax. Oh my god. It's so expensive. And I think that's what's heartbreaking because for all my friends that played an instrument, they love it, but like it's expensive and it's also the maintenance that comes with it. What's your thought on authentic instruments? Which I am biased with real like listening to real instrument, and that comes from like someone who's an avid like concert goer. I go to a lot of different concerts, so I do listen to from classical, opera, musicals, all the way to EDM concerts. Ras, hello! The fact that you're awake is amazing because you slept at terrible hours. How are you, Rask? Um, there's something with the sound of an instrument played live, like an actual instrument, versus something that kind of replicates it. Um, however, if quote unquote playing a digital instrument or something that is more like I'm thinking about like even like violins, like electric violin. Um, I get it, but it sounds better when it's like the real stuff. Hold on, Rask. Let me kind of show you the previous panel. Here's all the emotes that I'm going to work on. Look, it's you on the top left. um, so I'm going to clean them all the best I can and see how I'm going to do things. Haha. It's so fitting. And now you're going to have your own emote on Cleo's channel. You're so glad to be in it. It's actually a request, like it was ideas. I think you can think not the cat caddy with the bonk. I think you can thank Cat from what I remember. I think she's the one who recommended one like a pacifier cat. And so yeah. So now I'm working on the V one. Hold on. I'm just going to I think what I'm There you go. So here's V. Imagine everyone gets an emote on Cleo's channel. I'm going like for really the OG viewers of Cleo. Caddy. Uh like um like OG viewers, and when I mean OG viewers, like most of these emotes are really uh mods for Cleo. V is styling. She is. Thank you, Rask. Thank you so much. Hold on. Me brings love. Yeah. And yeah, no. So going back to the instrument situation, um, listening to real life instruments is so much better than the like electric versions. It both sounds good, but I personally think that it does sound better. Maybe it's just a very like elitist kind of way of seeing things. So it would be a question for like someone who actually plays a real instrument, you know, um, because they would know the difference. Because I always thought of like even when I was younger, I was like, oh, maybe if I have like an electric instrument, it would be better because let's say even for the violin, like because you have to like an electric guitar, like you have to plug it in to make the sound like work. Um, and so I thought that that would be a solution, but eventually I looked at the price and I was like, no way I can afford this. And so that dream kind of died. Um, but looking back, I'm like, yeah, because I know like even for electric guitar, because I do have one at home, like that belonged to my brother-in-law. Oh, Kirsten. Um, even for like I do have an electric guitar at home that I don't know how to play because it belonged to my brother-in-law and he left it here. Um, like I know that it feels like easier to play. Um, like I don't have you don't have to like press as hard. But as an osteopath, like especially in my work of field, I can't have like any calluses on my fingers. I can't. And so like playing any like string instrument is kind of not a good idea and makes me kind of sad. Um, because even like the ukulele, I'd love to learn something on it. Not me thinking about La Vie en Rose because that's the one song that I can sing on it, you know. Aw, really, Kirsten, that's such a it's a cutie. That's a cute comment. Just the fact that you know your way with Nightbot makes me so happy because I don't know what to do with Nightbot. Like, how should I configure it? Not me, spending so much time with the fluff. The next, I think, since Ras is here, I'm going to do the cat. Um, bye everyone, I went out. Bye Naru, take care of yourself. Be careful outside. Okay, another here. No, I can switch. Because for Rask, it's going to be pretty fast. I'll most likely do just a line first to get an overall idea before I start like adding the letters. So let me do another one. Time to work on Rask's um, emote. So let me move. Hold on. This. Nope. What is going on here? Snowfall here. Okay. Okay, no. Normal paper. Can I move? Okay, no. So let me select here. Let me do this. I'm going to cut. Though I don't need. There you go. Paste. Excellent. Merge down. Move this layer. Hydrate. Me? I do drink. I mean, it's not really hydrating. Self-care. Aw. You're such a good mod. I feel like I'm a savage. This, actually, you know what? Because I feel like it's too small. Let me scale it up. There you go. A little bit bigger. Yeah, sounds good. It's always better to scale it up more than enough and work on it. There you go. Skipping frames again? Oh, Jesus. I don't know what's going on. Is my internet that crappy today? Shouldn't be. Hold on. Enough. Is there something going on with... Hold on. It's even my internet... Yeah, it's stable. I don't get it. Yeah. Let me just maybe do this. It looked like it would be... For the self-care? Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with the stream health, which is a bit of a problem. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on. Interesting. Hi, Cleo! Look, I did the V... Oh, hold on. Yes, apply transformation. Here's... Oh, Jesus. Snap, there's my rival. Gotta leave out. Really? You don't want to watch your emote being made? I still need to do the lettering for V, but this is kind of like what I got so far. I'm for the light like sparkle thing, I'm going to add another layer with this. So yeah. And yes, how is your throat, Cleo? I hope it's better. Did you get any sleep? That's an excellent question, that Meg. Cleo did sleep pretty late. Feeling off? Oh, geez, that sucks. So, for this cat, it's actually going to be quite easy.
So I drew this picture for you, hoping that maybe it explains some of this. Fill the rest of the pages with things that you think make sense. I can't do it anymore.
Oh, the singing. Maybe. I'm still kind of triggered by YouTube. I don't know how to fix the stream status. I really don't. Maybe if I can... Hold on. Is there like stuff? Yeah, I have nothing. I have nothing. This is the weirdest. So I'm terribly sorry, friends, for the terrible stream quality. I It is super low, and I don't understand why, because there's, aside from obviously a stream running, I can maybe, you know what? Let me run it on my phone. Maybe that'd be so surprising because it's still going to use the same freaking internet. Light bright. Katie. Oh my god. Is this a moment where we give Cleo some grief? Try to raise it. Cleo, how do I raise the bitrate? Because I don't know. How am I supposed to do this? That's like, what's light bright? Oh no. Rask. We need to give a course 101 on light bright. Hold on. Let me turn this off. There we go. Okay, so it's going to run off my light bright isn't common. Not like this. There you go. Okay. There you go. Everything. So, my goodness. Never seen light bright in the Netherlands. Interesting. Okay. Stream health. Okay, now it's back. Alright, so apparently one day I'll get the tablet so I can stream from my main computer. There we go. It should be back to okay now. Like I mentioned before, I need to eventually save up from some I need to save up from some raise a bitrate. I mean I just closed. Apar! Hello! It's been so long! Friends, we need maybe an emote for Aplar? I mean, I'm saying friends, but technically it's like, it's Cleo who has it. You know? Hold on. Should I do this? We need to figure out a way. I don't know, like, what could be her emote, though? It's been a while. Hey, it's okay, Aplar. Take as much break as you need. Real life blows. Not working? Okay. How did you make it work? Hold on. There we go. There you go. Um, Nutmeg. You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, I need an idea, friends. Clear up and figure out. Do one shout out command instead of a dozen personal command. You might want to tell me how. I tried the SO and putting like, oh, it's so it's SO at and the handle, correct? Oh, okay. So I need to do that next time someone pops on Dan's stream. Mini pancakes for a plar? Yes. Show some love. Subscribe to Composer Cleo. Follow him on Spotify. I'm currently playing his playlist. What's the best advice I could give someone? Again, currently, Dan's chat is making my mod brain twitch. I'm a very, yeah. Oh, Nightbot. What? Oh no, Rask. What did you want to post? Is it Cleo's Spotify? If it is, it's linked in the description box below. There's actually like enough people for Gartic, but I'm on kind of on a roll this. Wouldn't post link. Yeah, I know. I mean, I could probably change the thumbnail afterward with just, drawing emotes. Because I find it, like, so much better. Especially because now I'm like, I want to have everything ready so Cleo can test it on your stream. You know, that would be so good. Hold on. Some overlapping features. Okay. Okay. The ad is there, so it becomes the. Oh, okay. All right. So here's probably I should have started with this one because it's going to be very easy. Phil. It is a black cat after all. Oh no. Is it going to take forever because I... Okay, phew. Alright. Let's do this. Do this. So fast. Alright. Good morning, Bailey. How are you? Hope you're well. There we go. I'm going to add the eyes. I think the cat's eye on Raz is like, yeah, it's green. And don't forget, it's thank you, Nitmeg. It's fine. Spreading out, but internet's no. Okay. Problematic person is going to step out of the stream by themselves, which is good. I mean, whoops. Okay, and then it's going to be a pinkish pacifier. Just like light pink. There you go. Whoops. There we go. And actually, for the pink pacifier, I'm going to put it underneath the line art. There you go. I'm doing okay, Bailey. I'm doing okay. I'm currently multitasking, having my crossing minutes stream open on one side, just so I can mod, you know, because even though, like I said, Dan has it, like it's not a problem. Actually, I just noticed there's part of the pacifier that is missing at the bottom. Oops, not this. There you go. Good. Alright, then the mod struggle. There's actually this. Let me just remove because I just noticed it. Snap. Oh no, Victor. Okay. Alright. There you go. Okay, so it clearly wasn't that. This was, yeah, layer 5. Yes, good. There you go. Raise it. Okay. Good. I hope you guys had a lovely weekend. Oh jeez. I believe like everyone and their grandmas are currently streaming. There you go. Just like that. Good. I'd love to have like all the emotes done. It's going to be tough for you to pick, Cleo. Because if you're limited right now, which is a nice problem. Unless we pull some kind of like artsy moment where we you get so many subs at once that you get to unlock like different emotes. Sorry, I lost. Watching a good movie over the weekend is just too good. What did you watch? What upgraded you? Now you can do. Really? Kirsten, how do you know all of this? Are you a YouTube insider? Ooh, I didn't see it yet. I don't have the really the time. And if I do, I tend to either stream or just, you know, try to chill and do the chores. Dedicated mod. I know. If anyone needs to learn about anything about modding, you can ask either Kirsten or Ryan. Even Koi. Like, Koi is also killing it in the like, mod life. Okay. Oh, don't worry. I mean, I'm not on social media, really, so for me, it's not so hard. Yeah, I know. Like, just the fact that now we don't have to type like the whole thing every time and add all the commands makes me very happy. Okay, I need to add like more white here. Whoops. Like this. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I like this emote. He's adorable. Oh my god. Yeah, I think. Let me. Whoops. Not here. Should be here. Is it? No, so that's the black. Ah, yeah. That's the thing in movie theaters, I think. Um, I'm a very like because I love going to the movies, but I'm very like a very quiet person when I go to the movies because I want to focus on whatever is shenanigans going on. If you see me react or start like to fuss about something, it's really because it's bad. Like bad, bad. Mm. Yeah, I'm more of a if I go to the movies and I pay this much for the movie, I don't need a live commentary. And it's something like if you're at home, it's something else. Jesus, there we go. Um, but if you're at the movie theater, yeah, I get, oops, I get irked out a little bit more because I did pay a ton for because movie tickets are like expensive now. Like they're not. It's not what it used to be. Um, so for me, I'm like, I like try to respect that, especially with like others. Actually, let me do maybe something smaller like this. Oh, yeah. How long it was? Jeez, that's yeah. There we go. There you go. Oh my god. Yes. Okay. I can actually do this. Hold on. So I do have the Discord open. You know that new movie? Just leave. Thank you, Nutmeg. This is me. Okay. So let's do the lettering. Because that for sure I can finish. Also, Cleo, since it's going to be your emote, do feel free to like approve or disapprove of anything. No, I didn't make No, I didn't make a Discord. It's a Discord uh like a channel on Cleo's Discord for me to see kind of like the emote list. Jesus. Not not there yet. Not there yet. I have enough like Discord channel open. Yeah. Hold on. Someday though. Maybe. Who knows? But I'm very fine with kind of piggybacking people's like Discord. I mean, it's very inoffensive to be honest. That sea is messed up. Do not like. I'll go back to this. Hold on. What is this? What is this tiny thing? Okay. Um. Oh, Jesus. Nope. Why is it so hard to make a C? Oh no. I love that song. But like I said to Cleo yesterday, it's the one song that didn't age well. Um, I still feel the pain. That's the thing with Sabo League. It's so like it relies so much on how can I say it? Hold on. Let me just remove all of that. Okay. Whoops. Actually, yeah. Yeah, the T-Man Talk song. That's good, Cleo. I think the font is what's going to make me work a little bit more. Playback. Hold on. So maybe if I do it, okay, you know what? Because it's a vector, so I can get um. Oh no. Oh, okay. It's because the selection is there. Okay, there we go. Because it's a vector, I can cheat and move things along. It's okay, Cleo. It's still like a bop, and I think your edit with like we still lost or we lost, it's like adds to it. I like it. But that's the thing. Sabo League is like it's all RNG. It's all freaking RNG. Like there is still like skills to some extent because you do have to survive the kind of like the maze thing, but it's still very much RNG. Mm. Yeah. Like it's skills for the maze, but then everything else, like for the villager hunt, jeez. I still have like flashback of like Peyton suffering. Yeah. Especially because Peyton, she stacked the odds like for her, like on her favor, which would make total sense by picking Octavian. I never seen so many Zucker show up in stream, and I was like, oh my goodness. No, you know what? Erase all of this. I might use this. Should I use the lettering? Yes. Hold on. Not me trying to figure out. Oh, whoops. So, friends, when I'm lazy, I pick up a font. I type whatever I want. Let's say for this one. Whoops. That's huge. Jesus. Yeah, the point shit. Oh, God. That was... I don't like... Hold on. So let me move. Because whenever I feel lazy, I trace over this to keep it. So I need to figure out like a sizing that would work. Maybe 100. Yeah, let's go with a 110. So this font is not good. Let me play with it. Try to Zucker 2. Oh God. Yeah, for Peyton, I felt so much pain. So much pain. That was not a. And I mean, same with May. May also, Jesus, that was tough, you know? Hold on. Whoops. Chin? Not like this. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, that works. Hold on. So I need to make it work. Because we do have like a limited space when it comes to emotes. So that's kind of like the hard part. Because I need to integrate it well enough for us to know what it is, but without, you know, making it too bad. Oops. I didn't have to watch. Oh my God. May's Saboli run was brutal. Like, yeah, no. It did not feel good with me. And hold on. Oh, for once, the coffee is going to make me go pee. So, BRB, needed to go to bathroom. Let me try to... Here. BRB. And back. Hold on. Whoops. There we go. So I never asked. I'm alright, Aplar. Hope you're well too. I know that you've been super busy with, you know, life. No Team Bewick slander. Yeah, no, for real. like Sabo League is really, you know, something. Hold on. Okay. 1 minute into hey, it's you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so let me see. Here's continuous curve, polyline. Mm, polyline. Let's do this. Oh, is it? Yeah, no, that's too thin. Hold on. Brush size. Are you a clock? Maybe he is. He's a robot. Oof, no, too thick. I don't know why I complicate myself with this, but like my life with this, but it's because the one thing with Clip Studio, when it comes to font, it kind of sucks, to be fair. Like you can't really transform anything well. Um, it's like wonky, and so I end up just hold on, no, not like this. Is it pinch? Just redraw. No, control points. Okay, good. It ends up being like a bit wonky. Like if I wanted to like do slight differences like for the spacing and everything, it's not possible. So this is what like um I do retrace on top of that. If you guys kind of wondered how I did the Team Talk lettering for the album, that's what I did. Everything was by hand and then fiddle with it until it was all right. Because I did a kind of like a Frankenstein of like letters. You know. Okay, so the I'm going to wait. But yeah, no. Because the original lettering that I did kind of found for Team and Talk had a very I think Cleo laughed at my comment because it felt like it's, you know, the lettering in Wario but meets Pokemon. Yeah, it looked like that. Like aside from the N that Pat picked, the rest of the letters were kind of like that's not it. So we needed to find like another font that could blend with the N well. And obviously because I needed to fiddle with it, I ended up just hold on, adjust aspect type. No. Hold on. What is it for? Okay, here. No. Pixel. No. What is it again? Oh no, not keep aspect type. Yeah, so I needed to kind of like retrace all the letters and fiddle with it. Even for the actual letters, like when I think about it, oops, nope, nope, no, no, please stay like this. Okay. I needed to select object. No, not this. Jesus. No, I'm not. I want this. What? Oh, okay, that's going to be a problem. Let me just finish this then. Basically, even the letters for the A, so like say the talk, I needed to no. I needed to physically modify it. Because like the curves at the end of the A was not, that was not it. Okay, so this I can. No, that's off. Hold on. Let me remove this. There we go. Yeah, the lettering is what is going to kill me in this. There we go. Better. This goes. Is it? I was. So basically, what I did is I retraced, just like now, I retraced everything. Just to have like a layer, like a vector layer, and object select layer, selected yet layer. No, that ain't it. Okay, selection pen. No, smaller. I just wanted to have the liberty of like kind of customizing everything. Okay, that's good enough. Wow, Cleo. Not the shade. Not the shade. But yeah, so what I did was basically retraced all the letters, and then I had to do like a vector like this just to make sure that if I scale it up, that it would, no, not apply transformation, copy. Oh, there we go. Good. Just to make sure that it stayed there. Okay, what is going on here? Okay, so let me move the copy. There you go. Was it? It moved the whole thing. Move layer, become. Oh, in the selected area. Maybe? There we go. Ooh, okay. Sorry. I needed to focus for a bit. Good. Excellent. There you go. Then merge it down. I think for the letters, it's going to look okay. I just need to fix this for the C because it's a bit, you know, angular, I would say. But yeah, so coming back to what I said. Usually when you do vector art, the kind of the advantage of it is that if you scale it up, you won't see like, you know, when you do a drawing, like obviously that now you see like pixels, but I think it's like much smoother when it comes to especially for the lines when you scale it up. You have all the important. Aw, thank you, Kirsten. Again, I don't know what I would do without you. Okay, so I think this looks good. It is hard. You know, actually, thanks to Cleo, I had to be a little bit more comfortable using vectors. In my case, I noticed that doing like line art with vector made it easier for me to clean it up, especially in Clip Studio, because Clip Studio has a very nice like when you erase it, you can erase like when things how can I say it? I'm going to show you in a bit. It's well in the cat's head, I know, but I want it to be like so you see it But I don't want to, because hold on. What's the sizing? Um, hold on. Let me get there. For the sizing on YouTube, because you're going to see there's it's a very specific YouTube emotes. Okay. Mhm. Above the ears, yeah. I think part of it is going to be hidden by the head, which is fine because I want like the O. If it's hidden, it's okay because it's still um you still have like the suggestion um that there's an O behind it. Like it's not something that I would do with, let's say, a letter that you could, like an I, let's say, if you hide it behind the head, be like, is it a J? Is it a A? Okay, so the sizing for a for a YouTube emote is 32 pixels by 32 pixels. So, and 32 by 32 is like quite small. Like even like it could be like this, maybe. So I need to make it like I'm going to make sure that it's going to be the O that gets hidden. But I need to also scale the okay, maybe like this, and I'm just going to move it. Okay, let's start with this. Can move things around a little bit. Here we go. So for the setting, um, I made it so that it's only the layer, so like the current layer that gets selected. Okay, so here's the hard part for me. I need to scale it to the same size, and visually I do have trouble with that. So let me cheat. Overlay the N, slightly smaller. Good, perfect. There you go. Seems well in line. Okay, can you move it? No? Yes, maybe? Yes? Moving with my keyboard. Ah, hope you guys are well. I'm sorry this is taking like so much time. Because there's actually enough people like, for us to play Gartic, but at the same time, like I really enjoy the process of drawing emotes, especially because if they're ready, you guys will be able to use it on Clio stream. So that's like a win-win situation. Oh God, it's so slow. Jesus. Do you plan on streaming Clio later? Or are you just taking your time and trying to recover? I mean, most likely you're going to get some rest, which would be very logical. Jesus. Okay, please. Oh my God. I would do it manually, but I know that I would lose like the. Okay, there we go. Okay, the T could be behind like this. Good, okay. And then now that it's all in line, time to physically move it so it gets centered a little bit more. There we go. I think that's good. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Now, the beauty is because it's a black cat. I don't have to delete like some other stuff here. There you go. Hold on. It's so cute. So for Rask, his color is white, red, and green. Let me eyeball the red.
Alright, fine, go ahead.
This?
But
Yes.
the song is trash, you're losing the aux.
Okay. So there we go. Letters. So hold on. There's 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh Jesus! Uneven number. Ugh. Uneven number. I don't like this. Hold on. Because I don't want it to become like the Italian flag. And for the green, it looks like a green that is closer to the very vibrant green, but has like a yellow hint. Oh Jesus, that's radioactive green. Jesus. Okay, better. Here. Because I know I don't want it to look like the Italian flag. I'm eyeballing the colors right now. Okay, so let me look. Let me do something darker. There you go. Okay. No, I don't like it. How do people do this for the lettering? So bottom part for sure. Not this. Hello, Dig. Hope you're well. Happy lurking. Okay. Such a good song. There you go, maybe. Oh, that's rough. Unless I just leave it like this. But it feels like something is missing. Or maybe, just maybe, what I could do, highlight. If I leave it like this, highlight, that could work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. I think the first emote that would be ready, Cleo, would be Raskus. Ugh, Jesus. The S's in English is so hard. There's a part where, for us French speaker, it gets hard. Because the possessive part, I'm like, why is there so many S's? Yes. Yeah. What you think? I know. I know. What do you think, Cleo? Rocket League in Fortnite. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to now remove the main layer of the... Okay, so here's what I forgot. I keep forgetting. That's the thing where... That's the reason why I always change the background for like a darker color, so I don't forget this. There you go. There you go. Perfect. So that's the first one ready. For sure. So let me select. You're going to enjoy the full version of it, Cleo. Hope it wouldn't be too nightmarish to resize. I'll try to, hold on. Can I? Yeah, okay, good. Let me, oh God, no, hold on. That's a part where I'm like, one day, no. Okay, I'm going to have my own graphic tablet and it would be so much easier for me too. Because right now I do have like a very small surface, surface. Yes, it is a surface. But it's not only that. It's just as like my like area of work is so much smaller. Good enough. Throne room, Cleo. The tablet that I'm looking for is expensive. There's no way in hell. Like, you guys already like did way too much for me. Okay, so stream. Let me include Studio Paint. Let's go with emotes. Let's go. You know what? Passy cat. PNG? It's PNG, correct? We can be funded in stages. I'm scared. I'm actually scared. Hold on, Cleo, here's the first, I'm sending you the first emote. Ready? On DM. Ooh, Jesus. What is going on? There we go. PNG, yes, good. Alright, sending you PNG. Making emotes is so fun. Upload. Oh Jesus, where did I save it? Such a good song. Clip Pseudo Paint, there you go. I could definitely try and update, like update my throne with the actual tablet. Because yeah, it's a big one and I kind of followed what Artsy recommended and sent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me also save this because if it disappears, I'm going to cry. There you go. Passy cat. There you go. Excellent. So that's saved. So now, if things crashes, it's all good. I love it. Oh my god, V. Okay, hold on. The layer for the letters. Hold on. Actually, I want another layer. Add. So it's going to be a raster layer, but change it for add glow. There we go. You're going to see some magic happen. So, a glow layer. I'm not super well versed with like the whole layer configuration thing. It is something that is very crucial for anyone who wants to become like a lot better. Brit, hello. Who wants to become like better at um like just in general digital art. You have to know what a layer does, which I don't. But basically, an add layer. Let me see. So as you can see, like it does a specific like kind of color. If I switch, let's say normal, it's going to pick the color that I had, but add make it like um, clearer, I would say. Now can make the difference, and as you can see, it just switches. Um, it just switches like the setting or like the effect that it does. There's a lot of it that I have no idea what it does. Um, darker color obviously is not going to work. Divide. So by playing with this, it changes how efficient you become at drawing. But I'm not efficient. So there we go. Yes, the Chanton passes amazing. Yes, Kirsten. I'd love I'd love to do that. Yes, I'm going to make the paw bigger. So let me select. Select layer. Nope. 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 Here. Selection pen. So let's see. Oh God. Okay. So hold on. This is going to be tricky. Clear. Brush size a little bit smaller. But hello, Brit. How are you? Did you start streaming yet? And we're still waiting. Oh, hold on. Kato showed up. Uh-huh. SO. So it's all together. So SO at the handle. I don't want to to mess things up and make it look weird. Like there is no space. You don't need to add anything to Nightbot. It's really like exclamation part, point at, well, exclamation point SO. Oh, no, he doesn't. So it's going to be the gold away shout out. Kato. I haven't touched Pokemon since we played it. I've been playing video games more. Hold on, whoops. Let me zoom out. Let's try to figure out like, hold on, let me, no, not, okay. How, quote unquote, like bigger do we want it? Like, so it covers like this part of the face? Such a cute song. Because, I mean, that could work. Bigger paw. Thinking because Emotes is so tiny. Yeah. A smidge smaller. Don't worry guys, I'm going to wait for your input because oh god. Smidge smaller. Tiny bit. I love it. It's like a cat that just shows like its manicure done. I think this should be big enough. I think. The reason why I wait is because of this. Oh, okay. That's good, Cleo. Is that a bit too small? Should I resize like the bottom part so it doesn't like float as much because it looks a bit too small to me? Just a tiny bit. Let me show you what I I mean afterward. It's so cute. Hold on. So this size should be okay. It's like slightly smaller. Hold on, actually, let me do this because it's fine. I can do a Control Z. Hold on, let me reopen. Open. Recent. Passy cat. There you go. You're going to see what I mean, Cleo. Hold on. So, this sizing. Rectangle. If I do... So, it's shift? Yeah, shift. Hold on. Actually, not shift. That doesn't have to be shift. Like, having a more... There we go. Crop. I want to see if it makes a difference for you. Okay, just export single layer PNG. I'm going to make it Passy Cat 2, just so you can have the difference between the two of them. Sorry, friends, this is just small adjustments. I'm so happy that Dan's stream is so quiet and well behaved. Oh, that training did something. No, don't worry, Cleo. Hold on. I'm going to send you. It's going to look the same. It's just me. I resized it differently, and I want to know like if it becomes better because the current version that you have, it feels like it's smaller. You're going to see. So I think this is fine. Okay. Here's this dark. Let me redraw this line. Okay, that was fast and easy. Let me do this. Vector. Okay, so vector. So on Clip Studio Paint, the beauty of using vector, especially for the line, is that so there's options here. So either whatever you select is going to delete the whole line. Erase up to the intersection is the middle one, and the one on the left is erase the touched areas. Now the problem with vector art is that even the touched area sometimes it's going to correct it in a very weird way. It must be one. I hate it here, Cleo. That blows. Because it looks better. It does look better. It's like bigger. Oh, Jesus. Hello there, Danny. First time I saw you on the stream. Welcome, welcome. I was supposed to here we go. I was supposed to play Gartic, but I ended up just doing emotes for now. So I hope you're not there just for that. Otherwise, you might be a little bit disappointed. But welcome. There you go. Now, where did I put this? So it needs to be 1:1. Sorry, friends. I need to, because I know that is going to bother me. This is so stupid. Yes, it works. It makes me so happy. I should maybe I'm going to poke like Dan later just so maybe he could do the hold on. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Okay, hold on. Oh, small screen. E. No. That ain't it, Chief. Hold on. Or drastic measures. Drastic measures. Can I merge all of them? Okay, hold on. Merge with a leg here. Okay, Cleo, this is me. This is going to be the solution because I want it to be more visible. All of this. Not merged down. Okay, so that's good. Now, so this whole thing, we select it. There we go. And we blow it up like this. Hold on. I'm going to make it like a very there you go. Hold on. Not me fiddling with all this. Should I keep original image, change scale, keep the aspect ratio? Let me just see if make it a little bit. That could work. Okay. That works. Yes. Okay, that works. Give me as much real estate as possible. I'm going to optimize this. It's not too stretched, at least in my opinion. It looks like a very svelte cat. Like, yeah, it works. There you go. Okay. Click the link on the SO command and it goes to your channel. Okay. Hold on. Export. I'm so sorry, Cleo. Sassy Cat 3. One day we'll get there. One day. Oh goodness. If it works, it's going to be so great. Because otherwise it's going to look a bit wonky next to the other. So it feels like now the pacifier cat lost weight. It's like it feels like old school Pikachu going through the Nintendo treatment. Okay, so now okay, so the fingers were there. Yeah, good. Let me now do the selection tool again. Selection pen. Take 2. There we go. So first of all, we move it and we blow it out. There you go. SD card. Does that mean, Katie, that we can play Pokemon together? Did I change the orientation? I think I did. Thank you, Neptune. It's really because V uses the nail painting emoji. Okay, hold on. I know what went wrong. And so it felt like it only felt right to. Okay, so this is a small version. Keep the aspect ratio. There you go. So it's going to be much easier for me. And so V, because she uses that a lot, I felt like, no, not, oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I think it's better, I think. What do you think, Leo? I mean, you're the master of your own emoji situation. Because I do want it to become like to look as consistent as possible next to the other emotes. No. Oh God, again? Jesus. Why is it no, but I want it to cancel? Oh, jeez. Yes, master of the emotes in your channel. You get to decide whatever you want. It is your channel after all. I'm only like... It's subtle. Like, it's not... But they kind of make it want... Like, make it... Okay, you know. Okay, so it needs to be smaller. Yeah. You know. Yes, it is because of the text. So that's why I try to integrate it with the cat itself, but it's not easy. It's kind of like the downside of using text.
Not even issues. It's just he really doesn't listen anymore. He's always engulfed in his phone, and it's like he's never paying attention. Ma'am, I'd like to say that your son has ADSM. ADSM. There's no way.
Because unless we do like a cat only, passy cat. Yeah, same here. Like I know what it is, so I think if it's like with that text, it would be a little bit not off, but it wouldn't be the same. But yeah. Did I? Am I tripping? Like how did it not follow? Okay. Huh. Okay. I'm going to work with the red first. Oh, fully awake now? It's 11. Keep... Oh my god, I did that again? Oh, Jesus. No, that's the reason why it's so complicated to fiddle with it. I hate it here. Hold on. I need to cancel this. Okay. Take 17. Keep original image. No, not this. Not this. Keep aspect ratio. There we go. Any tips for hangover though, brings? Aside from drinking water, You do need electrolytes, so usually a good way of like getting that, if you can make like a lemonade or like a little bit, a pinch of salt in it, that could work. Also, hello, Chris. Um, you do need also food in your body. Obviously, depending on how hungover you are, you might have like trouble eating everything. What happened here? You know what? Screw it. Let me delete this. No. Okay. Not this. I'm going to delete this. Okay. I think it's going to be much faster for me to just... Yeah. There we go. Hold on. Brush size. Photo select. There. I think it is better. The nails, yeah, it's going to be pain in the butt to make it work. Lemon tree. Oh, you do have a lemon tree. You're so lucky. I wish I could have like a lemon tree. Oh, Jesus. Again. Okay. Okay. One thing at a time. Okay. That should be good enough, I think. Yeah, that should be good enough. I think for the V emote, I'm going to run into the same problem with the lettering. So I'll try to make it fit better. There you go. So it was layer 5. Let's do the red nails. Let's color pick this and then fill. Where I live in California. Yeah. That's a part of Cali that I envy. But it's such a, I mean, it's so dry over there that I feel like other plants might be a bit difficult to grow. There we go. Not me being lazy. Oh, jeez. Here. Smaller size, brush size. There you go. And then lock in. Use. Yeah. There we go. Here. Don't worry, apply. No problem, apply. Take as much time as needed. Life is kind of a pain. There you go. There. I know. Gonna lurk. Housework? Yes. Happy lurking, Neptune. Okay. Better. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I love it. Hold on. Let me add, so the glow. Not a print effect. star. Hold on. Not this. Cherry rose petal. I have like so many effects for the stems. Okay, I'm going to let it load because apparently it's taking a lot. I hope you guys are well. If you do have like chores or the stuff to do, then by all means, you don't need to stick around. Just the fact that you've been there for so long already, I appreciate it. Glitter, yes, let's go. Okay. Oh no, it's sparkle. Yeah, sparkle does this effect. So it's small. Let me raise. Aha, there. Excellent. So you won't be able to see it too much, but I'm watching you. I don't have anything to know to do. TVT. Don't use me as a scapegoat for your. Oh, huh? Like, okay, please get out of my stream. That is a new one. That is a new one. Thank you, Kirsten. It doesn't respond. That is a new one. I never knew that Bot had a sister. It's kind of creepy. I don't want to be used as a scapegoat, friends. Hold on. Oh, it's because of the opacity. Let me change this. Yeah. Okay. Adding to the blacklist. Did anyone... Actually, it would be for content creator, mostly. Oh, Jesus. So, any content creator that tried what Artsy wanted to try by, you know, blocking specific like words. Like, there is no way you're going to see the sparkle, but it makes me feel good inside. Just the fact that there is some sparkle. This is my own like personal fun. Oh my god. Add the emotes to the blacklist? Oh, okay. I would also like I would have also added like the how do you the XYZ letters like combination. Hopefully nobody in chat is going to use it. But I don't know if it's going to work. Like, there you go. The sparkle. Jeez. Because I know that Artsy said that she added like specific emotes in you know the blacklist. So anyone that any bots that uses it, technically anyone, would get flagged and immediately like it gets blocked. I like this now because I just remembered that we do have texture. Let me add this. Whoops. Texture hatching. Cross hatching. rough cross hatch, light cross hatch. I think, yeah. Let me do it a bit darker. Opacity smaller. There we go. Is it? Okay, good. Whoops. No. Okay. Target that specific layer. Yes. Okay. So it does add. Okay, that's good. I like this. There you go. Some cross hatching. It's very subtle. For me, it's really like mentally prepared for this. I know. They somehow find me. I mean, I don't mind. It's just because it's annoying more than anything. There we go. Yeah. All right. Now, for the lettering. This is going to be the challenge. I might just do a purr that is going to be... Is it right? Suffering from success, applause, please. Yeah, orange. Let me try with this. Crunchy pixels. Yes. Whoops. Nope. Stay there. No. Underneath. I need the same layout, because otherwise I get lost. Okay. Brush size. Let me... I know. I don't know how they target, like, streams. Okay, so hold on. Let's no delete, because it was not a specific layer that I wanted. Layer, vector layer. There you go. Layer 9. This is fine. So technically, it only needs to be per... Hold on. Let me just do this. Oh. Per. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Trying to like optimize the real estate to not lose too much. Per. Let me see. The R. Okay, hold on. Let me do the arc. Like, if I do something that goes like this. So, per. R. Good. There you go. Now remove the whole line for this. Good. Go back to this and then select this from the layer. Brush size, I'm going to make it slightly bigger because I want the whole thing. This, and then keep the aspect ratio just slightly bigger. Actually, the R could be hidden, like the first R. Yeah, that could work. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then we remove where it crosses. Okay. There we go. The beauty. Okay. So this, the whole thing needs to disappear. This too. Good. These two. Okay. Good. Whoops. Nope. And then let's see if... No, it's not going to remove it. Alright. So now let me move that case, the solution is to just hold on. No, not the whole line. Okay. The solution is usually for me to send it back down so it doesn't show. There's an part of the R that is missing here, in my opinion. Let me fix. So we know that it's a per. Okay, good, good. Good. I am going. I want this to pop out a little bit more. Let me do like a line that is like thicker here. There we go. Random question since I'll play Kirsten stream. Which song is my fav? That's a tough question. I do like Note to Self a lot. Even though it's a song that is it hits hard in a way, in the feels for me. I do enjoy, like, depending on like if it's the Animal Crossing song, I like the Lolly song a lot. Even though we have a new contender with the hold on, what was it? The Scoot song that he made like in his video. Like for sure, if a Scoot song gets released, might be a second like closest. Haven't heard Note to Self yet. Yeah. For me, the Note to Self is really about like, oh, don't worry, Kirsten, I just I can change the color of it. I might keep it orange because, but I don't know, like, honestly, I don't know if it's going to be well. Oh, this Scoot song is so good. It's kind of fascinating, like the way that you manage to create all these songs, Cleo. Like it's like the creative brain is really something that is very interesting. Because it could be like, I think it's kind of like the same as any artist that draws. Like we do, like at least in my case, like things kind of draw itself in my brain as I do it. Like it just flows. You don't know where to start at first, and then it just flows out. I kind of like, I think, did you describe it in one of your stream that you don't really know what's going to happen? It's just it starts to flow itself. Like you hear a beat and then suddenly it becomes a little bit clearer, like what you want to, where you want to go. Yeah, Kirsten, aphantasia. It is a challenge. But for art, I think you could improve yourself with references. Because I do believe, like, even though a lot of teachers were like, oh, you shouldn't use references because apparently references are like the devil. Because they don't want, and I do understand, like, they don't want you to kind of just blatantly copy art. But at the same time, I mean, we all kind of started somewhere. Um, like, you have to learn from somewhere, you know? Hold on. Getting lectured on how to promote his stuff. An Animal Crossing holiday album? Yes. Hold on, what is it about? Trying to not waste people's time. I get it. Cleo, have you set up a treat stream? We want to send mochi to you. Yeah, Great Day is also a good song. A Christmas album. That is so cool. Oh, Cleo. Hold on. Jesus. Oh, no. It was what you showed me. Jeez. Yes, we do need a throne for Cleo for a new chair. He needs also a treat stream so we can send him mochi or just any food really, because the man needs to be fed. And it comes from a fellow person that doesn't eat, so. Started set up the throne, not the treat stream that you. Yes, please, treat stream. Gonna lurk, may not be able to do Gartic the V at this at this rate. I'm not even sure I'm going to play Gartic, so like I'm probably going to edit the stream and make it like emote drawing stream. Because right now I'm having a lot of fun. You never tried mochi? Mm. I feel like mochi needs to be like from a good place that sells them and not just like commercially like available. Oh jeez, I love this one. I love this one. What do we think, friends? Hold on. Might need to fix this. I hate to be the person, but what's mochi? Mochi is a Japanese treat that is made from rice flour, commonly. It has a very chewy texture to it, so it can be something that might throw off some people. So it's very chewy, it's sweet, obviously, because inside, depending on like the type of mochi, a very traditional one has red bean paste inside. Um, and but you have like other flavoring. Could be like sesame seeds paste. Um, some have like when I think about it's similar kind of. It would be ichigo daifuku. So it's red bean paste with like a fresh strawberry inside, covered in like the rice flour dough, quote unquote. I know the lolly song. It's okay, Cleo. So there's two things. So that's a typical mochi is that there's ice cream mochi that has like ice cream in the middle, covered with the rice flour thing. Not being nerdy now because I do I do make my own mochi. This song is among like is a song that I'm like I want to learn how to play the ukulele. Question for especially Cleo because you do play the instrument. Do you, if I learn one day to play the ukulele, is it going to give me like calluses? It sounds disgusting. It's for me, I personally think it's good, but if it's it could be like people might not like it because it's a texture problem. It's just for me, like I mentioned Cleo, like I do have like an electric guitar at home, but for me, because of my line of work, I cannot have like calluses on my the tip of my fingers, like none whatsoever. Um, and so that's why like any string instrument is my I was going to say to talk in French is unfortunately not good. Is it supposed to be like very no, it's not. It's not supposed to be like super gelatinous. It's pillowy. That would be good good way to describe it. What do you think, Leo? I can change the color of the letters. Instead of orange, hold on. Let me switch it. No, no, whoops. Edge color. Huh? What is this? Electric guitar, usually nickel steam. Yeah. Um, no, that's not this. That's not it. Is it? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. What's going on? Whoops. Oh my lord. Please set me free. Okay. There. Layer color. Good. Subcolor? Oh. Ooh. So Cleo, decide of the lettering color. 22. Oh, made in high school. Hold on. Don't worry, Kirsten. It's going to stay between you and me. Like I think Kirsten, if you were to learn um like art like I usually do, maybe red. Okay, that's perfect. Kirsten, that's so good. Hold on. That is so good. You should post it in your in the art Discord. It's so good. That's the thing, like I think okay, dance stream ended. I think aphantasia, like if it's really about like I need to draw something like out of feel free to show. I mean, I will. I will. Oh, that's so good. Okay, hold on. Save image because I am not patient for to save my life when it comes to that. Hold on. I don't know what this looks like. If it's good, hold on. Don't worry. I'm getting there. This is Okay. There you go. To be yes. Hold on. Let me make it. There we go. So image. Oh, this is so good. Kirsten, like, don't undersell yourself. Like, aphantasia is one thing, but it's not everything. Like, it's not going to prevent you from doing great art. It's just like out of the blue, if I ask you to draw something from memory, that might be something. But what is going on? Did I save it? Oops, sorry. Apparently, yes. Jeez. Okay, so let me show you the first one. Oh, goodness. So, sorry, friends. Hold on. Let me. Oh, God. It's so. I should have taken a screenshot. Did I? Do I keep on? No, it is a resize. Oh, God. Oh, God. Please. Oh, no. Hold on. Not the struggle. Oh, God. I'm. Cleo. How do you. Oh, no. No. Oh, God. Cleo, how do you do this? Transform to fit the screen? Yes, I will, cause no, this ain't it. Hold on. Preview, look, full screen. Hold on. Is it full screen? Projector preview? Is it it? Oh no. Hold on. Um, um, transform into screen for better. Okay, hold on. Transform. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Goodness. There we go. So this is one of the two. It's so good. It's so good. It is so good. I really love it. Um, Kirsten, hold on. Save. Where did I save it? Did I? Oh, okay. Let me put it on my desktop. It's going to be. I love the colors. Again, Kirsten, I'm still going to say it again and again. You do have like such a good eye for the colors. Like so good. Um, it's great. I love it. It's supposed to be a portrait of hold on. Revolution with situation before native situation and our oh, really? What type of art is this? This would be considered as abstract. Mm-hmm. This is the kind of abstract art that I like. I kind of dislike some of the weird abstract art that exists out there. But this is so good. I love the colors that you picked. Like I said, if it's Asia, doesn't mean that you'd be bad at drawing. Here's the second one. Oh, I just love it. That's a mixed medium. I see a collage, like with the paper, and this is so hard to make too. Um, and the background seems to be charcoal, du fusain, I think, on paper. It's so good. I really like it. I know the mask. I Kirsten, like, yeah, yeah. I'm not good at these. um, I really love it. Hey, Cleo, PO Box when? Like, Kirsten seems to be like me, with a more like more comfortable with like more traditional art, we're here for this. Hold on. That is I that's the one thing um that I never um hold on. You know when someone tells you like what's the meaning of your art? I don't have a meaning. Like never. Uh because it's really whatever I feel like drawing, I draw it. There's no like meaning behind it in my art. I just draw whatever comes into my mind. This week? Oh, Cleo. So, of all the throne gifts that you guys did, so I want to the first project that I'm most likely going to record is going to be like a watercolor that I want to send to you, Cleo. Like I think it's going to be the first thing that I'm going to record. Using background house to show everything off behind. Yeah, like I want to record the whole process. But like I said, like um, it's watercolor is like watching paint draw it dry. It's extremely long, so it's going to be something for me to kind of go through the whole process. Actually, this is kind of don't like. I might as well just do this. Lower the opacity to 30% maybe. Um, actually do this 30%, 40, no, less, 37. Yeah, there we go. And like this. Um, yeah, was for art class, so I need to have a meaning. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to like I would love to do like an actual like live stream of watercolor, but friends, we're going to be there together like for like 10 hours on like moments where I'm just going to wait. Which is that ain't it. What do you think, Cleo? I like this. It's such a V feeling to it, and I'm here for it. Hold on, shift. There you go. Mm. Oh god, this is going to be a problem. Huh. Hmm. Okay. Oh god. Why is my treats? It's not working? Question, Kirsten. Do I have to log in for the treat stream to work? Like, just a question because I don't know. Like, I set it up, but I don't know like how it works. And asking for a friend V, please, lady. When you start streaming V, you better have a treat stream too. You don't know? Me neither. Let me log on. Maybe it's that. I need to log on the actual website for it to be activated? No. Food delivery is currently undergoing maintenance. Huh? Boo. Boo. I have no trouble eating. We want just to show love, you know? Okay. Hold on. I just logged on. Yay, apply! Wouldn't you want to take your art project? Cleo. Cleo, Cleo, Cleo. Okay. I see it. Hold on. Enabled. Okay. Yeah, no. It's abled. Thank you, Aplar. Isn't this like a V energy? We need an Aplar emote too. There we go. Let me crop this and send it to Cleo. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like I just logged on the treat stream thing. There we go. Applar. Stop with you don't deserve. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to name it Queen Purr. You do Applar. Like, again, I will fight you if you keep saying that. I will no longer support you. Can Applar be a booger? Not the Among Us. Yes, yes, an Among Us. For Cat, I saw that she was talking about like a Snorlax. I could definitely put a Snorlax. I'm here for it, friends. I'm here for it. There you go. So I don't know. Like I just logged on. It should work because for me the whole thing like looks okay. Oh, where is it? Friends, I have so many emotes. Okay, Passy Cat. Hold on. Queen Purr. Okay, there we go. Cleo, second emote. Ready? Let me Control C. Actually, no. Oh, it makes me. The gag is I don't even wear red nails ever. Oh, this is so funny. But an Among Us, yeah. Apply. You deserve a good emote, just as like any of the OG. Tell me if it works. Cleo. If it looks a bit off, I'm going to um obviously I'm going to like change things around. Okay. I do really like the Katie one. All right, copy, cut and paste, copy and paste. You don't feel worthy. Again, Aplar, I will fight you. You are just as worthy. Needs to be smaller. Oh, Cleo, my heart. Huh? Hold on. What? Oh, no, normal. Here. Okay, hold on. Delete. Whoops. You ready to fight? Who bought other thing for your cat? Who did? Oh, V, you did not. 1 meg? Oh my god. 1.2. You're ready to fight? Apply. You will have to fight me and 70 other people. You can compress it? Yeah, if you can. If you lose too much of the quality, tell me. I'll try to figure out like something. Apar, you're going to fight like 70 people. I don't know who the 70 is, but it sounds like a good number. Look at the baby. Oh my god, she's so cute. 70. Yeah, I said it. 70 people. No, it is not. Like I put how do you compress it by the way? Um Without affecting the quality. That is a good question. I would fit yeah. Besides. Oh my god. V, thank you so much. And see Cleo, this is the reason why I wouldn't want to put the tablet, the graphic tablet that I want on throne because I'm scared of you all. Just looking at the amount like that got bought already oh my god. No. Um I am Jesus. But yeah, resizing would work. Ooh. See, you're also scared. Technically, the throne terror will happen. Whoops. Only if 100 subs. Really? Oh, God. Thank you. Um, Jesus. Okay. Thank you. What tablet? V. Thank you all so much. So V for the tablet because I was like I'm currently streaming from my work tablet. Um, yeah. I shouldn't do that because it's a work tablet. But yeah, I just I have a very thank you all. Oh my God, I wish I could do something for you all. Um, but yeah, so basically, oh God, no, not this. What is going on here? Oh, okay, the opacity was off. So basically, I do stream from my work tablet, but the surface itself is very small. So right now, like whatever like size that you see here is really because that's what I see on my screen, which is terribly small. Um, it still works. Or you happen to work? No, it's my actual work tablet. Like I do have an external hard drive with all my patient file in it. Tell me the tablet V. V. Ma'am, sit down. Sit down. Um, I do have a model in mind already that I looked kind of like did a lot of research. I need to put a chair. I know. If I started and oh, yes. I don't think I could sing Rask, but thank you for the 100. Yes, we're singing the Katie. Bien joué. Thank you. We're saying the Katie one. It shouldn't take too long to draw. Is everyone's chair just collapsing nowadays? It's because chairs are so like first of all, the shit is expensive. Rask, by the way, you do need a throne. If you do need a throne like invite link to make it like faster to be approved by throne, I can give you one or Kirsten can give you one. Because sir, your chair is just Yeah, no, this is not happening. Um, but yeah, no, V, you're a menace. Sit down. Um, because the tablet itself, the graphic tablet I'm looking for is quite expensive, mostly. And I didn't take like the most expensive one because nobody needs that. But it's also because, um hold on. This should fit like this. Yeah. Um it's because, especially for a tablet, I tend to treat my electronics like pretty well, so it lasts for a very long time. So I'm more of a person that would spend a little bit more on stuff instead of like buying a cheaper version and having to replace it all the time. Got your chair for 79 bucks. Oh my god. Cleo, 300 bucks, still alive. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I think paying for a good like quality chair or like a good quality something is more, I would say, environmentally efficient. And I mean, if anyone thinks like knows the contrary or like have some kind of like I am an environmental bachelor, you know. Uh like please you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I personally think that instead of like just buying a very cheaper version of things, spending a little bit more for a good quality that would last you for a long time is key. Even cheap chairs are expensive. Yeah, I know. Chairs are important, friends. Chair reveal dig. Yeah, I'd love to know, like, dig what kind of chair, because I could look for it at some point and have anxiety looking at it. But for the tablet, it's the same thing. Like, I didn't take the most expensive one because obviously I'm not a like a pro artist, but also like that looks like demonic. Um, Finding Santa doesn't exist. Oh my god. Okay. Aplar. Marcus from IKEA. Ooh. For the lettering, I'm going to change this, but for this, actually, let me change it. I think it's. Let me look at the blue. It's this blue. Yeah, ish. So it actually, for the wrench, it would work. I'm sure I've had a legit no use. Oh no. I totally get it. Currently, the chair that I'm sitting on in the small office. So whenever I do a draw stream, because I need a like pretty big screen, and my current screen, like for my main desktop, is not as big. Um, I go into the small office um, to to stream because I have a much bigger screen there. But also because I don't want to fall asleep, I I yeah I don't have a lot of the current chair that I'm sitting is like a regular chair with like four like that doesn't roll or anything. The window was an illusion. Oh god. The window was an illusion. Oh god. A moment of silence for the discovery. In a bougie. New York City apartment. Um, actually, let me go directly there. I think for Katie. Mhm. Hold on. Oh, interesting. It doesn't stand out much. Cleo. I need to be bolder. Whoa. Nope. Hold on. Let me work on that, Cleo. I need to be bolder but with the shading. Let me take like need to figure out where. Okay. So it's going to be here for the shadow. There we go. Link. Lock. It's tough, man. Like shout out to Artsy who makes her own emote. Lukewarm leaf water. The compression too. Now maybe it's the no, I think it's actually like it's really the shading of it. Hold on. Can I add like how so this is me. I don't know how to add a so I've seen artists the way that they do thing is that they okay, there we go. They can use like layers to only color on what's already drawn. Lukewarm leaf water. That's so funny. I love tea. Oh god. Oh jeez. Whoops. There we go. Hold on, it's so hard. The old chair was like, no. Sciatica sucks. Hi, Imani. How are you? Oh, that sucks. I'm glad, Kaylee. And you have a Shiba? We need to see pictures. Yeah, Sproutsy, you do need a new chair too. Sciatica blows. It requires a lot of exercises, reinforcement, but there's also like a lot of like just positioning in general. Like when it comes to chair, when it comes to even when you sleep, putting a pillow in between your legs. There's a lot of like management to do with sciatica, so that's actually that blows. And I noticed she doesn't have whiskers. Tragic. Are you gonna try to make my profile picture of my old toy? Ooh, I mean, that could be something. That could be something for sure. Hold on, let me see. Ooh, it's actually more dramatic. Hold on, let me try to size it. Yeah, it's a lot more dramatic. Good. Good, good, good. Excellent. And what chair sprouts? Asking for a friend. Ooh, jeez. There you go. Not me forgetting that cats had whiskers. Whoops. No. Jesus. Recovering information? Oh my goodness. Any extra emote can be added to Discord. True. Herman Miller, Luggy and Body Gaming, and it's so expensive, but the Aaron is better. I think you can get it on sale. So Imani, I'm right now I'm kind of on a roll for the emotes, so it might not be now. If you were here for Gartic, I'm so sorry. Um, I'm just trying to figure out like, hold on, export single layer PNG. I need to look at that. Queen per. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Is it 32 by 32 pixels, correct? There we go. Oh, but you did put like 32 by 32, and it was like 1.2 meg. Hold on. Let me see. That is so small. Oh, goodness. Hold on. At work, I had an Aaron that had been through something that replaced part 25 years old. Yeah. Looking, even for chairs, like I'm still kind of looking for a good chair. Because I'm not really I mean, I'm used to it, but I'm not too used on like staying like sitting down for a long time. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. So Clio, I already set it on 32 by 32. I kind of want to see if this is 32 by 32. Try and see. Oh, Jesus. Something is off. Hold on, let me... I think I know what. Okay, let me delete it. Don't worry. I think it's this. This is what bothers me. The green. There we go. It was layer 5, if I remember correctly. By the joys of making emotes. No? Yes? Maybe? 4? Okay. Nope. The mesh concept? Yeah, for sure. Especially like during the summertime, I kind of dislike having like some kind of like leathery feeling on the back because it's too warm for me. V looks devious now with the shadow. You might want to post like afterward, like the model on Discord. That would be great. I would highly enjoy it. Now, hold on. With this, I'm going to put the shadow and opacity down to very little. And let me do it with a very steady hand. There we go. There you go. Like emotes usually kind of look so wonky. So it kind of looks like this. Yeah, much better. Yeah, much, much, much better. Okay, let me do another swipe. There we go. Yeah, okay, let's go. Export single layer PNG. Queen bird 2. There we go. Whoops. There we go. 32 by 32 pixels. There we go. Okay. So, let me send it to you, Cleo. So that should be, like, you shouldn't have to resize it. I'm sending you, like, the 32 by 32 directly. There you go. I think it's better. Oh, Jesus. I mean, we know what is what it is, but can I save it? Yeah, let's save it. Okay, back to the KD one. So, let me fill. There we go. It's a bit darker, lighter. There we go. And then it filled the whole thing. Where is it leaking? I don't see it. Whoops. Well, too bad. Ended up a 17 hours video. Whoops. That sounds that sounds bad. Hard drive is full. Okay, let me just fill this so I don't actually mind the rest. Oh, yeah, this one is so cute. Now Katie can bonk us anytime. Even though, like I mentioned before, old one, new two, looks pixelated. Oh yeah, mine looks pixelated. Crap. Jesus, hold on. That means that I shouldn't be the one resizing it. I don't know what magic you did. Oh goodness. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yes, replace it. Original ratio 100. There you go. I leave it to you, Cleo, for the bitrate. Oh my god. There you go. Per 2. I did that again. So I just sent you the quote unquote full. No! Did I not save it? Hold on, Cleo. Let me delete it. Hold on. What happened? Did I save it underneath a new name? Oh, Jesus. Okay. This. Sorry. Oh my god, I hate it. We hate it here. Sorry, Cleo, hold on. Let me just... 1 gig per hour? Oh god. That blows. I hate it. And the green again. We're back here. There you go. Dark green. It was layer. Was it 6? No, I think it was 4. Yeah, it was 4. There you go. Okay, 43%. Homework slacking. Oh no, Kaylee. Have a nice homework moment, if that can ever be possible. Only 70 gig. Guess black screen doesn't. Oh, God. Okay. Whew. Okay. Bye, Kaylee. Thank you so much for passing by. This is super upsetting. Okay. Okay. Another. Here we go. Jesus. Who knew that making emotes was so complicated? There. So hopefully it's going to turn out well. I'm going to keep it open. Let's go back to this. So this layer will go down here. There we go. I'm going to hide it, make a new one that goes on top. Now for the brown bat, it's going to be like this. Ooh, all right. Excellent. I can hide this. Now this can be changed into a darker color, not too dark, because otherwise it's too brutal. There we go. Good. Whew. Okay. So this needs to be cleaned just a tiny bit, because this ain't it. There we go. Okay. Block. I'm going to use white here. Yesterday was so much faster. Yesterday was so much faster. And here. And the snout. I'd be interested in a podcast where, Cleo, you do explain like where some of the songs that you wrote like came from. Like what's the back history of it? To kind of give us a little bit more context on yeah. Like what inspired them. Like if there's like any particular event. I mean, all the albums are kind of like this, you know. We do get inspired. Mm-hmm.
I can't do it anymore. I'm done. If you gon' talk, if you gon' walk,
Because there's some like artists that obviously like write songs, you know, not to take like away from like their hard work behind it, but there's not like much meaning behind it, to be honest. Um, but I think, especially for your songs, like I feel like there's a meaning behind, because I mean, if you take like few seconds to just listen to the lyrics, you know, you want to know the love song, not because you're nosy. Applaud. I see, but I hope I'm doing your dog justice, Katie, because your dog looks like such a sweetheart. And I never noticed that it was like a unicorn, unicorn horns. So I was like, oh yes, this is perfect. But yeah, like this is actually like how I feel about like some of the songs. I'm like, oh, there's clearly like a deeper meaning, or at least like backstory. Um, Not because it feels targeted, but almost like it's not like you singing just like something. It's really like it almost feels like a discussion, or like a thought that you had at a certain point, but either didn't go the way that you wanted, or like couldn't happen for XY reason, and it needed to come out because it's just like a, what I would say, like a festering thought. Like it's something that would stick with you. And so, like obviously music is your outlet, and so you just created something. But that's my own, obviously, my own interpretation. So I think that's why like having a more of a like a context behind it would be good. Yeah, the storytelling of it all is what interests me. And obviously, like reveal only what you want to reveal. Not doesn't have to be like everything. So I'm like thinking about like a artist like Adele, that whenever she releases a an album, it's like obviously, well, like all the years, like her birthdays and what if she experienced during like, I say like 19. She was 19 years old when she made it, which is mind blowing to me. She's whew. Um, but yeah, so like what's you can hear like whenever she had like a heartbreak or feel bad this whole time I've been singing along this song and turns out it's about a heartbreak or something. Yes. And I don't think you should feel bad, because music, just like heart, just like art, really um varies from person to person. Like the fact that you heard this specific song and you interpreted it like differently, it's not bad in itself, you know? But I see what you mean. Do we totally need some kind of like podcast or interview something? Which, by the way, Brit, if you're still around, I think you would be a good person to do that. Just thinking. Or artsy. Yeah, could be artsy gamer. Artsy does have like a very good way of interviewing. Even EJ, I don't think like EJ does like podcasts at all. Why don't I do it? Hmm, I don't know. Good question. Not Aplar asking all the questions that I haven't thought about before. I don't think I have a like a natural interview skill set. Maybe that's why like it doesn't feel like a. But I feel like a more experienced person like for because I think okay, here's the reason why I didn't think about myself is that because of my brain like I'm we would go on forever, and a podcast needs to be kind of structured to not make it like 17 hours long. And I think Cleo and I would have like those extremely long podcasts, but it would be kind of like a pain in the ass to edit. Apply content when you know playing Mario Kart with everyone. You do have the potential too. But yeah, so I think like having someone who's a little bit more structured would help, especially for an interview or a podcast on that scale, if that makes sense. Bullet list of topic. But that's the thing, like we would have a bullet list and it would just like it would just go off on a tangent and we would drift away from the bullet point list. I think that's what kind of not scares me, but deters me from doing a podcast. Need some practice in that field. Not everyone starts as yeah, true, true. And it's interesting because I can conduct an interview, like a medical interview, like pretty well and fast. But like when it comes to especially like a topic that interests me, I would have like so many questions to ask, and like even like listening to the answer, I would have like more questioning about this. Like I wouldn't be able to help it. And a bit like artsy, like having an audience to kind of interact would be interesting. To answer the questions, and it's like, but I see what you mean. Oh my god, I love the Katie one. Random question. What's the upside down? I know. What the heck? That you're so right. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know. This is an excellent question. I'm kind of perplexed. No. Tell me the whole drawing isn't upside down. And even if it is, it doesn't bother me. But it looks like it. Yeah, all the layers are upside down. What the heck happened? Okay, hold on. Okay. Edit, hold on. Rotate canvas by flip vertical. Ta-da! It's fixed. It's fixed. Apparently, something happened, and now we're safe. The upside down emoji. Okay. Hmm. There we go. Good. And now for the Katie writing. You know what? Let's I think yeah, Katie. Or should it be bonk? I think a bonk could work. Give it a try if you want. It can be your practice interviewee. Asking all the deets of your life. Yeah, it is a practice. Like even in when I have to ask like for a medical question. Yeah, bonk I think sounds better. Okay, let me do that. Even when I practice for my my field of work, it took me a while to kind of be able to conduct a medical questionnaire and make it fluid, you know. Yeah. Because for me, like, it needs to flow. I actually love it. Oh, this is great. This is actually great. I need to interview people this week. I'm not looking forward to it because I'm not done with my question. Ooh, who are you interviewing, Kirsten? Is it for school? I can believe it. You see Penny? Oh. I think this is by far the fastest. Or maybe because I'm like in a good like momentum when it comes to my drawings. If we for the colors, okay, so I can do this. Perfect. Oops. It is super cute. I'm so happy. There, a little bit on the left to center it. There, crop. Export single layer, PNG. So it is Penny, Monk. 3 in 1 stream. I know. I think it's because I start like feeling a little bit more like comfortable and understanding like what I need to do. Let me just there's more. There is more. I'm flying through it, but I need to do interview professional and safety security branch. Ooh, that is interesting. That is so interesting. Like, is it a long interview that you have to do, or is it like a very like let's say 1 hour or something kind of situation? Save as Penny Monk. Okay, so that's I'm going to keep it there. All right. I really want to do the hype one. All right, copy. Don't worry, Cleo. I hope it's 30 minutes to 1 hour. Yeah. There's definitely like interviewers that I really admire. Nardward is one of them. Um, Anthony Padilla, um, Sean Evans from the Hot Ones. Like, and I love listening to them like do interviews, but I don't know how they do it. Like, it's not only like yeah, like just the questioning, the flow of everything is so good. Let me actually, I'm going to blow it up. There we go. This one I enjoy so much. Let me try to make it bigger. Maybe that's the thing with all of my drawing. It's going to be a test. If it turns out better, it means because it's the sizing. And if I need to do that, I can fix that. But yeah, like I do listen to a lot of like podcasts or interviews, and there's like a very natural flow to it. Obviously, they're also extremely well prepared. Um, that make it like so much better. Um, like having all the questions ready to be asked is definitely something that I admire. So let me do that. Actually, can I? Let me 1.7. Should I start with almost 2? Yeah, almost 2. Sounds good. Okay, actually, it's quite fine if I do this. There you go. There you go. We need to connect here just to make sure. New game to add to your wish list. Ooh, what is it, Kirsten? I'm curious. Would play like other artist music, but I'm for sure going to get flagged by YouTubes if I do that. So enjoy Cleo on repeat. Unless you guys are sick and tired of hearing him, which I'm sorry, I apologize. I can definitely like switch playlists. I do have like other playlists on deck. Thanks to Kirsten. Return to the Obra Drin. But to give advice based on a couple of times I've given interviews, definitely make sure that one, have your question ready. Yeah. I totally get what you mean. Return of the Obradin. Din. Never heard of it before. No, actually, you know what? Yeah, better. Okay. Look it up on Steam. It looks so good. I will. I will. Go like this. Good. Oh, he looks so happy. Good. Cleo needs to put his lo-fi music on Spotify. I know. I think that's like niche games are so interesting. Like it's its own thing, to be honest. Indie game. Sleepy time playlist. Yes. There's also need to be an update of all the Animal Crossing songs because we do have like Hemfree, we do have like the Cherry song, the Rodeo song soon. Hey Luigi, how are you? If you're here for Gartic, I have to apologize in advance because I am kind of on a roll when it comes to emotes. And so we might not do a Gartic in the end. So I'm sorry. But hi, how are you? You want a Lopez song? Yes. Lopez is so cool. I think I had him. I think. No, I had him on my New Leaf Town. I love Lopez. He's also like a sweetheart. Hourly music lo-fi. Making Animal Crossing for Spotify. I don't know. Because I'm currently playing his Spotify. And I don't see anything. I don't see anything, unfortunately. He's your favorite? Yeah. I don't have a favorite Animal Crossing character. I relate to Dan on that aspect. Like, A lot of people ask Dan, like, what's your favorite Animal Crossing character? Dan doesn't have any. And I'm like, yes, I don't either. Like, should I have a favorite Animal Crossing character? Like, is there an assignment I wasn't aware of? There we go. Now, erase this. Whoops. Nope. Not all this. Just this. Excellent. But yeah, no. I had Lopez in my New Leaf town, and I really enjoyed him. I don't think it's necessary to have a favorite villager. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely going to be like villagers where you kind of like, I hope I'm never going to get them. Um, but it's never about like I love or hate. It's more about like it doesn't fit the aesthetic of my own like city, you know, or island. There we go. The boombox situation. And then the panel. Let me just do this because I'm kind of going to follow this. There we go. It's so cute. I love it. Okay. Time to fill it. So, should I actually do this? Yes, I think I should. I'm going to do the Gartic route with a change of opacity. Just need to make sure that, okay, so this feels good. Excellent. There we go, boombox, whoops. Nope, okay, so apparently I'm going to do that. There we go. Excellent. So that's the boombox situation. Good. What else can I fit in this layer? I could maybe with a blue for the shirt. Yeah, let's do this. The blue, like a somewhat darker navy blue. Found out games that you may like. There isn't a hype emote. I know. That's why I'm like, yes, we do need a hype emote. And same here, Katie. I hope that it turned out well. I'm going to work hard to make sure that, with Cleo, to make sure that everything fits. Because I find it like it needs to be, like, well. And Katie, hold on. Kirsten, what did you link me? Let me see. Passepartout, the starving artist. Experience the life of a starving artist. Passepartout puts into the shoes of a French artist trying to navigate to the beautifully confusing art scene. Paint and sell your own art to survive your expensive wine and baguette addiction. Features paint your own masterpiece. Oh, even you can become the next Van Gogh. That is so funny. Welcome back, Imani. I don't know if you heard like my message earlier that I might not get into Gartic in the end, which I'm again terribly sorry. Anyone who wants to play Gartic, I feel so bad for you guys. So feel free to just, switch the stream. It's really because I'm kind of on a roll when it comes to emote making, and I don't want to lose that momentum because it's like putting pause on something that goes along like pretty well. I don't. It kind of like breaks the flow. So, I spam the Morgan Freeman. I know. The Morgan Freeman emote is so cute. The tiny face. Did you try? No, not yet. It would be kind of hard for me to do that because I do need a bigger picture of it, or kind of like a way to Google it to have like some kind of like visual reference. Okay, so this layer is okay. Now let me so. Okay, that should be okay. There we go. Yes, okay. And then there's a dread situation too. Let me darker, much darker. There you go. Whoops. Drawing a Plar face reveal when? But yeah, the Passepartout thing, like, looks kind of fun. I'll definitely look into it. If it's too hard, maybe because I'm... If it's too hard... I'll see. Like, right now, like, most of the drawing that I do are mostly, like, commissioned, to be perfectly honest. So, like, that's the reason why, like, I'm currently having a blast. Like, I don't... Or, like, it's really something that came out of the blue. Just like, the monkey on Cleo's stream. Oh god. What is it? Okay. So the bandana might be able to do something nice like this. So it was orange-ish. Oh. Too bad like YouTube's transition when it comes to drawing, like the playlist music, really sucks. Yeah, you do need to reach the amount of watch hours to get that. We'll get there, little by little. Is it when you say that when it comes to like small, is it because you want to have a camera open? Oh, Jesus. Something went wrong here. Oh my god, this song. I love the Animal Crossing songs. They're so catchy and feel good. Thank you, Nutmeg. But yeah, no, emotes doesn't really mean much. Like, to be honest, it's really like, I enjoy drawing and doing my like own let's play of games that I enjoy. But emotes on everything. They're like a very nice touch to use in chat, but we can survive without it. Especially because YouTube added more. I kind of wish they had like a hype emote or something similar to that, but hey, we can't be too picky. Yeah, true. It's like a nice like reward to have like emotes. Okay, there you go. That should be good. Let me erase this part already. I mean, it is, do you know other things to say because you're only 8? Custom games. No, most likely not. I am kind of on a streak for emotes, so most likely no. Okay, let me see. There you go. Here. Good. And then put here. Fill the mouth. Good. So now we have the template color. I can start with boombox. Lessen the opacity. Yes. Okay, good. Alright, let me see. Let me change this. Yeah, 100 subs. I am still mind blown. Very honored at the same time, too. It is wild. It is wild to me. But I'm very, again, very honored for all the support, really. Thank you, Katie. It's always the same thing. I think that all like YouTuber goes through of it's kind of like surreal because you never expect anyone really like either watching your content or just supporting you like on that aspect, like that kind of support, if that makes sense. Actually, I might do it just a gray one. Okay, let me. Okay, so that's fine, but I want to. Oh, V, thank you. Thank you, Neptune. I could actually leave that. Yeah, that could work. This is, again, it's something. I never... It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for just being here. Like, it's funny because even though, like, even if nobody was watching right now, I would still be, like, drawing those emotes. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, for guys, because I know what I have been going on for, like, a while. Please don't forget to take a break. Do other stuff. Like, you can put me in the background. You can just leave the stream and come back later. Like, this is fine. Welcome back, Leo. Hope it wasn't too chaotic for the phone call. Are you on call, like, for work? Like, yes, self-care. You install a toilet? That's so funny. Hey, it's like one of my good friends. She calls me every time she wants to be productive because apparently I'm helping her being like making her focused. It's just about a trip that is coming out there, some logistic over the world over. Oh God, I hate that for you. And do they like? Is there a reason why they call you specifically? Just asking. Cause I'm like, aren't you all adults? Like, can't you deal with this on your own instead of like par with a good questions? Apar, you should run interviews too. You do have good questions. You are? Oh, okay. So now the next question of me being nosy is where and for what? I would have kind of take it out. Yeah. It's a long story. Okay. Don't worry. Not related. Oh, supposed to be. Okay. Okay, okay. Colorado? Never been there before. Never been there before. Actually, I'm going to do it here. That's cool, though. I don't know if you want to give me a guess for a short podcast. I could call you. I mean, yes? Like, now? Or what? That song kills me because of the reaction of a cantaloupe. I was like, not the cantaloupe situation. Hi, Bailey. Oh, now. Okay, hold on. I need to. Oh, Spotify. Let me lower it. You can call me anytime. Don't want to throw off your mojo. No, don't worry. I multitasking is my middle name. The cantaloupe. Katie. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Short story. Pop in and leave. Like, chat is not going to let you leave. Because we do have like an audience. And if they have questions, then but yeah, no, by all means, like you can call me. Oh my god. Bailey. Not that impressive, but thank you. Yeah, chat holding Cleo hostage. I mean, friends, we do have the occasion of having composer Cleo available for a talk, plus a chat, bag of chips. Join the call, chaotic commentary. That'd be so funny. Instead of going into a call, like going into the free chat thing. I have no clue why there's 3 bars, but hey, I was lazy. I like this. Hmm. So yeah, anytime you want. It could be also, like I said, in the free chat if you want some chaotic energy from Aplar. But Colorado, I know nothing about. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry, friends. Hi. Hello. Oh, unmute. Mm-hmm. Hello, hello. Oh, Jesus. Hi.
Hello.
God. Hold on. Yes. Hello.
No, you're good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do I sound okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. What is up?
Always nice to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Uh.
Okay. That
So,
doesn't start
so
well.
no, it's not. It's not great. Good.
Oh no.
Um. So no, I mean, we're assuming it'll still happen, but
Okay.
so okay. I'll start from the beginning. It's not too long of a story, so I'll be here, but then I'll be gone because I'm gonna continue to rest my voice.
Yeah.
Um. I've at my job we run a dual site kind of operations thing.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much, um, uh, one location is here in Maryland where I live, and the
Mm-hmm.
other one is in Colorado. Um, and so I've worked at this job now for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known the people over there for that time, but I've never met a lot of them in real life.
Okay.
So, um, my counterpart coworker, my only coworker actually, came or my first year when I was working here to visit,
Mm-hmm.
and so I got to meet her. And since then, we've been really close.
Mm-hmm.
So we've always talked about me heading out to Colorado since I've never been.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, it'd be really cool. So of course, then COVID happened, and then
Mm-hmm.
lockdowns and all that stuff. And then so just now this year, we were talking like, okay, I'm just gonna buy the tickets. We're gonna come out there. I'm gonna see you. And she's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, let's do it. Like, and my old boss at the time also lives out there, so there's like a bunch of reasons to pretty much go out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so, um, so we had that conversation, but since then we have like new people that have started at the job that are part of the team that we support.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're pretty cool. So there came a time where we were all on the phone and talking about work stuff, our work drama ultimately, really. But
Mm-hmm.
um, and then my coworker was like, "Hey, you should come along," like to the people who we were talking with. And there's two others.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, "Yeah, yeah." Sorry, I'm not using names because
Yeah,
the
no, no.
people
Oh,
sometimes
obviously.
to
This is fine.
yeah, yeah. And the work people also watch my stream sometimes too. So it's probably kind of problematic, but this is not my stream, so it's okay. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but they're like, "Yeah, you should come along." So I was like, "Yeah, it'd be kind of cool." And they were all like, "Yeah, I'm down." So then I was like, "Okay, well then cool. Like, let's just let us know your schedule and like, well, whatever."
Mm-hmm.
So one of the people has a dog, so had to figure out like, and he lived alone, so he had to figure out like how to kind of make sure that his dog is taken care of and
Mm-hmm.
covered. So that's perfectly fine. So
Mm-hmm.
we were supposed to go in November initially, but then like family time, Thanksgiving stuff was around, and so
Yeah.
it was conflicting. So we pushed it back to December. But the biggest, I guess, piece of the puzzle is their work schedule is they work 3 12s, and then they work 3 12s and then 1 8 hour to make their 40 hours. So that's their schedule. So, like, for
Oh,
example,
Jesus.
Saturday they would work 12 hours, Sunday they work 12 hours, Monday they work 12 hours, and that's 36 hours for the week. And then for the next week they work 12 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours, and then an 8 hour to meet their full 80 hours for the pay period.
Oh, Jesus.
Um,
Okay.
so that's kind of like how their schedules are, and it's a day and night shift kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they work from like 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Um, so they have a long week and a short week.
Okay.
Uh, so initially, when we planned this whole thing, I was gonna take off some time so I could go, of course, to Colorado, and then they were gonna request off time, or they wouldn't need to request off time because it was gonna be a short trip and it was gonna be on their off week so that they wouldn't have to take off any time
Mm-hmm.
because they work only those 3 days, those Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They'd be off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which is when we take the trip for.
Mm-hmm.
So the trip was gonna be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, short trip. but we're gonna just head out there.
Mhm.
Um, and so we got the tickets. I bought them. They paid me the money,
Mhm.
and everything was fine. All to find out, and I we chose a specific date, thinking it was their short week. All to find out that it was actually their long week.
No.
So the tickets are bought. Um, it's actually the week where they're supposed to work the Tuesday.
Oh, Jesus.
There's only four of them on the shift.
Mhm.
So, oh, God, there's another piece of this too.
Oh
Um,
no.
it was supposed to be just the two of them that were on the call, and then myself and my coworker. So four of us total, but
Mhm.
three of us were going to be leaving from Maryland to go to Colorado. Um, One of them decided to talk about this trip out loud in office, which, and they have, they work with four other people. They work with four people, so there's four people in the office. I'm sorry, there's so many numbers here. There's four
No.
people in office that work on the shift. So two of them are going to be leaving, but one of them decided to talk about this out loud, which I wouldn't have done that, but okay.
Yeah,
Um,
no.
and because they did, the other one, they're also kind of close with, was like, oh, well, that sounds kind of fun. And then well, they were invited as well. So that means three of the four people that are supposed to be on shift were supposed to be going on this trip. So that's, for
Oh
one,
god.
problematic just from a coverage standpoint,
Yep.
because why why is 75% of our workforce leaving?
Mhm.
Um, and then it wasn't a good look.
No.
It wasn't really talked about like why or anything, but of course the last person on shift heard the conversation as well. So now they hear, oh, my other coworkers, three of my other shift people, are leaving to go on a trip to pretty much see people that are considered our management, you know.
Yeah.
So it just seemed kind of like conflict of interesty kind of thing.
Mhm.
Um, but it wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to just be, a little small trip, and
Mhm.
everyone was kind of friendly, and we get to meet some of the people on the other side that we work with.
Mhm.
But it was like not scheduled by management or anything. So now that there's three people that are leaving from this side. Um, and it's a short it's all of their long week. So according to the schedule, all of them are supposed to work a 12-hour day on Tuesday.
Oh
So
goodness.
that doesn't quite work with leaving out
No,
um
not at
you
all.
know um so, and unfortunately our flight is like, it's actually really close to when they get off, but like not close enough. Like it's like, the flight is at 5 and they would get off at 6:30. So, I mean,
Jesus.
unless they
Okay.
work something out, like you'd have obviously to be at airport like a little early.
Yep.
So
Oh
they would have to
no.
like figure something out with a night shift for them to come in early. But then the concern now is, why is it that, now more people are kind of getting involved, where it's like night shift knows now, huh, three people from the team are leaving early to do something. Like, why are they doing this?
Oh my
So it
god.
just raised more questions, more headache.
I
Um,
am cringing inside with pain.
and so the call that I just got was from my coworker, who was pretty much just like, why did they not like confirm or factor this in before,
Mhm.
like, we went through with this? Like, because we don't see their schedule. I mean,
Mhm.
we can look for it, but like, if anyone would know, it would be them who have to work it.
Yep.
Again, they gave us the date. They're like, yeah, this is the date that works. It's a short week, blah 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 blah. But I mean, it was incorrect. So I mean, I get it. It may have been a mistake, but I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's a big mistake.
Yep.
In fact, it's a $400 mistake because that's how much the tickets were.
No.
So, um, so the conversation was that, and then trying to figure out, I guess, like what we could do. It
Mhm.
seems like the next best option would be for them to, we can change the flight. Of course, there's a fee. We
Mhm.
didn't get like the insurance thing, so
Yeah.
change the flight so that like some people fly out the next day. I'm not on shift, so I'm fine. Like, this doesn't affect
Mhm.
me, but of course it affects them. So they'd have to fly out like the next morning instead of like that day, that evening, that afternoon, or whatever. So,
Mhm.
um, it's just it's just a
Oh,
pain,
it
and it's just
is.
like, in all honesty, like I was talking to my coworker, and we're kind of just saying it really should have just been like me coming out, honestly, because
Mhm.
adding them in and then like and honestly, also it's kind of hard because so like I was saying, we're kind of in a managerial role in comparison to them,
Mhm.
where we kind of oversee their work and like we give them like tests based on our systems, and they have to like we grade their tests and things like that.
Mhm.
So there is kind of a conflict of interest in the
Yeah.
sense that like we're management, but like we weren't treating it that way in the sense that like oh they're cool, everything's cool, we're not like we're not flexing our management power and like saying, "Oh, we like them more" or anything. It wasn't supposed to be that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Of course, it can be viewed that way still, um, but like in a way, like this oversight is kind of making me like question their judgment because the reason why they were like kind of we're looking, or even talking to them like this is because they've always been pretty sharp and on it, and or so
Mhm.
we've seen. But it looks more like it's just that they've been really good at playing like the social game where
Yeah.
they're good at like talking to their management because I mean technically we're their management, so like they've just been able to show us their best side. Um,
Mhm.
and
Oof.
I don't know if that was because we're management now. Like I don't know if it was because they thought we were friends. Like I don't know what part of that is what. So it's kind of like yeah. But and I was telling my coworker just now, I was like, it's kind of wild too that like I've only heard from one of them since this whole came out. This happened yesterday
Mhm.
when we found out that this was their that the conflict. The rest of them have not said anything. So to me, if I was supposed to be going this trip, and I paid the money for it and all this stuff, I
Mhm.
would be trying to remediate or say something or fix something and and something. But
Yeah.
no, they all just seem like, oh well, we paid the money, nothing, no conversation, no hey, sorry that this happened. Hey,
Oh,
sorry
that
that there's this
sucks.
conflict. Hey, it's nothing. I haven't heard anything. So it's like between my coworker and I now to pretty much figure out their tickets, but these are grown folk. Like,
Take care for your
um,
own tickets.
yeah, that's what I
I
was.
mean,
I,
jeez. At this point, like, if I was in that kind of situation, I would definitely be like, okay, crap, that's my bad. Look, keep doing your own thing because obviously
Mhm,
it started with you, and
mhm.
I need to get out of this own my own mess basically because I'm the
Yeah,
one
exactly,
who didn't pay attention. Oh, that
exactly,
blows. Like, what do you have to
exactly.
deal with this? Like, they're
Yeah,
not your
that's
kids. Like you
they're not
mentioned,
kids.
they're
They're
full-blown
not.
adults.
They're much older than me too, which is the worst part. Like, or I mean, like by 10 years or so. But still, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
why is it that I'm trying to figure this out? And again, I can completely understand that they probably feel really bad about this, and that it was an oversight. But like, geez, the oversight is just wild. I'm so sorry for
No, it's okay.
the sound just now.
But
Geez, the oversight is just so wild. Like, why did we not?
mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't really don't understand it.
No.
So that's happening. Um,
And it,
and yeah,
hold on, go ahead. Let
I
the
was gonna say the other part that is just kind of wild is so it's already gonna be a short trip, right? So like if we
mm-hmm.
went Tuesday, we get there Tuesday night ish, right? We get there like Tuesday in the afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
because of the time difference. We're going back a couple hour or 2 hours or so.
Yeah.
So we get there, I don't know, maybe like mm, 8 p.m. And we'd have, maybe get some dinner that night, and then we could wake up early the next morning. We can go do something, which would be Wednesday. But
Mm-hmm.
now, if they get there Wednesday, I mean, then we're there Wednesday and Thursday, and then we leave Friday. So it's kind of like it just
What
kind of pushes
why do you come
on the
then? Why you come in?
exactly,
Like, stay home.
exactly,
Do you, oh
exactly.
God.
Like, what?
Again, I might be a little bit ruthless because I don't know them. But that would be my first train of thought.
Yeah, no, exactly, exactly. It's just, it's, it's so annoying.
Oh my
It's
God.
so annoying.
Uh,
It's only annoying again because it's like in a way it kind of like adds this um awkwardness to the conversation moving forward, because like this isn't an oversight on my part, this is an oversight on their part, and
mm-hmm.
like I'm sure they feel bad about it, but at the same time no one really wants to like waste money like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine like there's going to be some kind of thing of like maybe resentment from them towards us, even though we didn't really do anything outside of I guess pitch the idea to them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like, and I mean, I can take accountability for that as well. Like, I can say, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't have included them, knowing that, that this was gonna this was a potential outcome, and I didn't look this far into it to think, oh, maybe they didn't figure out their schedules. So I take accountability for that, but like,
I
I
mean,
probably shouldn't still,
no,
like,
okay. This is from a
that's
complete like outsider perspective and from
yeah,
dealing with a lot of, to say the least, shit from my my own work.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah,
no, you shouldn't. Like I
yeah,
said, you when you know your own schedule, the first thing before saying yes is to be like, hey, I'd be interested, but I need to look into the date. Plus, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure that this trip was planned like a while in advance. It's not like you kind of planned it last week or like 2 days ago. Can you
Exactly.
like even if they said yes at that point and they weren't really available, you have all
Hmm.
this time. Like I
Hmm.
if you give me an appointment and I put it in my schedule, I'm going to see my, my planner and be like, "Oh shit, I have something else at that point." Like I have my this is a long week. This is not working. You have like
Yep.
all this time to kind of
Yep.
figure your shit out and be like, "Hey, by the way, I'm sorry. Like apparently this is a long week. So for me
Hmm.
and all the other coworkers, this is not going to work." So I
Yep.
don't think that you have to feel like not like responsible for anything because to be fair, they're the one dealing with their own schedule.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's probably just me trying to like, um, see it from their side. Um,
Yeah, but no.
but I
Yes,
know.
but no.
Yeah. No, I.
Yes, but
I
no.
don't. And
This
it's just,
you're way too kind. Be a bit ruthless when it comes to that. Like I channel your inner me. Because again,
don't get me
like
wrong. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
no, no, no. It's just they're like I mentioned, they're adults. You shouldn't
Hmm.
be like they're the one who went like, "Oh, this is a good idea." And you invited them, but I mean, they should know better
Yeah,
on that
exactly,
aspect.
exactly.
Oh,
And
God.
then on top of it, it's like, it's like you said, it doesn't really, in the end, it doesn't really affect me,
Mhm.
from a monetary standpoint,
Mhm.
because again, I didn't, they paid for the tickets, they sent me the money already, so it's like, from that point, like, I'm not obligated in any way.
Mhm.
If they just don't show up for the flight, that's just it. The
Mhm.
plane's gonna take off.
Mhm.
Um, so like anything that I do now is really just to kind of, um um make sure that it doesn't affect me from a, uh, I guess, interpersonal standpoint, where it's like, oh well,
Mhm.
if this doesn't blow over well, then maybe as employees they may become more negligent, or they may be defiant, or they may have
Mhm.
this like grudge or resentment, and then
Yeah.
in, in a way that would affect me, because them failing to do their work does cause me more work. So it's like a
Mhm.
really weird situation where it's like that, and that's why I'm talking
Yeah.
about the conflict of interest
Mhm.
management kind of thing that was an oversight on my part and Kendall's part, or my coworker's part, Kendall. Because it's like, we're looking at it now like, oh geez, I didn't realize how
Mhm.
potentially messy this could have been.
Yeah.
And then the worst part, um,
There's more.
there's
No.
more. So, um, we're supposed to be staying with my coworker,
Mhm.
because she has like a bunch of space and a big house, a bunch of rooms. Well, I don't know, big house, but she has a space ultimately.
Mhm.
Um, so where she had space, okay, she has her bedroom, and then I think she said she has two other bedrooms, but then there's a couch.
Mhm.
So, um, that would have accounted for the three of us, that
Yeah.
were supposed to be going initially. But then, of
Mhm.
course, the new person was invited, who she doesn't know too well. Um, she wasn't told about that. They reached out to me and were like,
Oh
"Hey, like, I
God.
heard that I was invited. Like, what do I need to do?" And I was like, what?" I was like, "Do you know anything about the trip? Like,
Oh
I
goodness.
and I don't really know them too well either." So I was kind of looking at, the guy who invited him. I was like, "Why did you invite without consulting with the person who we're staying with? Like, we should tell the person who we're going to, hey, someone else is interested in coming. Is it okay if we invite someone else? Or not even do that because again, we're going to their house. Like, why would you invite someone else to their house? Like,
Mhm.
I was taught, she was very upset about it. I was just, I mean, she was like, I can't just say no now because now I'm gonna feel like, oh, it's like I'm
Mhm.
targeting this specific person and saying like I don't want them to come. So
God.
like put her in a weird position, but then she has to like, she has to talk to her wife about it. And she's like, oh, I gotta like make sure that it's okay and
Mhm.
all this other stuff too that we're inviting another person over and it's just added an extra layer of like
Ah, that
and then it
blows.
just and then it just didn't help that again now it's another person who's leaving the shift, so it's like it on both sides it's like, oh my goodness.
Oh no. Abort
Because if it was
mission.
just two of them, they could have kind of worked something out, where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, you know, maybe someone from night shift comes in a little early, so there's a little bit more coverage. But even if it's just two people on shift, that's fine. They have the two people, and then our requirement is to have at least two people on shift
Mhm.
at all times. So, and that's so that one person can stay in our operations center, and then if someone takes lunch, then it's not empty and there's nothing happening, and
Mhm.
or if something happens, that there's someone in there.
Yeah.
So it's just
Oh
like
God.
so
That
the whole thing is
blows. I
the
feel
whole thing is really really
I
weird.
feel so bad for you.
Yeah, and all honesty, I feel really bad for my coworker again because again, she's the one who's like
Mhm. She's
housing us all,
hosting. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's hosting exactly. So if anything were to go wrong in any way, and let's say they figured out something with night shift where night shift comes in earlier or whatever, and then something happens, all it would take is one disgruntled person to be from our side,
Mhm.
that's on shift to be like, well, the reason why we felt any pressure or stress is because these three individuals want to leave with Cleo to go on this trip over to Kendall to, you know,
Mhm.
and then management and then our management get involved. And we're
Oh
not doing anything
God.
wrong, but like they may want to pin that as like a thing that we did wrong. I don't
Mhm.
know, some kind of like fraternization or collusion. I don't know what they'd want to label it as.
Yeah.
Um, but it doesn't give me warm and fuzzies. Um,
No. Oh
uh,
God.
so it's like it's it's a yeah. So
That
I'm
sucks.
um,
Like there's no words aside from I hate it for you.
yeah.
Oh
And it sucks
God.
because it's supposed to just be a leisurely trip, get to
Yeah.
see someone I haven't seen in like 3 years, meet some of the team that I've never met,
Mhm.
and then just gotta do a little short trip just to take a trip because I don't take trips, like I haven't had like a
Mhm.
vacation in forever. So
Mhm.
I mean, it's not really a vacation per se, but little something
Mhm.
get away from everything here in the area, and it seems like it's just brought problems with it. And yeah, I don't know. I think, and I was talking with my coworker, and we kind of agreed this. Based on their work, based on their work, we felt like we expected more from them in terms of communication and
Mhm.
like them being on top of things.
For sure.
So like this happening was like, I mean, just at every level, from the new person being added, um, from them talking about it out loud during shift about like the
Mhm.
details and stuff like that, and that being kind of messy, and then now the oversight on the whole shift thing. I mean, and it just like I didn't expect this from them, and
Mhm.
me personally, I would have done everything in my power and been freaking out from like the day that the tickets were booked to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Like
Yep.
I'm I am the type that will overplan just
Mhm.
to try to sort out and avoid any hiccups or anything like that. Like
Mhm.
I'll get to the airport 2 hours early, even
Yep.
if if it's not a busy day. Like, and I'll just have a book with me, or I'll work on something in the airport. Like, I
Mhm.
will I will make sure that I do that.
Yeah.
Um, and so like seeing that they weren't kind of um, you know diligent in that way was kind of disappointing. So,
For sure. Oh
yeah,
man.
that's it.
I that really sucks. That
Yeah.
I don't again, I'm still honestly don't feel bad. Even though I don't know how disgruntled those people can be. Um, because ultimately it's again, it's on them. Like
Yeah.
if I don't know. It's on them. There's nothing else
Yeah,
that comes
no,
into my brain.
yeah, no, it is, it is. Um,
Because
it
technically,
definitely
you did
is.
nothing wrong. Like even if
Mhm.
upper management is like, oh, like why, why are you guys going to like this upper
Yeah.
management kind of meeting?
Mhm.
It's technically like as much as I understand, the whole point of the trip wasn't really like that,
Yeah, yeah.
you know.
Right, right, exactly. No, and it won't be a, I don't foresee it being a problem.
Mhm.
Um, it's just again, it's just like the brain, the part of me that's like thinking about that factor and like, okay, will that be an issue in the future?
Mhm.
So yeah, it's yeah,
Oh
it's just
goodness.
and again, I mean, things like this to me are obviously first world problems, like this isn't like going to be the end of my life. Like,
No, but
even
still,
even if we went, it's like you just learn and you do something differently next time. But
it's
it's just
unnecessary stress to
yeah,
be to be honest. Like
yeah,
you don't need that.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
I would
And
I,
then there's
I would ditch
yeah,
them. Just saying.
you would what
Just-
you said?
I would ditch them. I was like, okay, bye,
Well, so
goodbye.
it looks like yeah, it looks like the solution is probably going to be um that they changed. I'm gonna go on the day
Mm-hmm.
regardless.
Yeah.
Um, because I already took off. And in
Mm-hmm.
fact, so did my coworker. So initially they were like, "Oh, can we change it to the next week?"
No.
Like,
Bye.
what do you mean change it to the next week? Do you know like all the stuff that went into it on our part, like to make this
Mm-hmm.
happen? No. Um, but um, yeah, they were like, "Oh, can you change it the next week?" And I was like, no." But
Mm-hmm.
what they're gonna ultimately have to do if they want to go, because we can't refund the tickets, is gonna be find a replacement ticket.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like, and I checked, it seems like they're relatively inexpensive, relative to the initial price. I think it's like a $30 um change fee or something like that, and they
Mm-hmm.
can fly out again the next day, the next morning, so that
Okay.
they don't completely waste the ticket
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and then they would just return the same day. That'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but of course, they need to respond to me, and I've sent them all this information, and I haven't heard anything back yet. So it's that kind
Oh
of
my
thing.
God.
Um, so
Well,
it's like I don't should I change it for them? Like, do I make
no.
this change? And,
No, Cleo,
so it's like I
no.
don't know.
No.
Right, and that's like the position that I'm in. It's like, okay, so I'm just like on standby. I told them this is the way forward. Like, what do you want to do? And I know, and the reason why I would have to make it for them, that I'm saying that, is because since I bought the tickets, like it's under my, you know,
Mm-hmm.
name or whatever. So like I would be the one to make the modification, but like they need to tell me if they want to make the modification, and again they're not replying. So, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
like blowing their phone up like, hey, I need a response. Like I just
Yeah.
sent it to them, and I was like, well, here,
Mm-hmm.
that's the information. Let me know.
Yeah.
So,
But
yeah, but we we plan this trip in September.
mm-hmm. September?
Um,
No.
the
Mm-mm.
tickets were bought in September.
No. I again, I
Of the last
refuse.
resources.
Okay, you will not do anything. You basically you threw the information, "Hey, do you want to reschedule? What is your plan?" If they don't answer, do not run after them
Oh no,
first.
yeah, no, no,
Second,
I
you will
100% agree.
not do anything. And this is me flailing my finger in front of me because I am actually upset at the situation.
I can feel it. Now you're backing up from the screen.
Oh my God. No.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Again, I just did my, what I would consider my due
Yes.
diligence to at least let them know.
Exactly.
Um, based on them. I mean, because the message they said was like, yeah, so we're on shift, whatever, and
Katie,
then
tell them to walk to Colorado. Oh God. No, but on it, to be honest, like the way I see it is for them to not respond or say anything is just as irresponsible as someone who plans to go on vacation and didn't check if their passport is still up to date.
yeah,
It's the same thing.
it's negligence. Exactly. Agreed.
S-
100%.
So for me, I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
I did
No,
my thing.
I agree.
Do your own.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Oh,
Oh my
that's
God.
just where we're at. That solution though was what again the phone call was kind of about. It was like, oh, we were kind of thinking of solutions, and then like towards the end of the call, I was like, ugh, I was like, why do we? Because we're usually on the same page about things.
Mhm.
My coworker and I.
Yeah.
And I was like, why is it that we understand this but they don't? And then they're like, I forgot what she said actually, but um, that is that is the fact of the matter. It's like, why is it that this is the case but they don't understand, or they, I don't know. It's, and again, I guess maybe we had higher expectations for them. Maybe
Mhm.
they have stuff going on. Like, I don't really know the true cause,
Mhm.
but it is still definitely a little disappointing to know that, like, at this point,
Yeah.
this is where we're at. So.
I think they went through the same problem as everyone who organizes a party goes through.
Mhm.
It's because
Mhm.
it's not them who organizes it.
Mhm.
It's like, it shouldn't matter
Yeah.
because
True.
you're the one who kind of plans for everything. They just need to be
Yeah.
carried.
Yep.
But I say
Exactly.
drop them. Just drop
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
goodness, that blows.
Yeah.
That actually blows.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when was the trip supposed to happen?
So it's in December.
Okay.
December 5th to the 9th.
Okay.
I believe that's the day. It's a Tuesday to the Friday. So,
Mhm.
again, I mean, it was September. We are gonna get them. Like, I was like, okay, guys, are we gonna do this? If not, then okay. If it's fine. Like, I'll just
Mhm.
go. They're like, no, yeah, let's do it. And then, like, was gonna buy the tickets, and then one of them was like, wait, well, hang on. Um, family thing in November. So can we do it December? I was like, okay, yeah. I was like, well, what date's gonna be the date that is, that works
Mhm.
with the schedule? And then they're like, okay, well, this day, because this is our short week, or yeah, our short week, and then
Mhm.
scheduled it then, and then come to find out it actually was not. So it's like they had time. They definitely had time.
Yeah,
So,
drop them.
yeah,
Drop everyone. Oh no,
yeah,
that sucks. I am so sorry for you. Even though
yeah.
like it's funny because you're the one who is stressed over
That's
this
about it. Yeah, yeah.
when technically it's dumb because it's their money.
Yep, yep.
So,
Exactly.
you know what? I'm
Yeah,
like, you do you.
yeah.
Oh God. Well, that
Because and to me, like, I would. Jeez, the whole thing is extremely messy, but I would think that you know, um, it would be a thing where they would want to reply. That
mhm.
it's not like, so they're technically on shift right now, so they're in
Yeah.
office. Because again, they work the weekend, so they're on the clock at the moment.
Mhm.
Um, so like I would understand them not responding,
Mhm.
if they were like really busy and work is going on. But at the same time, I also have access to my laptop and I can see that they're all talking in the chat, the work chat, and then on top of that, um, geez, at one point, one of them had said, um, I was talking with them offline.
Yo, are you still?
Oh, and they were like, so again, I'm like partially their management because again, I grade their stuff and things like that,
Mhm.
and openly said to me, that they sleep during shift.
Huh? Sorry, that came out way too strong.
When things aren't busy. Um, and
Okay,
usually it's not busy in the weekend because nothing happens.
but still never, huh? Okay,
So,
never mind. Mhm.
and to me, like, so I do I believe that that happens? Absolutely. I used to be on the team at a point.
Mhm.
So like, do I know that happens? Have I seen that happen? I have. Yeah. Is it supposed to happen? Absolutely not. It's a fact
No.
against it's in fact against the contract, and it is punishable with being fired by our management.
Yep.
So do I know what happens? Yeah, of course I know what happens. And am I told to like document if it happens? Yes, I am.
Mhm.
So the fact that they felt comfortable telling me that, um, and then I was like, and I said something. I was like, I was like, why did you tell me that? I was like, you shouldn't be telling me that. You know that, right?
Mhm.
And then they're like, oh yeah, I know, but I mean, you wouldn't like tell me, would you? And I was like, that what? I was like, does
Mm,
that makes it okay? And to me, I was like, that's where that conflict of interest stuff comes in, because it's
yeah.
like now you're expecting different levels of treatment because maybe we've talked more than other people, and then now I'm looking at it
Yeah.
like, are you talking to me more because you're trying to build that relationship? And
Yep.
me personally, the only reason why I would have talk to them more is because again their work ethic. So I've seen their work ethic, and I'm like, okay, well you work hard, like all of your tests come back great. Like we heard great things about you from our client. Like,
Mhm.
so if I ever need something, like I reach out to you. Like you're at a higher position than other people, like in terms of level. So like our interaction is going to be higher just from a work standpoint. And then of course,
Mhm.
through working and talking to someone, then you talk to them more, or learn about them more. And then so it's
Oh
like to hear
God.
things like this is just like, wait a second, you're not you're not showing me
Mhm.
that you're all that you cut out to be. So it's yeah, it's disappointment all around. Um,
That.
but it did feel kind of like a kind of disrespect thing in a way
It
to feel like
is. That's what I
they
thought
could tell you
too.
that. Yeah, it's like, oh, I could tell you this, even though you're my boss, you wouldn't like fire me. It's like, well, irrespective of that, you're doing something that is one, not helping the team,
Mhm.
and then two, also just like not fair, not legal, not right, whatever else you want to use, like I don't know, and then trying to like use it like oh, because I know you, you're like I'm protected. Like that's not how
That's not how it
that
works.
is yeah, it's not how it works. So um
Yeah, it is
and maybe it
disrespectful.
works on a shift level, like maybe if it's your coworker and you guys work on the same level, but like by position, I am not on the same level as you. And I hate to say stuff like that because it's like, oh, I know we're both like people, both humans, and
Mhm.
but like there is a hierarchy at work. Like there is
Mhm.
definitely some kind of structure or chart type thing. And so as much as we want to, act like oh we're equal in the sense that like we're both people,
Mhm.
there's definitely still a chain of command,
Yep.
and you don't just go to your chain of command and say, "Hi, I'm going against the rules that you have set out for me."
Mhm.
But because I've talked to you and I help you out and I do stuff and my work is usually good, I get a free pass. It's like, that's not how that works.
I
That's
mean,
not how that works.
oh no.
So
That's yeah,
that's
it's very disrespectful. It's
yeah,
mostly like I think what's most dangerous is that they feel like they're
the power.
above. Yeah, they
Mm,
they can do pretty much anything because hey, like I know Cleo, he's my friend,
yeah.
and I'm like, um, we're coworkers. We're not technically friends, so.
And not even coworkers technically, like they're technically not at my level, so it's kind of like not even
Mhm.
coworker. Like if I logged in and said something right now, they would have to listen to me.
Yeah, like
So
for
it's like
that's where
it's
it's kind of messed up.
yeah.
I know that like that's the hard part of management, to be honest. That's
Mhm.
why like I would never take a
Yeah.
management role because I am due to my personality, I tend to be not very diplomatic
Mhm,
when things like
mhm,
that happen because
mhm,
my temper would take over. Because I'm like,
mhm.
look, I know that we do get along, but on that aspect, here's a reminder of the policy because whatever you're
Right.
doing right now, I'm the one getting in trouble in the end,
Exactly. Yep.
you know?
Exactly.
Like, I don't want to lose my job because your ass is sleeping at work.
Yep. Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
God. That sucks on so
Yeah.
many levels for you.
Mhm.
There's no way to put it, but
Yeah.
jeez.
And then it's even worse too that like so that was told to me after like the trip was planned, you
Oh,
know?
God. Yeah.
So it's like it's not even like I knew this beforehand. I'm like, okay, I don't know if I'd want to travel with this person. Like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like it almost feels like a because they feel comfortable and the trip is happening, they also probably feel like, oh well, I can also tell them some of this other stuff too, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
Yeah, no. Never.
it's not looking out to be as fruitful as initially planned.
No.
Oh,
That's why I said that personally, I think, okay, I'm throwing this to the universe. Universe, if you listen to me, make them not just reply, and that's it. Like,
you should like make sorry one more
yeah,
time.
no, let them not reply until
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
end
Right.
and just make it crash and burn for them,
Yeah, yeah.
for things to not work out because,
Yep.
they can't go. Like,
Yeah.
I want
Yep.
this for, this is my request to the universe because that not only
Oh,
no, for them, like, I
no,
don't,
yeah, no, I get you. You're specifically saying that you hope that it doesn't work out for them.
mm-hmm. Like, for you, it's going to be fine. Like, I trust it.
I
But for
love
them, let it
I love
crash.
that.
Oh my
I love
God.
that.
No, that,
I love
I hate it for you.
Yeah, it's Yeah. Again, and obviously, again, it's small in the sense that like this too shall pass. Like the day is gonna come, it's
Mhm.
gonna go. I'm not gonna lose sleep or anything, but it is just like a situation that's popped up, and it's like, oh, okay. And I think it sucks because it's like it always feels like whenever like the last trip that I did, I went to Puerto Rico,
Mhm.
and coworker, um, my coworker or my ex coworker, last job actually,
Mhm.
he planned the whole thing,
Mhm.
because he knows that like I will not take trips or I will not take time off. So he pretty much just was like, "Hey, let's go on a trip," and I was like, "Okay." And then like I wasn't like saying okay, like yeah, let's do it in the future, and like it never happens. Like I was just
Mhm.
agreeing, like yeah, we can do it. And then he's like, all right, do you have like any specific time that doesn't work for you? And I was like, not really, just
Mhm.
just let me know like what time. And he looked into everything. He chose a date. He was like, okay,
Yep.
this is the week. Does this work for you? I was like, yeah.
Mhm.
And then he figured out the stay, like, um,
Mhm.
and I really appreciate that because like it was a really good experience just being out, of just being disconnected from everything again from
Mhm.
like my area. I mean, I really appreciated that from him, and he knew that like that's what it would take, and he was willing to do that. Well, because he had the time, and then also, um, he really wanted to, and it was just a really good. I mean, I think one of the times for me that was the most impactful was we were on the beach, and um, I feel like I've said this before, but like to me, like going to the beach and like doing things like that, like it always feels like a waste of time to me.
Mhm.
Um, and that's partially because when I first started working, like I traveled a lot. Like I was going to Hawaii, I was going to Florida, California, I was going to all these like beach locations.
Mhm.
And it was not necessarily to go to the beach, but like because the jobs we were doing were like at locations that were close to the beach, like for naval like things
Yeah.
with the government. And so I got the chance to see all these beaches at a very young age. Like I was 18 at the time, and I was traveling to these places, and
Mhm.
so it kind of like like the bucket list thing of, oh, I want to go to Hawaii was like kind of checked off.
Mhm.
So I didn't have like this longing feeling to like visit these places.
Yeah.
And so because of that, to me, I always looked at like going to the beach and just sitting there or getting tan or anything like that was kind of a waste of time. But
Mhm.
when we went to Puerto Rico and he was like, let's go to the beach today. And I was like, okay, sure. We went out to the beach and we got the little lawn chairs or the beach chairs and we laid out on the beach. Like there was something about knowing that I didn't have access to my school, to my work
Mhm.
laptop, to any of the projects that I'm working on, to anything, um, that was very calming, and I don't think I've ever felt that before.
Mhm.
And only until I was in that moment did I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Um, and so like, so it's kind of taught me to like value things a little differently in that regard,
Mhm.
because now that's like an amazing thing that like I would love to relive or love to see. And yeah, so but that was the last time I've taken a trip. So like this was supposed to be that again, that kind of thing. And it doesn't feel like that anymore.
When
It's like it
when
was
was
like
the
being
last
robbed of
time?
it.
Like how many years ago?
That was last year, I believe. Yeah, I was thinking it was last year. So it
Okay.
was relatively recently. Before that
Mhm.
though, I hadn't taken a trip in like 4 years, and it was actually a trip to Jamaica because I have family there.
Mhm.
And it was for a funeral, so it wasn't even like a
Yeah, I know
person.
this is not fun and games.
Yeah, it was just go out there for the weekend to catch service and then come back for work the
Mhm.
next. And then
Yeah.
before that, probably never actually. So,
Mhm.
or before that was the trips for work. So it was
Yeah.
just work trips, and then like there was some time between that, like 2 years or so, and then it was the trip to Jamaica for the funeral, and then it was Puerto Rico, and then here is this. So
Mhm.
it's it's rough,
Oh
but
man.
I will of course make the most of it still. You know,
Mhm.
I won't let them bring me down. Um,
As yeah, as it should because they're kind of the one that sucks to be.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
no, that blows.
That's my story.
I feel so
Okay.
bad.
That's all right. Well, it's not really, but I mean,
Mhm.
it will be.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's why I never went into a trip with. any coworker of mine.
Yeah.
It's not a plan ever.
Yeah.
Even with friends, before going on a like a full-blown trip of taking a like an airplane, we're going to
Mhm.
go camping first, and I'm going to
Right.
judge you
Yeah.
pretty
True.
hard
Very
because I'm
true.
like,
Yeah.
camping is like close enough where I'm like, you know what? This is
If it
fine.
goes wrong, then yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I like on a
Oh,
plane, no freaking way.
very true.
So,
Yeah. And I think I that's a very valid point. I think again the only reason why I would have thought that it would have worked out is because again knowing their work ethic at work, I'm like, okay, well, they seem
mm-hmm,
sensible. They seem, they're timely,
mm-hmm,
they're poignant, they're like they're able to like, you know, uh, to do things like as they should do in a timely manner and they're effective and so it's like to see this, I'm like, I've never seen the side of them. And it's very well that like when it comes to their personal life, they are not that, you know.
mm-hmm.
And I just don't know that. So
I mean,
um
and it's understandable. I mean, they're your coworkers. This
yeah.
is okay. Like, so really don't like when it comes down to it, don't feel bad.
Yeah.
Even though I know it's hard because you are a sensible person
Mm, I try to
that
be.
yeah, but
Mhm.
you want to you don't want anyone to get into like any trouble whatsoever. You don't want to cause a
Yeah.
burden. And it's just
Yep.
part of who you are.
Yeah.
But however, again, they're adults. They should be able to take care
Yeah.
of themselves, you know.
Yeah.
Oh man, that really blows. Hopefully, um, they will get their shit together.
Yeah. 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 Well, we will see. And I
Mm-hmm.
will most definitely update you
Yeah.
uh,
I mean,
on what becomes of the situation.
and if you need someone to beat them up, you can poke me or Katie or even V. We'll get there.
Oh my goodness. No, definitely.
Break
Oh yeah.
kneecaps. Just give us the parking lot and we'll wait for them.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be okay though. Thank you for listening.
No problem. Anytime.
Um
Hmm?
it's always good to of course get an external point of view because obviously my coworker and I are talking about it and we're just like, Jesus, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know. And it's like, is it just us? Are we crazy? Is this,
No. No,
and
it
I
just is definitely not just you.
and I can honestly say that I am not leaving out any details here. Like this is the
Oh,
truth.
God.
If there was anything on my part that like I've messed up, I would have
Mm-hmm.
100% openly admitted that and spoke to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, like if I did do something wrong, I would also want to bring that to someone and say, "Hey, was this part that I did like
Mm-hmm.
was this a reason as to why this happened? And if so, then I don't want to blame this person, or blame them,
Yeah.
falsely. Like, let me know if it was me that was not clear, or you
Mm-hmm.
know. So this is the whole truth, all the truth,
Yeah.
and nothing but the truth. So it's yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot. And again, I mean, and then the part of me also just doesn't want to fault them because I know things happen. Life happens.
For
I could
sure.
very well see that
For sure. I
something.
think it doesn't that's the thing. Like it doesn't really affect them as individuals, to be honest, even though you
Right.
can be disappointed
Yeah.
in them. That's perfectly normal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said, it's in that specific situation, it just yeah, that's not that's not working.
Yeah.
And that's why it kind of blows. It's a little bit when I said like when I think about some of my coworkers that are more problematic. Like they're
Mhm.
nice people, like they're super nice. I love talking to them, but they suck at being managers or they suck at their
Yeah.
one specific job. Like it
Right.
doesn't change the fact that I still love them as individuals, but for their
Right.
job,
Exactly.
they're unfit or
Yeah.
just not good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
same here. Like they might be good at what they do, but very
Yeah.
disorganized, and that's
Exactly.
like that's an issue, especially for me. Like I love traveling, and I traveled a lot, like for leisures, and like this one thing I hate when people kind of drop a last minute, hey, by the way, this doesn't work anymore. I'm like, sorry, what?
Yeah. Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it's not like an emergency sort
I know. When it's like when you have like 3 months to tell me.
of. Yeah.
And again, because of my personality, I definitely gave a lot of shit to people in a somewhat nice way. But I
Yeah.
do I do raise the question. I was like, since when did you kind of figure out that this was going on? Because it's been,
Yeah. No,
a few
absolutely. Which
months.
is a reasonable question.
Like, and I'm just, out of curiosity, did you just notice now? Really?
Yeah.
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 Oh God. But no worries. Like, feel free to vent whenever. Oh God. What is going on? Jesus. The, oh, my phone is blowing up. The hype turns out super well. Yes. That is cool. I'm working on the This Is Fine one, almost done. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Oh, oh God. I'm sorry. Hi. Hi. Again. What is going on?
Oh, I can hear you now. Can
Discord
you hear me?
did, yeah, Discord
Oh, no, it's okay.
did a weird thing. So I was saying the hype emote turned out pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. I like.
I am,
The bonk one is nice too.
yeah.
Um, of course, you can't really see the text, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much of that is, um, like I zoomed on the screen by pressing zooming like on the web page, not like
Mm-hmm.
pinging in on the screen, to not distort it, so that you could see like what it would actually look like in its true small form.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what it would look like. But I mean, it looks fine still to me. Yeah, I can add
Mm-hmm.
it to the Discord and see if it looks
Yeah.
um any different there as well too. In fact, let me do that really quickly. What do you think?
Hold on. So far, I think it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
It's really about the font that the ones with the font somehow turn out
Mm-hmm.
kind of like not weird,
Mm-hmm.
but I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it could be like it's about the sizing. I think that kind of
Mm.
not bothers, but I notice it first
Yeah, I get
compared to
you.
the others where it's like they take a little bit more space.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm pretty sure like all the emotes without text is going to turn out like really well.
Yeah, I get you. I still love them, but I do understand what
Mm-hmm.
you
For
mean.
sure.
I do understand.
Same here. I mean, we kind of know what it says, so
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
fair.
Yeah, no, I think it achieves what it set out to do. So I
Mm-hmm.
think they're gonna like it.
Yeah.
And if someone has to like zoom in on and say, "What does that say?" Then you're like, "Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's the bonk emote, or that's the hype emote." And it's like, "Oh, well,
Mm-hmm.
perfect. We know." You know.
Yeah.
And I think it's still pretty clear what it is. Like, it's not like, I mean, it's not like sending an image in the chat like if you're gonna send a picture.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a small emoji. Sometimes even the original emojis, you're like, "What is that?" And you're like, "Oh, it's a." So I
Yeah.
think I think even though they're small, like they still, like
Mm-hmm.
if I look at that, it looks like, obviously to me, it looks like a dog holding a bat. Um, but at a glance, I would be like, oh, I can make out that it says bonk on there, but like
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I love them. I do love.
That's that's great. I'm happy.
And of the two, which one of the cats did we think was
Hmm. I actually sent you. Did I?
another one?
Yeah.
I think I used the most updated, unless I didn't do it.
The one
I
of
did
the
that.
like right in like one on top of the The dog with the bonk.
The dog? Yeah. Let
Yeah.
me add it again just to confirm that it's the same one. I had to compress it as well because it was
Mm-hmm.
1.2. Looks like they're too large for Discord too, so I might have to compress it again there as well.
Oh, Jesus.
No, it's no problem.
No, no, no. It's really me kind of.
No, what? Wow. You're just drawing it.
I
I got to make it
know, but
system, which is not your fault.
still, like, I feel like it adds a little bit too much trouble for what it is.
I am laying in my bed with my laptop. I have at the at the moment no obligation or well, actually that's not true. But I have no problem with I'm doing the minimal things while I'm kind of getting better. So
Mm-hmm.
I
Hope
this
you're.
is I'm not jumping through hoops or anything like that.
Yeah, no. I hope you're feeling better. And this is my medical brain because I feel like I'm going to ask you several like question like when did it happen? What are the symptoms?
Oh, please do.
Like,
I'm getting the. No, wait, no, please don't. I don't want you to have to do any more work.
no, no, no. It's really it's a reflex for me. Like
I get yeah.
that's why like I always think like oh no, I hope it's not COVID. Like
Yeah. So
be-
I didn't test
mhm.
only because it didn't feel like COVID. Haha, what does that
Yeah.
mean, right?
Mhm.
I don't know. I didn't feel like it doesn't. I don't feel like I guess I feel sick, but I don't feel sick. I don't know if that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah.
Like I don't
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like weak. I don't feel like nauseous. There's none of those feelings. It's literally just like I have a slightly sore throat. It hurts to swallow.
Mhm.
And then my nose is a little bit stuffy. That's it. So I'm sure those are symptoms to a degree of COVID. Maybe.
They are, but at the same time, like nowadays, at least where I live, we do have like a very rampant respiratory illness
Hmm.
that it looks like COVID, but it's not, but does
Hmm.
just as much damage. So right now, like our health system, especially for the kids, are like it's overloaded. The ER is full because of that
Oh, me
specific
too.
virus, but it's not COVID.
Really?
Um,
So it's
yeah,
separate. Oh wow.
it's something else. So who knows? Maybe you're
Oh
very
wow.
unlucky.
And I got
Um,
it first.
mm-hmm. Because it's like even for myself, like after my exam, after my whole system kind of crashed, I got
Mhm.
sick for like a long time, and I tested myself on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And no COVID. It's just whatever that virus was, kind of yeah, it did
Very
bother me.
strange.
So maybe that's it.
Yeah.
But I think from what I see, the COVID cases, at least in where I work, they tend to be like not the same as it used to be.
Hmm.
So it could be a form of COVID, but without really being, too dangerous. I don't know.
Fledged or a strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
So.
know that I've oh I
Mm-hmm.
was kind of telling this part of the story, but I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've had COVID twice now.
Mm-hmm.
One time I had like really bad symptoms, like I was bedridden, and the time before, I literally just tested positive. So it could have been a false positive, or I mean, maybe it was, and it just didn't get affected. I don't know. I was
Mm-hmm.
vaccinated both, for the time of both.
Mm-hmm.
But just to kind of finish, I just remember that I was telling the Puerto Rico story for this reason. So after he booked everything, my coworker to go,
Mm-hmm.
um, literally like we had the test to get like a positive or a test to go on the flight because you needed to provide a negative test.
Yeah.
I went and tested at a test site and I got a positive
Oh no.
COVID test. So we
No.
had to cancel the flight. Um, had
Oh
to pay for
no.
another set, and then it delayed the trip. So
Mm-hmm.
it was a thing where like I'd like built up myself like wow I'm finally get a chance to like take off and this will be really cool and like I haven't done this before like I didn't have to worry about anything like and I was really really hyped up and then that happened and I was like nothing can go right
Oh
you know
God.
so like in a way this is kind of what this started to feel like with the whole
Yeah.
now this is coming up I'm just like oh my goodness it's always something
Mm-hmm. Oh
um
no.
but yeah so I haven't tested I mean, not for any specific reason. I just haven't went to like a
Yeah.
testing site or done any self. We have some self tests actually. I got to check, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I've just been, you know, water. I've been taking Dayquil, Nyquil.
Mm-hmm. Is it
Um,
effective?
yeah, I do feel better. It's just,
Okay.
it's just kind of, yeah, I just know I'm not at my peak, you know. So,
Mm-hmm. At least it's
um,
effective, because if it wasn't, I definitely would be like, that sounds like a viral infection.
mm,
Um,
okay,
Especially because I mean, not necessarily, yeah, viral. That would be the thing, because if you needed antibiotics, you would have like
hmm
some kind of like response to it. But yeah, no.
hmm
Oh, geez, that's like, what is it with everyone? Like, I know that Rask is still
yeah,
coughing. I know that Valid also like doesn't
yeah,
feel right. Like I said, it might be the one virus that I told you about. Who knows?
mm, yeah,
Because
you're right.
it's pretty rampant right now. Like, more than
And
COVID.
does it have a name or anything like that, or
Nobody
has it been
knows.
classified or something? Oh, okay.
Nobody knows.
It's
Even,
just, it's just,
yeah, even with the elder care like center that I'm currently assigned to,
yeah.
um, some of the residents, like, they do have like very slight symptoms, but it's not COVID,
hmm
but they have like 3 weeks of fever, and you're like, oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, or like
That,
a cough that still lingers, and
yeah.
nobody knows like why.
Hmm.
Yeah, no. So
That's
it might be it. I'm just out of the top of my head. It might be another virus. So it's similar to the flu, really similar.
hmm hmm
Um, but again, it sticks with your lungs. So the coughing
mm.
is going to last for freaking ever.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and feeling under the weather, it's mostly because, having trouble breathing. Nothing major, but just enough
Yeah.
for, the oxygen level to not be top level.
hmm
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. What's going on with iBot?
Yikes, yikes, yikes.
Oh,
Midbot.
yeah. Midbot hitting hard. But yeah, no. That's good.
Yeah, that sounds kind of concerning though. The it being a new thing, and well, I guess anything that's kind of new like that's kind of concerning. But if
Mm-hmm.
it's only being kind of like recognized by its symptoms, that's kind of scary. Like no
Yeah.
title, no classification, other than
Mm-hmm.
oh, if you're experiencing these things are being experienced,
Mm-hmm.
around the world, like that's kind of scary.
Yeah. So I'll try and like, you don't have like any other symptoms, like no like physical pain, ache, dizziness.
Oh, what
Uh,
were the first ones? Sorry,
oh,
I heard
sorry.
dizziness.
Yeah, no, you don't have any other symptoms, like no physical, like physical pain, like,
No,
okay,
no physical pain, no dizziness. It really is just
being
um
tired.
and not even tired is the worst part. Like I guess being tired is probably a side
Mhm.
effect of the NyQuil, but
Mhm.
outside of that, like I mean, I feel alive. No, but like I don't feel like drained. I don't feel like weak.
Mhm.
It's just my throat hurts, and then um my nose, and I feel like I'm probably just using it as an excuse to like not work on stuff that I should be working on, but I'm taking it.
You use that excuse. Use that
I'm
excuse.
using it.
This time.
Partially because I'm still doing stuff on my laptop, but like I'm
Mhm.
not like I
Yeah.
maybe I don't know. I do still feel kind of guilty too because like when people are like, oh, you want to do this? I'm like, I can't. I'm sick.
Mhm.
uh, so,
Oh God.
but
For the
yeah,
emotes, is it the bottom one? This. Yeah. There's something with this one specific emote, and I feel I don't know how to fix this.
yeah. I tried to upload it to the server, but it's telling me that it's too large. So I think I have to, which is weird because it's telling me that it'll resize it. So I'm like, okay, well if it'll resize it, then why are you
Mhm.
telling me the file is too large? I don't understand. It says file type, yeah, da, da, da. Recommended file size 200. Oh, geez, that's probably why 250. Oh no, they'll compress it for us. Okay, wait, I have to do this. I understand.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks good, but
Yeah.
um,
I mean, we know it's V.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's the essential part, but still, I'm still kind of mind boggled by
No, I
this whole thing.
understand. I understand. I
Because
understand.
again, I never did emotes before. So
Yeah. You know.
this is a learning curve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next this is fine Cleo is coming.
Oh, really?
Yep, almost done.
Oh my goodness.
I've been productive. That's a good thing.
I do not know how you do
Okay.
it. I promise you. Also, thank you to everyone who's um uh showing sympathy for me with the situation, the trip. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Um, it's definitely a defeating feeling. So
Yeah, no. It's I think it's a really a mix of a feeling that you're currently oh my god, again, English. That you're currently going through because it's
mhm,
like it's between in between like I kind of hate it because it's like it adds unnecessary stress, but it's
yeah,
also disappointing. Like
yep, um,
I like
yeah,
I don't know how I would personally feel if I learned that some of my coworkers were not what I expect them to be, and not
yeah,
that like they're criminals or anything. It's really like just
right,
I never thought that you'd be so disorganized that
yeah,
yeah, because it
and
affects like
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. And like in this case, like specifically, like I guess the reason why I feel this way is because like the portions of this that are messed up are not like the portions the like the reason why this trip would have worked. Okay, so to me, like the reason why you would like travel with someone or I guess have a relationship with someone is because of them as an individual, their as a person, as a personality, maybe morals, whatever,
Mhm.
and then like their ability to work with, communicate, and schedule and do things like.
Mhm.
So like on a personal level, again, perfectly fine.
Mhm.
So like my only gauge of them from like a scheduling and communication standpoint is at work, and at work they're solid.
Mhm.
So so to me, I was like, okay, well they have the traits of someone that like I could hang out with and
Yep.
that I have no problems with. And then it's like you know, it's now that it's not work, it's like it's just that part of it just completely dropped off. Like the communication's gone, the planning and being ready is gone. And it's just like, who is this? It's like,
Mhm.
so, and again, I know things happen, but it's just like, goodness gracious. So that's that.
And they're older too. I mean,
When they're older,
did
it's like,
did it travel before? Like I have so many questions.
I know exactly. Same. I'm just like, what is it? Where did we go wrong here?
I mean, I really think it's because they're not the one planning the whole thing. It's like
Yeah.
being carried by someone else. It's like, you know
Yeah.
what? Like
Yep. A
they're
little bit.
like quote unquote they're supposed to like do the whole thing. I'm like, no, no, no. It takes two
Yeah.
people, you know.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
And there we go.
Um, 256 is the next to 158. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Doing some math in my head, or not in my head, but trying
Mhm.
to resize this for Discord to see if. Oh, okay. Well, that changed the size a little bit. Let me see if I can upload this one. This is Queen 3. Let's see. Queen 3. Oh, that worked. Wait, can I go larger then maybe? Um, unless you sent me another one. Um, I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask this question. 128, 256, 0512. Sorry, I answered myself.
I'm not
I
sure I
was trying
would
to
have been able to help you out on this one.
find.
I'm like,
uh,
oh, panic, panic.
yeah, I was trying to find out the math.
Hmm.
My brain was hurting.
This is it. It's okay. Oh God.
So, oh, I can send these to you actually. So
Mm.
here is the, oops, here is, where is it? What the, did I not just add? I don't think I pressed save. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, it's not too big of an issue, but I thought I pressed save, but I don't think I did. I did not. Oh, I did. Here is, hmm, yeah. in comparison to. Did I not add the cat jam to the server? I need to go through some of these. There's a bunch of random ones in here.
Um, oh, yeah. I think yeah, no. It was really the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like basically white. Oh,
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman.
Definitely.
Yeah, because
It's
it's
the
like so pale. If
yeah.
you don't have like a high contrast, it looks
Mm,
bland. So
I
yeah,
get you.
the high contrast works. That's good.
Interesting. Learn something new every day. None of that made sense to me. Well, I mean, it does, like, to like
Yeah.
kind of make it pop more. I'm assuming is what you mean.
Mhm.
Yeah. See, look, I understand. Pictures. I think.
Mhm.
Let me try this one as well. Let me see if this file size is good because maybe we'll just upload it. It is not. That's fine. I'll compress it. No problem. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, that's my story. I don't want to
No, 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 don't worry. I just feel a lot of empathy towards you right now because it's
appreciate it. I
really
do.
not a situation that is fun for anyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can see that your coworker might be a little bit upset with the whole situation too, because having
Yeah.
having someone tell you last minute, hey, by the way, there's a complete stranger who's going to be there at your place.
Mhm.
I'm like, sorry, what?
Yeah.
Like this is
That that was very wild to me too. Like, why did we not want to consult? I don't understand it. That is just disrespectful.
it is.
Like that
That's
is to me that is like, oh, you're you give a child and like they decide to tell you last minute that like their friend wants a ride home too, because then you can't be like, oh no, I'm not giving your friend a ride home, like, because then you seem like the parent who doesn't want to like help the kid out, but like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, forget everything else that I'd planned to do with you and I. And now I have
mhm.
to like factor in another person, and maybe not from the child's standpoint because the child didn't do anything wrong, but like, let's
Mhm.
say the parent was like, you get there and the parent's like, hey, by the way, can you pick up my kid also from school? It's like, what? You want me to pick
Mhm.
up your kid? Why did you not
Yeah.
like factor this in or tell me about this before I got to? So it's yeah,
Uh, that yeah, no. That is not good.
yeah,
Jesus.
that's it.
Mhm. All right. But yeah, no. For sure. It's a delicate balance whenever there's like work involved.
Yeah, realizing this all now.
I mean,
'Cause I've not
it's
traveled or done things like this with any coworkers before, so it's like,
and
and I see why I wouldn't.
it's not your fault. It's really not.
Hmm.
It's really, you know, them who needs to get their shit together.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, no. It's really not your fault when it comes to that.
Well, thank you for
Mhm.
um words of affirmation and
Oh,
what
well,
the I just
hmm?
did the same one. Sorry, no. I I wrongfully resized the wrong one.
Oh no.
What the heck? I did the same picture instead of a different one. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world, so I'll be okay. But thank you for hearing me out though still.
Anytime when it comes to that, um, there's like more people who's on your side, at least on that aspect, than you think.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
definitely not just you. It's not in your head.
Yeah.
And if they try to gaslight you when it comes to that, um, again, you just have to call me or Katie because we're going to. Like Katie mentioned before that she has like an unmarked van.
Oh,
Just
go ahead.
saying.
I missed that. I missed that. I missed that.
Yeah, she
That's
was like, hold on. Katie was saying like, yeah, I already have an unmarked van, just
funny.
on standby,
Oh my goodness.
you know.
I love that
So,
energy.
oh God, no, 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 no. So don't worry. This is not even like words of affirmation. It's just I find it kind of sad to think that you were tripping by yourself when it comes to this. I'm
Mhm.
like, no,
Yeah.
don't.
Huh.
because I do deal with enough kids, adult kids, in my working place. So
Mm,
like in my at least at the hospital, it's always like that. There's like the adult babies, and I'm like,
yeah,
no, I am not having this. This is
yeah,
this is not okay. Never.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I do agree. Sending you the picture, by the way,
hmm
of the new one.
What is going on? Hold on. I'm having.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Let's see. Ooh.
I think it looks good.
Same here.
I think it looks good. I'm gonna add it to the server as well too. I have to add the other ones as well, but I did compress these last two, so I think I can. Yeah. Okay.
hmm
Uh, yeah. This is so cool, by the way. Brings, how much do I owe you for everything, by the way? Or I
Nothing.
guess I'll talk about that another time. Huh?
Nothing. Cleo.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
no, no.
no. I
Young
don't need
man.
this. Nope.
Young man,
Actually,
listen to
no.
me. Listen to me. You dropped all of
Oh
that
my
money for that mic. That is more than enough for payment. You no. Again,
God,
this is
man.
me waving my finger. No. You know, like
Not the young
you know
man.
when a pet does something bad and you just like tap the
Mhm.
nose. It's like
No,
no,
stop. Yeah, yeah.
don't do that. I'm doing the same thing mentally.
Oh my goodness.
You will not, never.
Oh my goodness.
And yes, Kirsten, I can say young man. I am older than
Young
Cleo.
man, there's no need to feel down. Young man.
Oh goodness.
As it's
No,
coming to.
I refuse. What the hell?
Okay. I mean,
Like,
refusing doesn't.
no, you dropped more than enough.
Okay.
Plus,
I mean,
you asking me to put the tablet. Are you insane? No.
but okay, but that has like a functional reason, though. You know.
It does, but still, like everything, like you got like the whole chat got me is it has a functional reason,
But yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know.
I mean, like this is an additional functional reason. So like things that are functional that make sense. You know, have to fund those things.
Mm. You will understand my pain when you're going to have your throne open.
Oh my gosh. I went through the process. It's,
Mm.
I don't know if it's just me, maybe I'm just a boomer now. Usually I'm not. Like this is IT, this is my field. But like I don't know if it's just like I don't know, but I was looking at like what in the world am I supposed to do on this site? So I just didn't go back to it. So I have to revisit it. But I did link my YouTube to the treat stream.
Yes.
Um so that's cool, but I don't know, I put my address in.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I don't know what's next.
I mean, I wish I could help you because right now apparently V tried to maybe send me a treat and nothing
Nothing.
happened. Like
Mm,
she
okay.
couldn't access to the whole thing,
Hmm.
so I don't really know. Um,
Interesting.
but it should be working because I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it works for people. So yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, Kato said that it worked before,
Yeah. Okay, well, then
so
I'll
now,
look at it.
yeah,
Third room, I'm terrified. I'm gonna have to just buy a chair separately. I'm not. I don't know how I feel about that.
Cleo, Cleo,
Um,
because
I mean, okay,
you can select
mhm.
it to be crowdfunded, so it's not just one person who buys the whole thing. It's just several people, you know.
Yeah,
Cleo.
but it can. Okay, but listen, rings. Um, please tell me what on your list was crowdfunded that was paid for only partially.
The Elgato like capture card.
Only one
Mm,
and multiple people paid for that, or did one
yes,
person?
multiple
Oh, really?
people. Yeah, there
Oh,
was like
okay.
maybe hold on, there was like four people who paid for
Oh,
it.
okay. Okay.
So see, same
Okay.
thing.
Yeah. Well, I asked at least. I didn't
Uh huh.
get to see it.
See,
Uh, dang. Well, that didn't work.
I, we will get you. This is my
Okay. What
mission.
about? What about what is there anything else though that was crowdfunded that was is there anything else that
No,
was
because you guys are crazy. You, you
okay? So this
like,
is how I feel.
okay.
This
Hold
is how
on.
I feel.
The craziest person was you because you
I don't
bought the
know.
mic. That was
But
like
I
the
had to.
second most, like actually it was the most expensive thing in the whole list. Like the
Okay, but I
Katsu
had no
card was
choice.
like cheaper, quote unquote.
I had no choice though.
Really?
Yeah, like I mean,
Oh,
I opened the stern room and
that
then like,
that is even worse. That's even worse. You could have
wait, what?
not bought it. Like this is I'm flailing my hands in front of me.
Wait, I'm confused. What did I say?
Okay, hold on. That's actually even worse because you clicked on it and you're like, oh, geez, it's 200. You could have just, passed. And like V was like, oh, let me get Jackbox. Kaylee was like, oh, let me get the cat food. Like, you had other choices. And
No,
yet,
no, I had no choice. That's what I was saying. I opened it
huh?
and then, like I saw the mic
I smelled,
and then like,
this is a lie.
no, this is what happened. I opened the mic. I mean, I opened the thing. I clicked on the
Uh-huh.
link. It opened the mic,
Uh-huh.
and then like I woke up the next day. That's all.
Oh my God.
That's all I remember. Like I apparently like my hand must have like accidentally clicked on the thing, and then it probably went to the next part, and then like Face ID went through. I don't
Uh-huh.
know.
Yeah, I
But
know. Maybe my cat went to your place because my cat does magic too.
true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sometimes like
Now
my
this
cat
makes
gets in
sense.
front of the computer,
Okay.
and just
You know,
click click, and
so
then gift gets sent, and I
you
don't know
did this.
how.
You did this.
I
You did.
know, but it's with your wallet, which
It
is not
Santa's
okay.
body behind it all.
I know, but still. So no. But yeah, if you
No,
do like to set up your throne, um, I mean, what part were you kind of like, I don't know what to do?
I think I was just tired.
Yeah, because it's pretty straightforward.
Um,
Once you set the
yeah, I didn't
your
see.
address and
I
everything.
did see. Yeah, I did see though that it said like it was like it gave me stores
Mm-hmm.
and okay, so I saw this. Listen, all right, I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, so I saw the stores, right, and in fact, I
Mm-hmm.
actually have the site here still.
Mm-hmm.
Do I? No, I don't actually. Okay, so I was like, choose from a list of like supported stores or whatever,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh wow, so you can just whatever. So I just clicked on the store, and then
Mm-hmm.
it took me to the site. So I was like,
Yes.
wait, it takes me to the website of the item, and then so I was just scrolling, and I
Mm-hmm.
think I clicked on like Apple, and I was like, oh, it took me right to the Apple site. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I scroll a little further, and then there was like Playboy, and I was like, wait a second, time out. Does this take you to the Playboy site? No way. There's no way. And actually, I will neither confirm nor deny whether or not I clicked on that link. Um, but yeah, I didn't know that it took you to the sites.
Yeah,
So
there's a no
that was
safe for work like option that you can toggle away because it's going to bring you to some wild stuff. And I'm like,
I
there
saw that.
is no way
Yeah,
anyone in their
I
right
saw that.
mind, like
Yeah,
like on
I,
Twitch, like just playing and just like adult stuff like being bought. Oh yeah, thank you. Like no, no.
oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a no
Yeah, I
safe for
saw
work
the
option.
slider for it. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
what is? I didn't even. Nope. The last thing I want is like V's already talked about sending me a wig, said PO box. So if I can limit the questionable things that arrive to my house, I would like to do that.
The best
But I
part would
agree.
be if your grandma like gets the
Yep,
package.
that's what
It's
I
like,
thought.
oh, this is over to Leo.
That's what I'm
I'd
saying.
ask you like, what is in there? Like, who sent you a
Yep.
nice package? It's just like a wig, a skirt, an orange turtleneck. It's like a whip. Just saying. It's like,
Oh, oh, wait a second. Hold up. What's going on here?
oh, that would be so funny.
Oh, it would be no, it'd be hilarious though. I would absolutely. Okay, wait. Maybe I shouldn't say I'd open it, but okay, I would be. If I'm being honest with you, I would. That'd be pretty funny. But no, I'm not adding it to my throne page, so absolutely not. But yeah, so it looks like yeah, I just opened it. It says like add your first gift, and then you click add your first gift,
Hmm.
and it says browse from stores or either link to a product. So is it a thing where like you it funds it, but it doesn't automatically purchase it? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So from what I
Oh,
notice
um,
is if someone buys it completely, there's a processing like moment. Um, so there's like some kind of delay. It's not as simple as like, oh, I went to Amazon and it just got myself something. It's
yeah.
really so it gets processed and then once the thing is complete, then it's going to be shipped.
Oh, so it actually does still ship though,
Yes,
like if
everything
something.
everything is going to be
Oh, okay.
covered. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't know
Mm-hmm.
if it was like a thing where like it's like just like a fundraiser kind of thing for each item, and then once it's funded, then you can like
Mm-hmm.
take out the money and then buy
Yeah.
or something like that. So, oh, that makes sense.
Hi, Becklin. Um, but for that, for any goal, specific goal, so if you wanted to buy it yourself,
Mhm.
Ko-fi is actually a good alternative for this because you can set a specific goal. So let's say that you want to buy a chair and you know that
Mhm.
it's like 350. So
Mhm.
on Ko-fi you can set a goal like buy like I want to buy a new chair. It's 350 and people can just send you money so you get
Mhm.
a bit like Kickstarter basically
Mhm.
until you get you know what you want, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
absolutely not. Um,
And that's usually when it gets even wild because you can just ask Truong what happened for his computer.
oh, so
That's
I
how.
wanted to be a part of
Mm,
that, but that was through they did it through through Ko-fi.
yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
How much did you end up fundraising, by the way? I don't. I wanted to be a part of that thing, but I had
I
obligations
mean,
at the time. So,
at that moment, I really couldn't. But just so
actually, let me check
the
the
goal
Discord.
was like 2,500 or something. I think that was
Mhm.
goal, or like was it $2,000? And then again, the freaking community went wild
Mhm.
and raised like 3,000 something.
Holy,
Yup. Koi is a menace, by the way. I'm just saying, like I
that
love
is
Koi, love you,
very
but
true.
you're a freaking menace. I am
Very true.
terrified. Yeah, the goal was 2,000 and they raised $3,200.
Holy moly, that is
Yeah.
not happening.
Yeah, so you better be off on throne if you want to stay safe.
Yeah,
Um
it's that. I might just do Treat Street at this rate. You guys are terrifying.
I
Um,
exactly. So now that when you said, "Oh yeah, like what's even V," I could see that if I said because basically on Throne you can basically accept people's suggestion gifts,
mhm,
and I could see V from afar being like, what is your tablet? Let me add it to your list and just start funding it. No,
mhm.
no,
Exactly.
no, 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 no.
That's what I was gonna do.
I know, I can feel it. But you know what? Okay, let's do a fair trade. If you add this chair or whatever material you need for your stream, I will add my tablet. Uh-huh. This is a fair trade.
Rings.
This is a fair trade.
Rings. Oh my gosh. How'd you do this?
Hey, again, you know what? Two play can play that game. I will not. I'm not
Um,
like right now we're on a call. I'm not letting you escape with this. Chat is waiting.
mm,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
wait. Let's go over the terms of this again. Sorry,
Okay.
one more
So,
time.
if you add at least your chair, let's do at least your chair because I don't want to traumatize you. Because like the mic, any kind of equipment that you need for your stream, if you add
Mhm.
it on your throne and you share your throne, you sneaky sneak. Because,
Dang it.
okay,
That
and
was the
share
one
it.
loophole that I was honestly kind of looking at.
Yeah, no,
Like I
no.
said, sorry,
I
give me a second.
know angles.
Dang
Don't
it.
worry.
Same brain cell.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. And post it on your stream.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. People need to be able to see it. I will take
Okay.
screenshots. I
Okay.
will add the tablet on my
Okay.
throne list.
Okay, I see. I see.
You need to feel the terror, just like me.
Okay, and you're gonna add the tablet,
Mm-hmm.
the
On
one
my
that you
throne.
need,
The one
the
that
one
I
that you
want.
want.
Yep.
Um,
On my throne.
and you're also gonna share it in stream for people to see.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my throne is accessible on my stream, so. And yeah,
You're not gonna make a separate one, right?
Kirsten is right. Or else, she'll do some digging and she will find it.
Wait, you're also going to add it at the same time, correct? Like I'm not gonna add mine. You're not gonna add yours until like a year later, right?
No, 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 no. I'm a woman of my word. If
No, I know. But
no, no,
just
no. I
clarify the word is
yeah, no,
that.
don't worry. It's not like, oh yeah, add it and I'm going to add it in like 2 years later. No, 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 no. If you do add it and share, let us help you, first of all. So if you do add it, yeah, for sure. I'm going to I'm going to add mine. That moment of silence, I see you think about it.
No, I'm
Mm-hmm. I can see
I'm
I can see the gears turning.
oh my gosh. Um okay, so this is the reason why I would say that I'm kind of on the fence about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's because Black Friday is like next week.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'd be able to find a chair, you know, and then like
Mm-hmm.
get a good deal. And then like I'm good. Then
Like,
we don't have to put it on the throne thing, you know?
but it could be any other gear equipment that you need updated. You need something like because again, just to give you an
Okay.
idea, friends like in chat, a graphic tablet usually costs around like 700 plus. So that's why
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it needs to be, in your case, you need to add like something that is kind of expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, go crazy, add a PS5 for all I care. Just, you know, it needs to be something, and not just a pen, because that I will hunt you. Um, yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
okay. Well then if it's not the chair, then okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm down.
Oh my God, Katie, a new camera.
Oh no.
A new, Katie,
So
thank you for the idea.
okay, so okay, if it was new camera, it would have to be a different camera though, because
Mm-hmm.
um no, I don't think that can work.
And you should
So
you should splurge. Like, I mean, 2000 camera is going to be a bit hard to crowdfund. Although we do have crazies in chat.
no,
Um,
that's what we're afraid of, Rings. That's what we're afraid of. Why
you're
are
the.
we acknowledging and accepting this?
I mean, it's
This is
just
the
that
part that's
you're
scary.
the master of your own, whatever you select. Like for the graphic tablet that I picked, it's not the most expensive one, really not. But it is a graphic tablet. It is a graphic tablet in the end. So it's going to be quite expensive. I could go for something like much cheaper, but like I explained earlier, I'm
Yeah,
more
about the
someone who,
environmental.
yeah, I don't want to just because if I buy something, I know that I'm going to keep it for like the upcoming 10 years.
Right.
So like that's why I'm like, okay, might as well splurge a little bit on this specific tablet and then go from there.
Of course.
So in your case, you could do that, like get a camera that is, you know, kind of kind of all right, even if it's a little bit expensive. And Christian is right. You're one of the crazies. I'm just saying.
I know, but like I feel like rightfully so. Like
Huh?
I feel like I'm allowed to be crazy, you
Huh?
know?
I'm sorry. What? Okay, no. And
No?
we don't get to
I mean,
we don't get to help
no.
you.
You guys are amazing souls that need to be protected and cherished at all costs.
What about you? Hmm?
Crazy.
No.
Okay.
What
I
about
can't have
you?
both labels.
Look,
No.
you no. This is you know that you're making things worse, eh?
I know. I don't.
Like
I'm
the
trying to talk
more
about.
you argue like this, the more I'm like, just you wait until that throne comes out.
Yeah. The issue is that I don't really have an argument. I'm trying to make one.
Yeah,
Like I'm failing. I
just
can
you
feel myself
wait.
failing.
You're going to have the
Um.
RT gamer treatment. Because RT was like, oh no, like she felt like she got bombarded with love. And I mean, Santa Squad basically came along. in RT stream. So you're doing it's going to be the same thing. Like, I don't deserve you guys. Nope, not today. Protect Cleo at all costs. Exactly. You need to be
I
protected
think
too.
I think the reason why I feel guilty about all of it, um, like give memberships, super
Mhm.
chats,
Mhm.
all of it is because like um I think like part of me is like, and I guess we can use V as an example because V kind of said it one time, but like
Mhm.
she was talking like, oh, she doesn't make much money, but like she likes to support the people who,
Yep.
you know, who she feels deserve it.
Mhm.
But in my head, I'm like, I would hate to like be a reason why someone is like maybe making a certain financial decision that is probably not best for them, knowing like that I care about them, you know?
Yeah. I see what you mean because I'm like V. Like, even though I struggle like with my own personal thing.
Hmm.
Um, like, and that's why I said to chat before. Like, I do budget my thing. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
I
right.
every paycheck I keep like maybe 5% of my whole paycheck for,
Hmm.
random stuff. So if I want to buy coffee, like whatever. But as you may know, I do kind of neglect my own
Yeah.
my own belly because my brain doesn't allow me to really feel hunger. And so I
Hmm.
end up with that surplus at the end of the month. And I'm like, you know
Yeah.
what? I will just splurge on other people. Because again,
Yeah.
in my whole budget, I do have the budget for my cat, I do have a budget for my family and other like personal stuff. So everything is
Hmm.
budgeted already.
Yeah, I
But
get
I
that.
I see what you mean. And this is why, like, for me, I was so reluctant on actually sharing my Throne account
Hmm.
until Kirsten kind of tricked me into it. Um,
Oh?
I mean, okay, so Kirsten tried to link something, and I didn't know what it was, and I was like, okay, you know what? I trust Kirsten, so I added her as a mod. Big freaking
Hmm.
mistake, even though I don't regret it, but big freaking mistake, because she then posted my Throne, and the whole shenanigans happened. See, like
Oh, that's a
mm-hmm,
good. Oh, thank you.
huh?
Thank you for sharing your experience.
Like, so
Thank you
I didn't
for
want to
sharing.
share, yeah, I didn't want to share my Throne because I'm a bit like the same as you. Like,
Oh,
I'm always someone who always bought thing by myself. Like, I'm going to put
yeah,
the numbers of hours, and
yeah,
I'm very patient when it comes to that. Like, I know, this stuff isn't going anywhere. Um and
yeah.
so I'm okay with this. Like,
Huh.
um
Wow.
but yeah.
Jeez. Uh, so,
Mhm.
I said thank you for sharing your experience because, if I remember correctly, Katie and Rask are here, and they do have access to links because they're
Mhm.
mods.
Mhm.
So thank you for sharing that because that's a really good.
Mhm.
In fact, that
Not
reminds me of
not
one
Cleo
of the Matt
removing
memberships.
all the mods. Like, no, not anymore. Next stream, no mods. Just just you.
Starting from ground one, like Chong rude everybody.
Exactly. I mean,
No
Strong
mods.
his had his own reason.
No,
But
no, yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna adopt it the same reason.
oh my god.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
But no, but it reminds me of how I didn't announce the membership stuff, and I
Mhm.
remember I was really trying to go over this and like figure out what I wanted to do for the
Mhm.
mod. I'm not for the memberships and like,
Yep.
and I kept saying like I want to make sure that I like at least offer
Mhm.
some like level of value because
Yep.
I was big on that. I didn't want to like just say here like become a member like no
Mhm.
reason, you know. Um, and then you before I announced it became a member.
Yep.
Like when I saw that, I was like, uh-oh.
Yep.
And then it was, I believe there's three people. I think it was you, Jared, and Elsa who became members before
Yeah.
I had said anything about it.
Mhm.
And then I think you had sent like eyes or something like that.
Yep.
Like,
Like the
oh my.
this just subscribe or like member thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm like,
Because
oh my goodness.
look, to my defense,
Oh.
I do spend time on your page whenever I want to listen to some music. And I was like, huh, what is this?
Oh, I
Interesting.
appreciate that. Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I could see it. I was like, okay, let's click on this, just see what's the thing, what's
Oh,
going on.
yeah. All right.
And I'm just saying.
That makes sense.
But
That
no,
makes sense.
like again, you please help
But
us
that's
help
yeah.
you.
But that's the feeling though, you know, it's like I guess I'm in a way the same way, like shoot, stuff will sit in my Amazon cart for months
Yeah,
that
same here.
sometimes I need,
Yep.
but like I either just can't justify or like I
Mhm.
don't want to justify because I'm like, well, you know,
Mhm.
maybe I don't, maybe I shouldn't, you know.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, one of the biggest things for me is like, oh, this is terrible. And if I thought about adding anything to my throne room, it probably would be plugins for music, because
Huh?
there's a bunch of like, new sounds and things that I can
Theo,
use.
add it.
Yeah.
Jesus, of all the
Now,
things you could add. Okay, so like
because
I said, of all the things you could add, let me finish.
okay,
This is
I'm listening.
fine. This is okay. Like
Okay,
this is something that is useful that you can use for to produce like content for us or just to do your own thing. Like if we want to record an album and you need something and it's like, oh crap, I don't have the one new thing, the updated version that I need. That
yeah.
this is made for this. Like I rather see like I remember May actually May when she first made her throne.
Hmm.
She put like so many like useful things. Even AJ, um, like
Yeah, AJ,
AJAYY.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow, yeah.
like I saw the first time like their throne because I was like, oh, interesting. The throne happened, and she was like, I just need a new desk because I'm working from my kitchen table. I'm like, lady, like this is okay. So I got her a desk. I got like so many things for
Dang,
May
like
because
drinks?
because the list was like something that is useful and I
Reasonable, right?
know that it's for their own like
Yeah.
for their own stream. So in your
Yeah.
case, don't feel bad. Like yeah, do not. This is fine. It's not like you said, "Oh, let me just put a bottle of I mean, you're not drinking, but whatever, whatever like I don't know. Um
That sounds like the street stream though.
I mean, treat
But
stream
no, I
is
get you. Like,
different. Yeah, but it's
let me add a
something
yeah. I'm like,
I don't
sorry.
know, a new pair of sock. And I'm like
Yeah, that's pretty
I'm
random.
asking I'm asking questions.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Um
yeah.
but yeah, no, for when it comes to all of this is fine. If you want to
Yeah,
put like plugins or like specific cables or like this is the time. This is
yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah, the
hype you up
plugin
for this.
one. Yeah, the plugin ones. I definitely thought like,
Mhm.
oh, that makes sense because like I can like demo them on stream to like make like you're saying like to make things,
Mhm.
like oh like instead of like we can do it this way or and obviously like not like to the deep technical part where anyone's like shitly confused, but like there's definitely really cool things out there that can be used
Mhm.
that could like be really cool demos to show people like, oh, this can be done, oh wow, that's how things are done, or oh,
Mhm.
to make really cool music and cool stuff. So like that was like the one I thought about because like in a way I do feel like it kind of enhances the experience of the stream and like can give
Yeah.
back.
Mhm.
But like
And even
like a
Kirsten also.
PC or like a
Mhm.
chair, I'm just like that
Hey,
is
as a healthcare worker, the chair is important.
yeah, hell yeah.
Like it is. Like this is your body that you use for work. So of course it's
True.
important. And even Kirsten is right. Like the throne is useful because as a viewer, it gives more of an indication of where your money goes. Um,
True.
oh, she put a Steam Deck on your throne. Like friends, there's Kirsten Oak has a
Ooh.
throne. Like it personally, I didn't put any Steam Deck. I was looking at it. I was like, I honestly, I don't even know how to navigate through OBS, so let me take care of that first. Uh, but yeah, so it's all the stuff that you would put in there if I mean it just makes us happy, you know. But yeah, no.
Well,
Cables, you can produce content. It makes us happy. We love it, and yeah.
I have to
So
start doing more giveaways is what I have to do. Like
yeah.
that one yesterday was very spontaneous. The one for Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there for that? You were there for that, I believe. I don't remember.
Huh?
Sorry.
for Pokemon. Which one? Oh, no, no, no. I wasn't there.
Okay. Wait, wait a second. Time out. What am I talking about? It was you were there for that. It was the when I went BRB and everyone was doing the numbers in the chat.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
I
Okay. Phew.
I, I
Okay.
didn't remember because you weren't talking in the chat, I don't believe, because you were in the call.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reason
yeah.
why.
So I
Yeah.
didn't see your name, whatever. You were there. Yeah. And then did the giveaway for Scarlet or Violet. The
Mhm.
countdown, yes. I'm sorry, I've not been reading the chat. I've just been talking to you with my eyes closed and looking at the ceiling. Um, but yeah, like giveaways like that, um, people, people who've been here for a while also know that again we used to do the Pokemon MMO tournaments,
Mhm.
and then like the winner would give them a cash prize. Um, so like I love doing things like that though. So I
Yeah.
definitely have to just do them more because um, again I always feel like I get a lot.
Mhm.
We have a relatively small community still, but like it's
Mhm.
like I feel like it trumps so many of their bigger communities just because of
Yeah.
the level of support and like dedication. It's just insane to me.
100%
So
agree.
um, I
But
just
but you could
that's
do
where the feeling
that.
of like not deserving comes from. It's like
Yeah. You could
you know,
definitely do that. It's just for now, I think for the throne it's really, and this is coming from someone who I mean, I watch a lot of stream. And I know that, and I think we talked a little bit in chat earlier about like how instruments, like music is just expensive as a whole. Like
yeah,
it's an expensive work and hobby at the same time. Like for
yep,
those who
ab-
take it up as a hobby.
absolutely.
So for me, it's like if anyone comes and be like, "Oh, that's too expensive," like I would never,
Mm-hmm.
spend that amount of money for this streamer because he wants to play music. But that's
Mm-hmm.
actually part of your content,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
And technically
yeah.
my work brain takes over at times and I'm like, technically it could be tax deductible depending on how you put it, but not me trying to.
Um,
Do not listen to me.
so so uh, I'm bad with that also. I've
Mhm.
had people, I don't know if this is considered a leak, but I've had people that I've reached out to about songs and
Mhm.
they're like, "Oh, I'll pay you to do it." And I'm like, "You don't have to pay me. Like I enjoy making music."
Mhm.
I'm like, "Yeah, but you're doing like the video, you're doing the
Yep,
song, you're doing the editing, you're doing," and they're like, "Plus it's a tax write-off." And I'm like,
it
"Wait, what?"
is. It is.
But like yeah, and I get that it is, but then like also part of me is just like, "Wait, what I don't know. I maybe I'm just like undervaluing the amount of effort, but like
Mhm.
is is it worth it to put all the paperwork and time into it for it to be like a minimal expense?
It really
Like maybe
depends on how much you make in total,
that's
really.
true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
So, especially in my case, like if I work in osteopathy and I'm not necessarily, I'm just going to give you a rough idea. Whenever I
Mm.
worked in osteopathy, I can make almost like the double of in salary of what I'm currently paid for. Um,
Goodness.
yeah, and just to give you an idea, like the fact that I can't really afford to pay for my cats, like
Yeah.
medicate, like investigation, it kind of gives you an idea like how much I need to spend on life in general. Um,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not someone who's like wasting money. Like I don't really eat out. I don't like the
Yep.
Starbucks thing is something that I don't understand because I always bring my own coffee. Like I'm
Yep.
that kind of
Yep.
person.
Same. Same.
Hmm.
Same brain.
Yeah. However, if I'm not, if I don't deduce some stuff as a tax deductible, a tax write-off, like I would get like taxed like freaking crazy with all the revenue
Uh,
that I make from my actual like job, like
yeah.
as a physiotherapist, not assistant, but I'm going to take to use that because I don't know what else, as an
Uh-huh.
osteopath. So
Uh-huh.
depending on how much you make with your own like with your day job, I'd say it could be worth it if you factor in like the whole like YouTube thing,
Yeah.
really. So if you do make um enough money, in real life. But you add like YouTube and it would put you into another tax bracket,
Tax bracket, yeah.
then definitely like try to do some tax write-off. This is fine.
Huh.
But I see what you mean. Like this is also not my first two effects. I know that Jelly said, "Oh, is it a tax write-off for you?" Like because I at that point I was uh I was well off financially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so she was like, you're dropping gifts like freaking crazy. I'm like, even I think EJ was like, YouTube needs to be like to put you on their paycheck. Is what the hell, you know?
True.
But yeah,
True.
so that's basically it.
Hmm. Interesting.
But in your case, if you do buy stuff that you're going to use to produce, uh, yeah,
Yeah, things myself, absolutely. Yeah.
but
Like, and I, I
there's,
mean, I get that. Like, um, and I've done that in the past
mm-hmm,
for like equipment for like any music videos or film stuff that I do. Whenever we buy drones or rent out things, like I'll
mm-hmm,
document that. But I guess just like looking at it from YouTube's side, I'm just like, wait, really? Is this?
mm-hmm,
I don't know. Maybe it's again, it's just me failing to look at it from a business standpoint, like, and just look at it more from like a creative standpoint because like, which I probably is a bad way to look at it, you know,
mm-hmm,
bad in the sense that like it's for growth,
yeah.
uh, but like, I don't know.
I see what you mean. And I think it's because for now, like whatever you produce on YouTube is a product of passion. Like
Yeah.
you actually enjoy what you're doing, you know,
Mm.
and it doesn't feel like work to you because it's something that you really enjoy. So I
Uh-huh.
get I get what you mean. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, definitely.
And yeah, and I definitely said like even like the main reason I started streaming was so that I could um continue to do music because I would find that being busy with work, school, other people's music,
Mm-hmm.
projects, other things that I would not do music for myself or
Yeah.
music that I enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a way to like put the camera on me and then hold myself accountable, you know, to like
Mm-hmm.
at least for the time that I am under the camera to work on music or to just take it, take a break and kind of hang out and stuff. So,
Mm-hmm.
so like transitioning from that to something that's partially business oriented is just really tough for me because it's like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like my brain goes back to the I'm just doing this because it's fun, you
Yep.
know. Um, but like obviously some level of structure and um, all of that is probably necessary too. I think it also probably hurt or maybe hurts. Maybe hurts is the wrong word, but hurts because I don't look at the people that are supportive as like um, like what is the word? Like it's not just like oh you guys are viewers, you
Yeah.
know
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like it feels more like community friends, like where whatever the word is, but it's definitely not just viewers,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Like maybe fans and friends, but like not just people that like I disregard and don't think about like after the stream ends. And a lot of that is obviously due to the fact that the community is just extremely supportive, Animal Crossing community in general.
Yeah.
Um, where it's like you almost can't like not see people that you see in other places, and then they remember you, and then
Mm-hmm.
so it's kind of like it kind of for me it kind of feels like it doesn't make the room for that approach unless you just have that mentality going into it. But like going into it, if you didn't have that mentality,
Yeah.
and then you're welcomed in like this, like forming that mentality kind of feels like you're just like betraying everyone. To me at least, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
if I were to be like, all right, we're gonna just make this all about money, and I'm only here, and every minute that I'm here is costing me money here and there and there, then I feel
Mm-hmm.
like I'm just like turning into like a I don't know. And it's, but like that thought of it is very terrifying to me. So I try to like stray away from that whenever I
Mm-hmm.
can. And I think like concepts like the throne room give me that feeling, you know,
Okay.
that it's
Okay.
like, I want you guys to like throw money at me. It's like, I don't want you guys to throw money at me.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make music on stream. And I really appreciate that you guys appreciate that I can make the music on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I mean, I will also say, I've always been told to not bite the hand that feeds you. So, um, I won't fight my help if you guys
No.
are, you know,
And I think okay, the way I'm going to put it is because I have a very similar um like mindset to to you when it comes
I've
to
seen that. Yeah.
I I mean, we do have like a it appears that we do have a very similar personality, even for Trong.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I talked to
yeah.
him offline about it. But basically, like, we don't see that coming from you as like you see us as a mean to get stuff, or
Mm-hmm.
like we're kind of like useful, quote unquote, for to get you whatever you want because
Mm-hmm.
of your own personality. Like, people who are there for the money, you can smell it from afar. Again, I'm going to take the Jake Paul situation because I freaking hate the Paul brothers. I hate them.
Wait, did something happen with them, or you mean just in general?
Just in general,
Oh, okay.
they're not in my good people list.
Mm-hmm. I don't really watch.
But
I don't watch their content. I don't know if
I
anything
never
happened.
watch a content. You just hear from them,
Oh yeah,
and that's
anything I hear is controversial. Yeah.
yeah. So for me, I'm like, you're already on my shit list. But
Mm-hmm.
you see that it comes from I'm here to create buzz. I'm here to kind of create something because I want the views. I want to, and because you're not like that, and it shows. I mean, whenever you create something, it's so much fun to watch as a process. A bit like
Mm-hmm.
you guys right now, like in freaking chat, like for hours watching me making emotes. I don't freaking understand because all that process, I would be doing that on my own in silence, and it
Mm-hmm.
would just be the same. It's just that I'm sharing the process and people happen to enjoy it and wants
Yeah.
to watch it. So I'm not like it's the same. Like, it shows. If you were there for the money, if you were there for, if you consider us as just quote unquote a number, like
Mm-hmm.
people that can give you stuff, um I don't think you would have that kind of audience, and I don't think you would have like that kind of crowd, or you know, you wouldn't have a good reputation, at least in the Animal Crossing community,
Yeah.
because that would show, you know. So no, don't worry.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
Um, and
it's it's just
I
a
probably also.
mm? No,
Sorry.
no, no, go, 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 go.
I think I fail to realize that when it comes to me,
Mm-hmm.
um, because like as a viewer first, because again, like before I started streaming, like I was just watching. Oh, I watched one Animal Crossing creator, and again, that was Yanni, who did the Sherp song with. But before I started streaming, um, it was I was I was the viewer who was
Mm-hmm.
again donating and gifting
Mm-hmm.
and just interacting, and I don't maybe it's because I create now as well that like
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of looking at it differently. But like as a creator, yeah, I definitely wasn't like you know, I mean as the viewer, I definitely wasn't like looking at it the same way. Like
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel bad. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely yeah I would be gifting sub or not gifting subs because I didn't have that, but I would be like yeah super chatting here and there because
Yeah.
I really did truly feel and felt like it was worth it and that the person I think they deserved it and
Yeah.
good time and
And I think
uh,
you should see it in the same way. Like for us, like
mhm,
all the memberships, all the gifts, and like, yes, you do. I mean, Chris, if you're still listening or he's still around, like that man is a menace. But
mhm.
he, even V or Koi, like they shower you with a lot of love and support. And it's
Yeah,
not because, um, like I know we know you're not asking for any of this. We
yeah,
just do it because we like, no, we actually like vibe with you and your content, and we want you to like do more of what you want to do. I personally don't, I honestly don't care what you stream. I'm just here for the vibe. It's the same with
mm,
Artsy. I couldn't care less what she streams. Same with Dan, same with pretty much everyone. Like, we're here for you guys. So, and since you experienced that as a viewer before, I think it try to remind yourself like, yeah, whenever I gifted some stuff, like I never expected anything in return, and it was really like you mentioned. I thought that this person really deserved it, and
mhm,
so I did. Same for
yeah,
us.
yeah. No, I guess I get that.
Hmm.
Maybe it's just I think it maybe I'm still learning, but I think it probably just feels like a learning curve to like to switch from the attention not being on you to the attention being on you.
Mhm.
And don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not trying to brag, but I'm definitely used to having the attention on me, just from like my music background. Like,
Yes.
you know, being in
Yeah.
choir, you're on stage singing solos or singing solos. Like as an
Mhm.
artist, I've done shows. Like so, I'm used to it. But like I feel like in those cases, like when someone shows up to the show, like yeah, they're paying to get in, but like I wasn't getting paid for the shows. Like we were just doing shows because if you could get people to a place and it'd show the venue, like oh wow, like this person can bring 200 people to the show, like that's great.
Mhm.
They weren't getting paid. But like it never felt like oh I was asking a bunch of my friends and people to come out to support me because I know like in the community, sorry, in the comedy community, like I have some friends in the comedy community.
Mhm.
For them, that happens a lot. Where like, or even music is too, but like in comedy specifically, I've heard this where they'll do like a tour or whatever, and they'll go to like random bars in the U.S. and like they'll go like on a trip and they'll
Mhm.
book all these different places and then what ends up happening is like their friends are the ones that are coming along or going or taking the time to go to these different shows and then like and they're paying like the $40 $50 to get in
Mhm.
to watch them, so it's not like they're like developing or creating any new fans along the way. And so the comedians that I know, they like feel this feeling that's like I hate to like throw these things and be involved in this stuff only for it not to necessarily result in my growth, but then also
Mhm.
put the people that I actually care about in the position of having to spend money on me. And I think that's what it feels like here, where it's like
Mhm.
the people who are here are people that I do care about,
Mhm.
as wild as it may sound. But and it's like I wouldn't want, like I feel like I'd rather I don't know, the money come from ads maybe. I don't really I'm bad at
Hey.
that too. Like I don't
No,
look at the
no.
logistics of it,
I
you know.
do. I do get it.
Yeah. I'd rather like, but obviously it doesn't work that way,
No.
Um, like
No,
yeah,
it
it
doesn't.
it
I
doesn't.
yeah, I mean, and so this is what like for me, um it's it's super interesting because I totally like I think it's for me, it always the feeling that you have stems from being having a very strong imposter syndrome right now.
Mhm.
Because let's
Yep.
face it, I'm a healthcare worker. I work at
Mhm.
hospitals. I've worked like I treat patients. In especially like in my brain, like even the throne thing. For me, the absurd thing is technically I get paid more than average.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are stuff that I'm supposed to be able to pay for myself, and I'm like, I don't want, why am I doing this? Like,
Yeah.
why do I have it out there?
Yep.
But I know that, so when I first set it up, I was like, okay, let me try to like put it in a way that it's going to be kind of useful for any streams. So that approach actually would help you be more, accepting of the situation.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, no, for me it's completely wild because I've always been on the other side of the spectrum when it comes to
Yeah.
either mudding to
Yeah.
viewing content.
Being a viewer, yeah. Digesting it versus creating it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So no, like it really comes from imposter syndrome, I think,
No,
because
it's funny you said that because um so I went and I visited a coworker.
mm-hmm,
Um I guess technically that counted as a trip, but I went for like a weekend to North Carolina.
mm-hmm,
I think I was talking about it on stream, but and there's an old coworker. I saw all these coworkers, right? But I have like two cowork or three coworkers that I'm actually like close to that I consider friends now.
mm-hmm,
But this one in specific was a previous job I worked at, and went down there to North Carolina to visit him and his girlfriend, and um I I like I've heard of the term imposter syndrome before, but like
mm-hmm,
I've never like done a deep dive to find out like what it means. Like I understood it loosely.
mm-hmm,
And then he was talking about like his job and like about how he feels like he has it because like he has this imposter syndrome and how he and his coworkers kind of share this sentiment that
mm-hmm.
like at work, they're like software engineers, and he's like, he's like, we're getting paid way more than we feel like we should be getting paid for like
Yep,
what we do and what we know.
yep,
And then like they were talking about like how like there's like this sense of dread that comes from it that is
yep,
like either they're gonna find out one day that I don't really don't know this, or like I'm gonna like do something wrong, or
yep,
like
and like I'm not like not deserving. Like there's this feeling,
Mhm.
and through that conversation, did I like realize like, wait a second, I feel this too. I was
Mhm.
like, this is what that is. Like, and don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, like I feel like I'm definitely qualified to do my job, absolutely. And I mean, I'd say that I feel like I'm qualified to stream too, and like I don't feel like I'm a bad musician or anything like that. Like
Mhm.
I know my stuff, but that feeling is like is it doesn't feel shakable,
Yeah.
and it's heightened when things like throne room and
Yeah.
donations come through
Mhm.
because it's just like what is it that I'm doing
Yeah.
that is like so deserving,
Mhm.
and it's not like a self thing because like I can see it. I feel like if I'm talking like live shows, right? Like I've done a
Mhm.
few shows, and like the times I've done the shows, to my knowledge, I mean, everything's gone well. People love the show. The crowd engagement is there. I'm pretty interactive. I'm not afraid to move around the stage. Like
Yeah.
I've learned that and practiced that since I was young. So like I'm familiar with that, and I'm
Mhm.
not saying I'm necessarily an expert, but like I feel like I am capable enough to that if I were to do that as a job, that I could do it well, and I feel like it would make sense. But
Mhm.
like I don't feel like the YouTube stuff is at that level
Yep.
where it makes sense.
Mhm.
And so that's where I'm like, wait a second, how's this happening to little old me? Like, you
Mhm.
know?
You were just
Um,
doing your own thing, and then just an outpour of love comes out of nowhere.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I get
And
it.
and that definitely all like spiked for me around Sabotage League, right? Because like Sabotage
Jesus. Yep.
pre-Sabotage League, 700 subscribers.
Mhm.
Not necessarily like rushing to hit 1,000 because that
Mhm.
wasn't really the goal again. Like, I mean, I, we definitely didn't have the number of watch hours we needed.
Mhm.
Um, I didn't know that like unlisting videos mattered, and I'd always unlist them just because I was trying to make the page look at least a little bit neat.
Mhm.
And so all the long hours of streaming and stuff didn't count, and it didn't bother me because again, my goal wasn't to monetize the channel.
Yep.
Like I didn't like look up beforehand. What do I need to do to monetize the channel? Make sure
Yep.
you don't unlist videos, and like I didn't go that
Mhm.
approach, and it didn't bother me because like again, that wasn't my goal. And then like Sabotage League happened, wave of new people come through, like
Mhm.
amazing connections, like awesome people, like really solid people that obviously I don't know like entirely, like, but like from what I know of them and like the interactions I have with them, like really good interactions, really cool people. And then it's like along with that is like boom, also amazing support, also like all these things. Also, it's just like wait,
Mhm.
whoa, like let's see,
Yeah.
let's get close, like let's talk more, like let's hang out first. Like I don't know, and it just feels like yeah.
Yeah.
So imposter syndrome is exactly what I would chalk it up to too. But
Yep.
it's a new concept that I'm learning to understand.
And
Um,
I personally think, from what I heard of a lot of streamers that I watch, it doesn't really fully go away. It always stays
um,
there because again, you're. I think it comes from a really, like, it's because it's really about you, like your personality. You're not someone who wants to take advantage of anyone. You want
yeah,
just like you're just doing your own thing. You don't want to bother anyone. You want to be as helpful, like to be a good friend, to be a good like listener. And so
yeah,
I get it. Like I can see why, like, you wouldn't you'd be like, "Oh my God, what did I do? Like, did I say
hmm,
something there for those people to just drop that sometimes outrageous amount of money on me, and you're like, how the heck, like, and again, it's because you're not, I would say, entitled, because I've heard some very terrible things about some quote unquote content creator
hmm,
that would kind of expect like their audience to,
hmm,
you know, like, oh, like if you're my viewers, like you should go do this and that. I'm like, actually, no.
yeah,
No, you shouldn't. Do whatever you want. This is
yeah, yeah,
fine, And I think it's because you have that kind of approach that makes it like hard for you.
yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah.
it doesn't go away. Let me tell you.
Well, that's great.
But I think it doesn't go away, but it makes you like the type of, and I'm going to say artist because let's face it, anyone that plays music for me is an artist. Also looking at you, TBT, because I see you in chat. Um,
TV
like,
teaser? Oh,
yeah, TBT is here. though he might have dipped out. But like any artist is kind of like, you know, it makes you grateful for your following. It makes you the kind of artist that we enjoy to watch and listen to because we know that you're
Mhm.
not, self-centered and be like, oh yeah, my public adores me, and no matter
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
say or do, they're going to follow me to the depths of hell. I'm like, no.
No.
you know,
Nope.
but
Mm,
because you're like that, I think it's going to humble you a lot and just makes you like even more likable, you know?
mm.
Yeah. No. So please make a throne for the treat stream. I'm still waiting. Like
Oh
I
my
kind of
god.
wish like I'm not chat, please do not. But I'm kind of wondering like I'm curious about like how treat stream works.
I will say though that like initially when you told me about it, I was like, wait a second, you mean to tell me that people are gonna pay for my food? What about your own food? Like, what the heck? Um, but like, I can see, I feel like I can kind of see it a little bit more now. Like, I
Mhm.
can see it kind of being cool, like the mochi thing. Like, oh, I get to try mochi, and then like, I could share that experience in a funny
Yeah.
moment, maybe.
To kind
It's
of
like I can see like,
mhm.
mm.
No,
No,
no.
I can see like why that would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, and to kind of help you in the process, TreatStream does set a threshold to how much you can put in the list. So I think the top they can spend would be like $30 or something with the
Can you
whole.
set that threshold, or
Hmm?
can you set that threshold yourself,
No, no,
or?
no. It's the website itself.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's really like you I think the thing that kills me because I added stuff. I looked at the price and I was like, this is not real. Like, how is this so expensive? Again, this comes from a brain that never orders anything really. So I
Mhm.
was surprised, and because it covers pretty much like the delivery fee and everything.
Yeah.
So let's say that you want to add something from McDonald's and you wanted like fries and a beverage. Like in my case, it's close to the $30, and I'm like, how is this so expensive? But yeah,
Yeah.
like it's don't worry, it's not like they can drop 100. Um, you know,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like more reasonable than, yeah.
To give
I
you some
get you.
kind of peace of mind. And Kirsten says that TreeStream goes through Grubhub.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I I definitely can see the novelty there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then again, I guess I can also see the novelty from Throne Room too, because it's like
Mm-hmm.
you're kind of like helping to facilitate like and like the content, and maybe like knowing that you play a part in something like that is pretty cool. I mean, that's how I feel at least.
Yeah.
Like helping to facilitate your tablet would be
Yeah.
really cool because it's like, oh, then
I get to draw
you know,
more.
yeah, exactly. And like I love seeing your art. So
Thank
like
you.
that part of it is really cool to me. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shoot, if I'm being completely honest with you, like the number of things that I've okay, now it sounds like kind of bragging. Honestly, just the number of things that like I've funded for
Mm-hmm.
people just randomly is kind of outrageous, yeah. But like I don't know, something about it is really cool to me. Like I'm not sure if you know Mushi or have seen his name Boozy in
Yeah.
the server or in the
Mm-hmm.
stream sometimes. Um, but he he was going through something where like his Nintendo Switch got like banned or whatever because he was like hacking it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And like using some mods or something like that. And so he got blacklisted, sorry, is the word. And so he couldn't play his favorite game, Splatoon. Um, and so he had like set up a GoFundMe for like a Splatoon thing, and he has like a Splatoon server, and all this stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just got it for him. But
Yeah.
like it felt like it made sense,
Mm-hmm.
like the same way like I feel like you buying the desk for AJ, I think you said it was like
Yeah.
it made sense, and like knowing now that you're able to like help facilitate this thing that is so integral to this either this thing that you watch or integral to a person that you care about is like a really cool concept. So
Mm-hmm.
I understand, but I'm
Hey,
still scared because you're crazy.
I it dude, same here. Like when I added the mic, I was like, should I? Should I not? And I was like, you know what? Let's do this. And I added it without even thinking twice that
Mhm.
people would just spend it. Like
Yeah,
just spend money on this, you know?
Yeah.
So, and lo and behold, things happened. Um, so this is what like for I, although I completely agree with like I understand what it comes from 100%. For us, it's
Yeah.
really if we can facilitate like you creating content that you enjoy, then go for it.
Yeah.
Like especially because again, music is expensive. It costs a lot for the equipment,
Yeah.
and there's like so much more that needs to be taken into account. Like for you, like even a mic selection is not something
Mhm.
like so trivial. Like it's not just me trying to like I googled like okay, what could be the best mic that I could spend on right now. Okay, here's the model. Excellent. Let me just add to cart. Like in your
Mhm.
case, there's a little bit more to it. So,
Yeah. It's funny actually. I recently was looking at new mics because I'm crazy.
mhm,
But no, I feel like the gear hunt for a musician, and I'm not sure if TVT is still here, but TVT can definitely speak to this too. But the gear hunt as a musician, and I mean, maybe this is for any creative field or any
mhm.
field, I guess that has like a you can start collecting things. The gear hunt is insane.
I
Like
can believe it.
like like a guitarist alone, like if you're just doing guitar, like it starts with
Mhm,
guitars. You buy maybe a few guitars. The next thing you know, you're buying a few pedals. Maybe you're buying a few different
mhm,
cases. Maybe you're buying a few different, like t- um, uh, uh, anything straps. The number
mhm.
of things that you can start to add to your list of things. So like from an audio engineering standpoint, since it's kind of my background, um, even like using the mic that I have on stream, like the mic that I'm using for stream is a good mic, and
Yeah.
I think I was telling Coral this, but like when it comes to mics, there's a level where you can get a good mic, and then there's a certain level where it starts to have diminishing returns
Mhm,
on your investment. In the sense that like YouTube compression comes in, so like you can't get the full quality of the mic.
mhm,
Maybe like your listeners aren't listening on like a necessarily like an amazing audio situation, so they may not hear like certain levels of whatever quality in your mic. So you can go up to like $2,000 $4,000 for a microphone, but like at a certain price point, it's gonna be changes you're really making for yourself. And like that's kind of like the term I came with the mic because I was gonna buy a new mic recently and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just do this one because it's pretty common and it's a
mhm,
good mic and has a good stuff that I would want to have in a mic. And then I looked at it and I was like, well, my mic that I've always used that's $76
mhm,
has always worked for me and it
mhm,
is something that is still like good quality.
mhm,
Um, and yeah, I mean it works like
mhm.
so. I ended up not pulling the plug on that because I felt like that was more of a splurging thing than a reasonable.
And this is where Throne comes in.
But
This
yeah.
is where Thrones comes in. Because again, it doesn't because you have it on Throne doesn't mean that we're going to get it. Although, um, like your audience,
We
we
know.
do,
We
yeah, we
know.
both know. We both know.
We know.
We
If
both
it's there
know.
at some point,
Yeah, it's but
something
at the
crazy
same
will happen.
yeah, but at the same time, it's like I mentioned, like it's music and audio equipment is part of your job.
Yeah.
Like it's part of whatever content you produce. And it's funny because I you mentioned about like especially music equipment on Twitch. I do for like follow Herman Lee, the guitarist from Dragon Force, because
Yeah.
he does
Yeah.
stream,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's fascinating. And I watch him and I'm like always amazed. I'm like, oh my god, this man is so good,
Yeah.
And he mentioned like, oh, here's all the guitars I have, and it's not very uncommon, from what I
Yeah.
understand, in the music industry to have like
Insane.
75 different like of that one thing
Yeah.
because um it does sound different. Like it's like whenever he picked one of this guitar and he's like, oh, this is this kind of model, and like I have no clue what it is,
Yeah.
and he starts playing on it, it was like, oh, true, it does sound different. It's just like whatever like pedals that he put, and he would be so
Yeah.
technical about it, and I'm like, I don't understand half of what you're saying. I can just be amazed by the
Yeah. Yeah.
skills.
Yeah.
Plus he invites like a lot of like different artists and like that plays music also,
Yeah.
and they kind of like, oh, what guitar do you have? I'm like, I don't, what's the difference? Because for me, a guitar is a guitar. Like, there's no difference.
Exactly right.
Until I started like reading a little bit more, I'm like, oh no, this is not just a guitar. Um,
A lot into it, yeah.
yep. So yeah, this is where Throne comes in. You can splurge a little bit there. Again, doesn't mean that we're going to buy it, even though I see you chat. Uh, I feel like chat right now is almost like a pool of shark, like waiting for Throne link to happen. Like,
Circling the third count.
mm-hmm. But at the same time, like if it helps you create stuff that you like, then we're here for it. You know,
Well,
here's me trying to convince you to get the throne, but hope it kind of eased your mind just a
it
tiny
does.
bit. Just a
It
tiny
does.
bit.
Yeah, no, it does, and I will say that I appreciate it because um, I definitely do feel like um, okay, I don't necessarily feel pressured to make it in a sense,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, it's either I make it or I don't, right? But
Mm-hmm.
um, I do see like I don't know. You've definitely eased my mind about it though. I would say
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have too much thought because I mean like I was definitely looking at it like, well, I'm just not gonna do it,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Like I know it's just a joke and like haha like what.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys aren't joking, but
Yeah,
um
no, no, I get it.
like I was just like, oh well, you know, I'm just probably not gonna do it. Like eventually, like people will stop asking, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. Um, and
I
if it
mean,
actually is for a good reason, then I'm not gonna fight that, you know.
okay. The reason why it's not stopping, let's face it, your chair. It's a recurring subject on your stream.
Yeah.
And
So I
it's nothing bad per se. But
yeah
if you ever, and Rask I'm going to target because he's in chat right now. But if it's something like anywhere close to what Rask has, I'm like, no, Cleo, please let us fun you something. Because I'm like, I actually feel pain for you. Um but yeah,
yeah
no, it's a recurring subject and I'm like, let's help you on this.
yeah
Because
I
you do sit a
mhm.
lot.
Yeah. That's so this is probably just a part of my personality when it comes to like the stream stuff. But like I made the mistake of like I don't even know what started the me looking at shares, but like I started looking at shares and then because I was more aware of like chair talk, chair things,
Mm-hmm.
um it was on my mind and then like I remembered sitting in my chair and just thinking, man, this is not comfortable right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then my stream brain said that out loud.
Yep.
And
We
then it
all
was too
picked up
late
on
for me
this. We
because
all did.
I would have never said anything about it. But because I decided to like vocalize, it's just like the fact that I was looking at them and then like so it was in my mind like, oh man. And then from then it's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Our
but
ears perked up like whenever before you had the membership, whenever I heard the word
uh-uh,
membership, same thing.
uh-huh.
We were like,
You're like
huh?
ready?
Not comfortable? Says who? What? And
My
then
goodness.
we are not letting it go.
Um, Well, of course I appreciate you all so much.
Me
Um,
too. Me too.
I I don't I, there really aren't words. Like again, I've had like sit downs with people in real life that I know. And mind you, like I think I've said this before, but like I honestly in real life have like maybe 2 to 3 friends. In fact, the one who I was going to see in Colorado, the one who four, sorry, probably 4 or 5 actually. But the one I was gonna go and see in Colorado, who technically I could consider an online friend, considering I mean I know them like in real life, but like I've met them online first through work. I just met them
Mm-hmm.
in real life too at some point, but only once. But and my other 2 coworkers, the one who took me to Puerto Rico and the one that I went to North Carolina to see, and
Mm-hmm.
then like 2 from high school, like or from school, but like outside of that,
a lot of them are just orbiters that kind of stay around because like, oh, like I was saying, like Cleo, oh, Cleo's doing his music thing, or they'll ask me for like beats sometimes, or
Oh,
like
Jesus. Yeah.
free handouts. And so like my circle has kind of shrunk because I start to realize who's just trying to hang out and who's just trying to talk to me because of like what I
Mm-hmm.
can offer.
Yep.
Um, and so like I've had conversations with people like, and I'm just like, these people on stream, like, while I may not know their first names or last names or what they look like
Mm-hmm.
they are so impactful and mean so much, and it's a very wild concept. So
Mm-hmm. And it feels the same with me. And I mentioned several times on stream, I don't, especially because of my way of life. The concept of friends is almost non-existent. um, Mostly
Mhm.
because and you probably everybody kind of felt like that before, but when you start like parting ways with friends because of life situation where you feel like, oh, they're clearly not, you know, um, on the same wavelength as me anymore. Like I can't really relate with you. Um,
maturity, right? Whatever it may be.
yeah, and so because of
Interest.
that and my my work schedule, it made things
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it made
Challenging.
things so hard for me to kind of keep up, and I ended up just giving up.
Yeah.
And obviously my relationship is basically related to work. um
Yeah.
yeah, work relationship. So, and when you work in healthcare, there's let's just say that gamers aren't really prevalent in in my field. It's usually,
Really.
yeah, there's not that many gamers. And the
What is
one
the?
hmm?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What are their primary interests usually? I'm kind of curious.
Ah,
What have you encountered?
oh my god.
Most.
Well, the one thing, they all love to travel, which is one thing I can relate to, but they don't, even movies, even music, even like nobody really listens to the music that I listen to. Nobody, like, if I tell them like, I remember I did connect with um some of my coworkers, and it's funny because basically, I needed to, like, I was super happy because I was going to go see an Iron Maiden concert. And I
Oh
was
wow,
like,
that's really cool.
yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to get up from work. And we're like, oh yeah, like, do you have any plans for tonight? I'm like, I'm I'm actually going to see a concert. And they're like, what are you going to see? And when they say Iron Maiden, and like, hold on, we love Iron Maiden. I'm like, seriously? Hi, where were you all this
Wow.
time? And we
Yeah.
started connecting. And but it's so rare because, again, I have very eclectic sense of like, I don't really listen to some of the music that people listen to,
Mhm.
especially at work, because let's just say that the average age is above 45,
Yeah.
and sometimes they're going to retire pretty soon.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, like, I can't really talk about all of those things. And even for, I mean, even for video games, Jesus, that's like,
Yeah.
oh, what, you play video games? What games do you play? And they're like, oh, I only know like Super Mario Brothers from the Game Boy. I'm like, okay.
Oh jeez.
I'm like,
Oh jeez. Or
okay,
Tetris.
yeah, or Tetris, or like, I think the the oldest game that they played was like the um the old school Mario Karts. Not even
Jeez.
not even the one on Switch or anything. I'm like, I I can't. I love you guys, but I can't talk with you because
Yeah,
I
that hurts.
yeah, because I would bring them like other games. It could be like
Yeah.
even, Yakuza series. They're going to be like, huh? The what?
Right.
The where? So I ended up just, I go to work, I do my work, and that's about it. You know, I don't connect with people. So for me, like, connecting with you with even your chat, like, let's face it, you do have a pretty amazing chat.
So freaking
Um,
cool, man. I swear.
they're
So
again,
cool.
I love your audience very much. They're super fun. um to hang out with. Um and so like it feels good to be like, oh, like even with you when we were like, oh yeah, I'll play Yakuza 0, and Chris just said, oh, Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite game of all time. I'm like, wait, what? You too?
Yes.
Like it's so cool to
Yeah.
finally be able to find like someone, you
Yeah, with
know.
shared interest among the same. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think that's pretty amazing too. Like the level of crossover is
Yeah.
why is so is beautiful. Um I mean, if it's Rask, if it's Dig, who I know through Rask, if it's Aplar, who we met through Siana, if it's like the way that it's all like connected, and the fact that like the people who actually do mesh and like hang out can like still find each other in each other's streams is just so cool. Like so I think it's a really beautiful thing. And like that again, like I mean, I've said it before on stream, but like the way we met Rask is through PokeMMO, like
Yeah, that's so
just
cool.
by chance. And then now like the fact that you all like hang out in Rask streams too, like I love that. And like it's such a it's just beautiful. Like it's just
Mhm.
but, like I mean that's honestly and no credit to me. I mean outside of like obviously streaming, but like that's because of you guys and your personalities. Like they just work. Like you
Mhm.
know there is a shared interest. There is the the friendliness that is when someone pops in that you've seen or maybe don't haven't seen before. You're open arms, and so that's I mean credit to you guys. Like you guys make it what it is. You know,
Mhm. It's
it's
really,
not toxic. It could be.
yeah, no, it's still wild, and
Yeah,
I'm so grateful for all of this.
yeah.
Even though
Um,
it's very surreal. Very, very surreal.
very surreal. 100% agree.
Mhm. But we're going to be there for you no matter what. So,
Well, that same thing goes either way. I just need to find out more ways that I can be there for you guys. Uh,
I
right.
totally get it. I totally get it.
But
I hope
yeah.
your voice isn't too nuked right now because this call has been going for a while, and
Uh,
I don't want to kill you any further.
yeah. So
And just
it's
think about it. I'm just
I've
saying.
been muting. I've been muting from time to time to clear my throat or something like that. But
Hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna continue to rest it.
Yeah.
Are you streaming for much longer?
Actually, I think I'm just going to finish the blue Joy-Con that I'm almost done with,
Okay.
and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
then
Um.
yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm?
So I added them. I added the red ones separately.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they were supposed to be separate, right?
Yeah, they were.
Okay. Okay. So I'm probably gonna have to. Which one do you think we should add then? Because I don't know if I should add both of them and over like another thing. You know, if we can add like another.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
It's
Or is it?
really.
Wait. Was it? That's everything, right? Actually, is that everything?
Oh,
Is that are those
all
all
the
of them?
emos? No, no, no.
Yeah.
There's still
Okay.
more.
Okay. Yeah. So then I
There's
think I
still
should
more.
probably prioritize one of them for now.
Yeah.
Uh, just because of the YouTube limitation.
Mm-hmm. That only
Um.
means one thing. You need more memberships.
Oh
Did I
my
say that out
goodness.
loud? Uh,
See, one thing that I found out is that I can actually also gift memberships myself.
yes, that's true.
I think Tiana did that first, and I was like, "Oh, you can do that? What the heck?"
Mm-hmm.
So, um, yeah,
That could be something.
that could be something.
Mm-hmm. And then we get
I
more
I will
emotes. Mm-hmm.
I will say though, and that maybe it's just imposter syndrome type things talking again, but like I feel like the concept, and maybe this is a good business thing, but again, like it just feels kind of shisty. But like I feel the concept of like me, the creator, gifting memberships
Mm-hmm.
feels a bit um off
Mm-hmm.
because obviously it doesn't cost me any well, I mean it costs you extra money, but
Mm-hmm.
like it kind of feels like free trial y, where it's like
Ah, yeah.
here's some free members like, you know,
For
I'm
just a
gonna give it to
month.
you guys. Yeah, for this month. And then next month, if you want to keep everything that came with it, you have to pay next month. Like it
Mm-hmm.
kind of feels. I mean, it's, like, from a business standpoint, probably is good. I mean, that's what like companies do, right? They give you
Yeah.
free month of whatever it may be, and then you're like, oh well, if the service was good enough, then I'll extend it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So I feel like it kind of feels off to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but maybe again that's the imposter syndrome thing talking again, where it's like,
I
yeah,
I kind of
yeah,
get it. I get it. It is in a way, and I think folks in chat that I've seen before that either does the remark like, oh, my membership is now gone, boo, and it feels like, do you expect like anyone else to just gift it so you can have it back somehow? Question mark. Like it you because I've seen so many people with like an angle when it comes to this. I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this. Um, but it's partly imposter syndrome because you feel like I'm giving something to my audience, kind of like a treat, and then once it's gone, I they would be inclined to pay for it. But from what I observed, no. Oh Jesus, call dropped again. Oh my god, I'm going to have a jump scare again. Oh my god, Discord. To finish my idea.
yeah. Sorry, I I heard I heard the last part of what you're saying, so I hear you.
Yeah.
But it
So
cut off as soon as you said I. You're like I, and then it cut off. I was like, what?
But yeah, so don't even though I do totally get what you mean, um, from what I notice, um, it doesn't really matter, to be fair. Like, I think if there's it's like a small treat, like, oh yeah, look at all the perks that you have, um, and now it's gone because the month is now over. If
Mhm.
someone wants to like actually enjoyed your content, so it could be like a member only stream or like other stuff, they're going to pay for it. It
Yeah,
really doesn't matter. And this is like coming from Crossing Minute Dan's channel because before I was Center Brings everywhere, I was mostly Center Brings on Dan's stream, you know, and I noticed that um like people at times would kind of expect me to just donate, and I'm like, I don't think you understand the point of me
yeah,
gifting memberships, you know?
right, right,
And then I eventually kind of slowly stopped because unfortunately I can't really do a targeted membership gifting. And I noticed
yeah,
that sometimes it gets into quote unquote the wrong hand. And so I was like,
mm,
no, I can't risk it until it gets like we
targeted,
we get the option. I might slowly not do that because Dan's streams sometimes like have a lot of people, and I don't want to just anyone to get it. Um, but yeah, no, like if you do gift something, if people really support you and you know actually enjoy your content, they're going to pay for it regardless.
yeah,
Yeah, so don't worry
mm,
about this. You could definitely gift it. If people doesn't want it anymore, then yeah, that's it.
yeah,
This is fine.
and I'm that's yeah, that's definitely fine. I guess that part of it's fine to me. It's
Mhm.
just more so like the concern that, and this is probably like I think we had a conversation one time about labels, but like
Mhm.
it's like I would hate for it to be viewed that way.
Yeah.
And obviously I can't control what people think, right? But like
Yeah.
I can obviously control like what I do and like how I do it. And
Mhm.
I don't know if um I'm sure like in the short term it may seem like oh I'm doing and I am, but like it may seem like in the short term oh he's just doing it because he's giving back, but like I don't know if long term it may just not roll off well, and then
Mhm.
I'd hate for the label to be that like I'm gifting subs to kind of like try to get people to maintain that subship because again like at my core
Mhm.
I would rather people not if they can't and don't want to like
Mhm.
I would rather not like someone say oh well I have to cancel my Netflix subscription. I really love watching movies because I'm now subscribed to Clio, and I'd hate for that kind
Yeah.
of thing to be said. So
Yeah.
so I wouldn't want to like encourage that by like
Yeah.
enabling something like that, you know? So
I
it's like really
I think it really comes from a, because let's face it, Animal Crossing have a very young audience,
that's true too, yeah.
and it's a
Yeah.
trait that is more common within um the younger folks,
Mhm.
to put it simply. Like usually it's like, yeah, they're younger and they either seek validation through
Yep.
like some questionable
Yep.
actions at times, um
Yep.
or questionable comments, and I think I get what you mean.
Yeah.
um but again, like I think we, like the people who are going to support you and pay usually are adults.
Mhm.
And if
Yeah.
like that kind of comment of like, oh yeah, I'm going to cancel my subscription, I would have like questions. I'm like, like, huh? like
Yeah. Yeah.
like it wouldn't make sense to me,
Yeah, I guess it's
because
kind of a fringe case. That's not really the most common thing to happen, but maybe I'm
hmm
just going to the extreme.
yeah, I mean it. I would understand it even more if you were like a really like, if you produce a lot of like Minecraft content. Like Minecraft
Mhm.
is like very well known to attract like a very young audience,
Yeah.
or like Roblox or like any of those games. Like I
Yeah.
completely understand why you would freak out.
Yeah.
But for your current or audience right now, if you do gift, I don't think we're going to see it as a at least from in my opinion, I don't think we're going to see it as a, oh no, like he's only doing that to to kind of bait us into
Mhm. Yeah.
into giving another membership. Like I don't think that's the case. And if that happens again, like I said, I would have a lot of questions. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
who hurt you to
Yeah.
think that, you know?
I get you.
So don't
Yeah.
try to ease your mind and face some try, because it's always easier said than done. And it comes from a
Absolutely.
very overreactive mind. Like
Yeah.
I'm kind of the same. Um,
Mhm.
but trust your audience on this.
Yeah.
Um, and if anything, um, yeah, trust your audience. Like it's we kind of balance ourselves out. And if anyone else is new and doesn't fit the vibe or the crowd or the mentality, like we're we're here.
Yeah.
You're
No,
fine. Mm-hmm.
I get that. I do. And obviously, I want to make a disclaimer too. Like I would hate to make it seem as if like um I wouldn't want or in any way have a goal or future goal of wanting to like make it like a full-time thing because of course I would love to, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
um it's not like I'm not saying like, oh, I don't want to like get paid for any of this because like I don't want
Mm-hmm.
to do this. Like, of course that'd be a dream to like do music and stream and like stuff like that. But like um it's just like the way about getting there. I would not want it to be like an at any cost kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'd very much rather that be like I don't know if natural or organic is a way, but like I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it, but like as an end goal, yeah, like but like in the short term, like well, you know, I don't really know how to explain it, but like I don't want to. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it.
No, no,
I don't
it's
want to like at the expense of people. Like I'd rather it be like, oh, like well, this guy is able to make this a full-time thing because like he has so many subscribers and people and like it's a small effort from a mass versus like a
mm-hmm.
big effort from a small portion.
Yeah.
I'm sure that makes sense.
No, for sure. I think what helps me is whenever, because I listen to a lot of like big streamers podcasts, because apparently doing a podcast is super popular.
Yeah.
Um,
Sure.
and yeah, no, I think the way you're doing things right now is a way to go, because it's you do things because you enjoy it.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned before, it shows, and that's like the main reason why I'm so happy to help you with your project. Like
Hmm.
when you first like made a request, a commission, like in my head, like the term commission was just, I never expected anything in return until you're just freaking like made my heart have a tiny heart attack because I was like, huh, what? I'm actually getting like money out of this? What?
Mhm.
Um, because again, like I would have done it just as a friend, like as someone who just wants to support you in your project because I'm still here in your audience. I still watch you like produce content or like work on
Yeah.
your own thing. So for me, I'm like, no, I know like how stressful it could be. Um, and let me help you. Same thing as,
Yeah.
the concept of throne. So really,
Mm.
it's yeah. Don't worry. You're doing the right thing. It's all good. And all
Well,
right.
it's good reassurance. Because anything can make you feel like you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a comment on a day that was like a hard day. You're like,
Mm-hmm.
God, what is it that I'm doing wrong now?
Yep.
So it's very easy to like switch over into defeated mindset.
Yeah.
Uh, and then of course, while you're on stream, it's extremely hard to, or I'd say probably mentally taxing to do your best to not convey that
Mm-hmm.
to your audience when things are good.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there'll be times when people come in and they're like, you know, um, like this stream is what I needed today. Like this made my day, or this like I had a
Mm-hmm.
really rough day, and like this really helped me like to kind of unwind. Like when things like that are said, I'm just like I don't want to say like there's this pressure to like make sure that things constantly go smooth, but like there is
Mm-hmm.
sometimes,
Yeah.
and it's not necessarily pressure that obviously I'm not willing to take on, but like when you start thinking about like that potentially dipping or diminishing, you're like, oh shoot, like I can't
Mm-hmm.
afford to like let people down too on top of it. So
Mm-hmm.
but again, I know those are things out of my control, but it's just a
Yeah.
mental thing you have to deal with.
It's it's interesting because I think it always comes stems down to personality.
Hmm.
Like I mentioned before, I think it was a late night stream. I don't know if you were there. I'm someone who's very, how can I say it? I don't really care about people's opinion on myself because I'm the
Uh-huh.
harshest critic of myself.
Of yourself, yeah,
Yeah.
agreed,
And so
agreed.
I
100%.
don't like whether or not you enjoy my content or like that you love it. I'm going to be pleased because you like that. You like
Right.
whatever I produce.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you don't like it, I'm like, yeah, it's not going
That,
to affect me
yeah.
much mentally speaking.
Yeah. Agreed.
Um, because trust me, the tiny hamster that goes off in my head does just the work just fine on making me feel not good.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
and so like
100.
I I think um whenever I mean sometimes it does happen like when I watch Artsy like stream something and she does art and it makes me feel good because there's a very like soothing presence or just conversation that I it keeps my mind off things. Um it's super helpful for me.
Yeah.
But I don't expect like the streamer to hit that note every time because
Right.
again, we watch you for who you are and not really like for anything else, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, for sure. Like you put yourself a lot of, I think, from what I hear, you put a lot of pressure on yourself that um and again, I'm not a psychologist, friends, 101, but it's often a trait that I notice because I'm also victim of it myself, of
Mm-hmm.
people who just have a lot of on their plate. Expectations
Mm-hmm.
everywhere, from family, from friends, from work, from basically everything. And so when we do have our creative outlet right now, we feel like people expect that from like we they expect something from us when honestly they don't.
Mm-hmm.
But our brain goes into like, no, I need to perform, I need
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
good, like I don't want my audience to have a bad time.
Yeah.
Just like, like me yesterday when I started freaking bawling my eyes out. Like I was like, oh my goodness, like that
Yeah.
was not the feel. And even me sharing like stories from work, like trust me, like what I shared yesterday was technically an average week, but I had never shared like, I mean, Kirsten, I believe Uplar and maybe Katie, um, heard, hold on, yeah, heard the kind of like the worst kind of stories I can share, and it affects me like greatly because it's like those are tough stories, but I don't
Yeah.
want to share them on stream because I'm like people are here for a good time. And
Yeah.
trust me,
Right.
like I can break your heart just by telling me like telling some of the stories that I've had in my
Jeez.
office, you know. Um and so like again, I get what you mean, but don't worry. Like there's no expectations. And if there is, then I'm sorry to say it, but screw those people. You know. It's just if you have that kind of expectation, like, oh, like I mentioned before, like the kind of comment that I find super rude is like someone comes into chat is like, "Oh, I'm bored," and I believe I
Mm-hmm.
snapped. I was a bit snarky in your chat at some point because someone
I
said that.
I
Mm-hmm.
remember. Yeah.
Because it bothers me. I'm like,
Oh, I
well,
agree.
there's no
Yeah.
need to be rude. Just walk yourself out. And then
Yeah.
when I get a like dumb like justification of like, oh, my internet was bad, I'm like I never knew that bad internet could make you bored. Just
Mm.
again, snarky, but like you don't
Yeah.
need that. And it's the kind of comment I'm like, you can walk yourself out if you're not happy.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so don't worry. We're here for you. We're here for your content. There's nobody put any expectation on your shoulder. Right now, I think the one that puts the most weight on it is yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um, you need to calm that perfectionist brain, and I know that is hard because I have one myself.
Yeah. I know.
Like you need to calm it down. That tiny hamster needs to be harnessed and just take off, break that wheel for just a bit. Break it. Um, Slow down when it comes to this. It's okay. No expectation. Just do whatever you want to do. We're here for it. And I wouldn't be sticking around if honestly you weren't like so passionate about what you do and so fun to be around with. And I think that's
Mm-hmm.
the main like feeling of what we all have right now. Yeah. So I'll let you rest because
Jeez. But
honestly, you need a rest more than myself.
you hit every nail on the head. I have nothing to say.
Yeah,
It's all so true.
it's I mean, that's part of my job. That's part of my job to kind of like whatever you're feeling right now is valid. Like, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying it as a generic way of saying like your feeling is valid. Yes, this is like for me it's common sense.
Right.
Um,
Right.
it's just it really stems from somewhere,
Yeah.
and where it stems from is usually the same thing. A very perfectionist brain,
Yeah.
and in your case, and in my case, I have very light ADHD, so this is not so bad. But in your case, you might have it a little bit more than myself, just a tiny
I,
bit.
honestly, I would believe that. Yeah.
But it's it makes things harder because you know that, oh, I have all these list of things going on and I can't get through this because I get distracted, I get sidetracked for whatever reason, and then you see the list getting longer and longer, and because you're a perfectionist, you're not satisfied with what you do.
Yep.
And
That
then
makes the
the
list get longer and longer.
yep, and then the panic sets in and the
Mm-hmm.
wheel goes off because you're like, "Oh god. Oh god, what should I do?" Like I should have finished this. So, and again, your brain says, "I should have finished this like weeks ago because I started this project like at the beginning of the year and I'm still not done." Like, trust me, all those voices, I hear it too. But
Yeah.
but again, if someone gives you shit about this, then screw them. Let them
Yeah,
leave.
yeah.
Like
And I
it's
definitely say that I'm good about that part of it.
mm-hmm,
Like I've um yeah, that part of it I definitely say I'd have under wraps. I think it's only when it's like someone that I probably don't expect it from that I would expect to be a little bit more understanding about it that like kind of hits me.
mm-hmm,
But then even then, like like I never feel like I have to explain. Well, sometimes maybe I get a little upset. No, I feel like I have to explain something, but or maybe like being upset like kind of overrides that. But like
yeah.
usually I don't feel like I owe that explanation to anybody, like that I'm busy or that whatever it may be. Um, but yeah, like there's I think it's just probably blindsides me at someone that I didn't expect it from, um, and then I start wondering if like again if it's something that I didn't wasn't clear on or if I didn't like explain or if I like, overpromised.
Mm-hmm.
And so I try to be aware of that. But no, I like I 100% agree.
Mm-hmm. It's really the majority of our trouble usually comes from our brain. It's
Yep.
it's ourselves. That
Absolutely.
this is really when we say like this is a me problem, this is truly a
Yeah.
me problem.
Yeah.
It's and we project because it kind of it validates whatever goes on in our mind. Like because it's because instead of being like, oh,
Kind of right.
yeah, like it honestly validates like not necessarily a behavior but a train of thought because that
Yeah.
tiny hamster is really looking for this. That tiny
Yeah.
hamster is just waiting in the
Yep.
shadows to kind of strike and make you feel like either guilty or shitty to say the least.
Yep.
So, you know,
Yeah.
like if it's going to seek validation wherever it wants to, and you're going to project, like you're going to say, yeah, no, clearly my audience is not happy or my audience expects this from this. And you have your rational brain that fires
Yeah.
off that says, no, I know my audience. I know my viewers. That
Yep.
like they're cool people.
Yeah.
They don't want to put any pressure on myself. But again, the tiny hamster goes
Is running.
crazy. Yeah,
Hmm.
it goes crazy. And so this is where even for myself, like the what I call the emotional brain and the rational brain kind of battles off where
Yeah.
you kind of, you know, you try to be like, you know what? Here's the situation. Here's like the step by step. I'm good. Like,
Yeah.
but it's still hard because it's again there's so many factors. You could be tired, you could have a tough day or a stressful day, and
Yeah.
then shit goes crazy.
And that's all it took for the go to get moving.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's for me it's like a fascinating topic because I deal with that a lot with my own patients.
Yeah.
And for me it's like it's always trying to understand like where it stems from, you know. Um
Yeah.
so I notice there's a lot of people that think it's in my head or like it's just is it me? I'm by myself. And then when we start putting words on it or at least a context to it, it makes
Hmm.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. And in your case, whatever you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. Um
Hmm.
and I totally agree. But as a viewer, I'm like, okay, whatever you think makes sense and it's valid. However, here's the other side of the kind of the story, yeah, to kind of put a little bit of perspective, not to diminish
Yeah.
at all what you're feeling, because it's yeah, it is for sure. Like anytime, by the way, you want to talk about something like more, I would say serious, I'm here.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I trust me, the amount of personal stories that I hear is kind of insane. And I do like whenever I talk to you, like right now, like I told you before, like my medical brain starts to fire off
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
I see that you're in some kind of situation. I'm like, I know that it's stress inducing and it's not fun. So let me try to kind of ease it off without also being condescending because I
Right.
hate
Right.
whenever someone tells you like, "Oh no, you shouldn't worry about that. Don't worry." I'm like, "Yes, but I need the rest of the sentence. You tell me not to worry, but uh, obviously it's not going to work, you know."
Right.
So yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I keep saying like, oh, we should stop, and then continue.
No, I'm just listening at this point, but no, I'm hearing you 100%. And I think honestly, like, and then you said anytime you're available. I think the times that I appreciate these conversations the most because, uh, if I'm being honest, I do have them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I would say with people that I I appreciate their what's it called, their input for sure, but like, or okay, some I value more than others. I value them all,
Mm-hmm.
but some I rank higher in terms of value, like
Yeah.
what I get from it.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, but um, oh, shoot, I forgot my train of thought on that. But I do appreciate it. I really. Oh, I was gonna say, I think I appreciate the ones that are more spontaneous more
Mm-hmm.
because it becomes a thing where it wasn't that I was looking for an answer, but I
Yeah.
was given one, and like the answer made sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like versus like seeking for an answer and then like now it's like a thing where okay, we need to kind of cultivate an answer. And maybe it's not necessarily a thing where you're trying to find an answer because I need one,
Yeah.
but when it feels when it's a bit more like unplanned, it seems a bit more not even organic, but it just I feel like it works better. It means more maybe to me
Mm-hmm.
than to be like, hey, I need to talk to you, I have a problem. Because I mean, again, I can see the value in that too, but like I don't know.
It's
Sometimes
it's just different.
it's different. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and
Yeah.
for me it's because my job is basically trying to find a solution. Um,
Mhm.
because obviously we do have a like I especially in my work field, when people come see me in physiotherapy at the hospital back in the days, um, like I would take the decision of, let's say, I'm never touching woods here, but let's say your grandmother ends up at the hospital because she fell down, she slipped, and she, had a like a needed a surgery for the knee, which I
Mhm.
never wish for. But
Yeah, yeah.
if that happens, like she comes in physiotherapy at a hospital, like I'm the person who gets to decide if they get to go home or get placed in elderly care.
Mm.
Okay. And that's a very, very big decision that
Yeah.
is life changing.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
like bringing kind of like making people realize that it's not no longer possible is one of the toughest thing that I've had to learn over the years.
Hmm.
But it's also like this is why like for me listening to someone else and just be like, okay, so here's what I noticed. And sometimes it's very subtle things. It could be like comments or just like the voice or like something that makes it like, okay, so from what I hear, you're saying this, but here's what I see, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think um finding like a solution that is, like you said, more organic is part of my job too, because nobody
Yeah.
asks me anything. I just,
Right.
from what I hear, from what I just pick up on things, I'm like, no, I think this is it, you know? Um, and it's also helped because I think I see a younger version of myself in you.
Oh,
um, not a bad thing, don't worry.
no, I know. I understand what you mean.
But I do see a younger version of myself in you, that makes me feel a little bit more compassionate. Not that I'm not, but I feel compelled like, oh no, I I see what you mean, and I don't want to go through that kind of struggle because for me, at the end of the day, I was like, this was unnecessary. Like
Hmm.
all that struggle, all that stress just didn't matter. None of
Yeah.
this mattered. And the fact that I wasted so much time um in it makes me kind of furious when I think about it.
Hmm.
Thinking about like, friendships or like just people that surrounds me that I'm like, why did I spend so much time trying to help you when in the end we don't
Yeah.
even talk together anymore because
Yeah.
just we're different.
Yeah.
So hang in there. Please
I
try to rest.
I will say though,
Hmm?
um, uh, in regards to the um or if the feelings of, I don't want to say resentment, but the feeling that you have maybe about like being upset that you spent the time
Mhm.
around the people or the things. I would assume that you're applying that also to certain mentalities too, like maybe the imposter syndrome thing.
Mhm.
Um, Knowing that it's still a lifelong thing, um, it doesn't seem that there's necessarily a fix. It's just a matter of learning to cope and deal with it in ways that are healthy. I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
when it comes down to. So like I'm guessing your point of view or guidance on it is from that standpoint, not like a don't make the mistake, just like learn how
Yeah.
to handle it better.
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Because it's like I said, it's never that hamster is still going to be there.
Right.
And no matter what we do, it's still going to irk us in so many ways and push the right button that make us feel like shitty. Um and I I mean again, just with throughout the years, I mean that specific hamster caused a lot of damage in my case to the point where I'm like, I don't want, it's not something fun, and I don't want it like anyone to go through this. And so if I can give some kind of like a a moment where I'm like, okay, let me listen to you and let me try to pinpoint, not with that, like not really pinpoint because that's kind of like let me analyze you, which is wrong,
No, yeah.
but let me try to see from your perspective, like, okay, where does it come from, and like, is there any underlying issues or underlying like um I think root
Yeah, I'm trying
to
to
the
find what the word
to
I'm
that
looking
to that situation, like it's yeah, it's something that for me becomes kind of important
for. Mm-hmm.
because um especially when I work and I do take the time to talk to my patients, and some of
Mm-hmm.
them do tell me like it's so sad because they're like, nobody told me this before, and they spent so long trying to figure out like, did I do something wrong, does it like, and just like being able to hear like, no, no, this is not you who's wrong, this is not a you problem. It's a you problem, but it's a different kind of you problem, you know.
Right, right, right. I understand.
um but trying to like pinpoint like, okay, this is a you problem because of this hamster, because of circumstances behind like around you that kind of leads you to think those things.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, so these are valid, this is perfectly normal, and
Yeah.
trying to figure out like, okay, so when that happened, what could
Mm-hmm.
be the thing that you can do to help yourself not to stay in there. um
Right. Yeah.
and that I think took me a lot of time because again, it's just, I don't know, it's it's something that I wish I had someone to kind of guide me through it, but at the same time I'm like, knowing myself, I don't know if I would have listened. um
Yeah. I get you.
so I try to give like, just not advice, but a different kind of view that would help you maybe do your own like thinking, like processing.
Yeah.
um and I'm pretty sure that all of what I said like already happened in your brain. If
Yeah.
you're some anything
Absolutely.
close to me, I'm sure you analyze this like freaking crazy to the point of losing
Absolutely.
sleep because it drives you
All the
nuts.
time.
Yeah, it
Every
drives you
day.
nuts. Yeah, it drives you nuts. This is part of the reason why I don't sleep. Because we overanalyze everything. So having someone else going through the whole thing and be like, "Oh Jesus, thank God, I'm not crazy," or "This is not just me going like completely paranoid," you know, is always it's a nice touch, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. I appreciate you so much.
Same here. Like you have no idea. You guys have no idea. Like everyone in chat, yourself, and people from other stream. Like it's you kind of bring a little bit of calmness in my brain that
Yeah.
I don't have. Um,
Yeah. Exactly.
yeah,
I agree
it's so
so much.
nice. Yeah, it is so nice. So yeah, I'll really let you rest because I don't want to kill you. Um,
Well, let's be honest. We know I'm not going to rest, but
I
I will
mean,
definitely stop
same
talking.
here. Yeah, just and
Oh,
I'm actually happy to see that all those emotes are making it to the stream.
yes.
This is exciting.
Good work, good work. This is still the for the battery one though. If there's more, we can prioritize some of the other ones over
Yeah.
the two battery ones.
Yeah, no, no,
Um,
for sure.
so whichever one, I guess you like more, or whichever one you prefer more, we can go
Oh,
with.
any,
Uh,
to be honest.
okay. Well then, I think I'll just keep the red one since it was there. Actually, maybe we should do blue because the contrast shows the red really well. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know.
That could be a good thing
Yeah.
for sure. And again, throne. Hmm.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Looking at you.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Pro-
You're gonna do it too, though, right?
yes.
That was the agreement, correct?
Yes. But
Okay.
because I'm doing the challenge, you need to add it first. Because if I add it, I expect some kind of like ninja to happen and just stuff is going to disappear, and I'm not okay with this. Get your chair, or if it's not your chair, because you did mention the Black Friday thing, please,
Right.
like any equipment, anything
Dang
that you
it.
need, put it there.
Oh
Okay?
my. So that was my little black. That was my little black. My what's it
Mm-hmm.
called? There, little outlet because initially we said chair, but then you're like, okay, well if it's not chair, then something else. But you didn't say what else.
Equipment. I'm going to say it flat out. Equipment for your stream or for any content creating. Let me let me be as broad as that when it comes to my definition of things. Yeah. Hell, it could
Yeah.
be even something for your grandmother.
Yeah.
I would be like, yeah,
Kind of nice.
like, trust me, if it's for composer grams, we would crowdfund this, no problem. So really, it could be basically anything. Camera, plugins,
Oh,
chair. We can help you with the list. Katie.
goodness.
Katie is ready.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So anything. You make the move first, young man. Mm-hmm.
Not the young man.
Yes, the young man. I will use the young man card.
Oh
I will.
my. Oh.
This is this is something that I can do. So,
Yeah. True. True. True.
mm-hmm.
No, I obviously, and I really appreciate it. So I know it. I know that the place it comes from is a place of good.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I can't do anything but appreciate it.
I know that everyone seems to agree for composer grams. Let's go.
Oh my God. I have to go back and read the chat because I was uh,
I mean,
trying. Sometimes when I'm in someone's stream or talking, I try not to
mm-hmm.
read the chat too much or like respond to the chat too much because I don't want to like take away from the conversation that we are having. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, 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 don't
Um,
worry. I've been trying to keep up from time to time, but it's hard.
yeah. Yeah.
um, but yeah,
Yeah.
no. Like really, don't worry. Okay? Anything on the throne, we're going to support you. Even for Kofi, even though like to be fair, Kofi can be kind of scary when you think about what happened to to
Oh,
Churong.
$3,000. Goodness
Yeah.
gracious.
Yep, yep, yep. I mean, let's face it, Koi was a major like component to to that
Really?
happening. Yeah, because I think it was it a scavenger hunt? Like there was like some event that
Event.
yeah,
Yeah.
event, and Koi I think dropped maybe 200 at times just for specific things to happen.
Times?
Yep. Yep, yep,
As in
yep.
multiple different times?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Koi is a madman.
This is why I need Koi needs to have the damn membership. That man,
Membership. I know.
everything. Like,
It's so wild to me that he doesn't have it still.
yeah, and same for Truong. Like,
Yeah,
both
exactly.
of them do so
So
much,
wild.
and they don't even have the membership. Like, I'm I'm on a mission to get them there. So yeah, Throne
Hmm.
definitely less worse than Kofi. Um, but do it. I'll be watching your Discord if you do have an announcement.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. The Hey, everything is in your camp now. I said my
Yeah.
piece. I'll be
Jeez.
ready, cause that graphic tablet is in my Amazon cart.
Oh really? Oh, you're ready, ready.
I'm
Well,
ready, ready. I
goodness
know
gracious.
exactly. I don't need to look for it. I know exactly what it is. Just saying.
Ah. Well, I definitely don't know what's there, so that's not gonna be on there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But
but I just feel.
the plugins, just saying.
Uh, yeah.
Cables, mic, um, I don't know, even your a freaking guitar or piano that you would
Mm.
want. That
Oh no.
no, not me giving you ideas,
No,
enabling
no, no,
in.
not you saying all the ideas that I have, or all the things that are in my cart currently that I'm not buying.
Yep. Hey, I'm good at that.
My gosh. Clearly,
I
obviously you and Katie both do this so often. It's like, oh,
the mind reading.
it's to another level. It's
Yep,
wild.
yep. So
Um,
we'll be waiting. Katie, just throw a grand piano on there. Oh, I'm not even sure what a grand piano costs, but I think it's
insane.
yeah, like uh, it's no, there's no way. First of all,
Ins-
do you even have the space for a grand piano?
no, I don't. I don't. That's something else I have to be very cognizant of is space.
Yeah,
But no, entry level, I just looked it up to confirm. Entry level grand pianos can cost anywhere between $7,000 to 30,000.
30,000. Oh Jesus, my heart.
Yeah.
No.
If you go for like the big brands like Yamaha or
Mhm.
Steinway, I'm not sure if you know them, they're like 65,000.
What?
So for comparison, um,
Oh,
you can get a relatively good keyboard like maybe 200 $300. I mean, if you really want to push it, you can go for like 400 $500 $600
yeah,
keyboard. And usually it's just like quality, like of the keys and things like that.
yeah.
And then you can get a plugin. Well, let's say you go for the $200 keyboard. That's
Mhm.
relatively good.
Yeah.
You can get the plugins that contain like hundreds and hundreds of different brands of keyboards and
Mhm.
types and sounds that all capture the different sounds
Mhm.
of real mapped like they'd like record each note played from a live piano like in a really treated well treated room so you can like have the actual sound. Um, and you can get like plugins to access to like hundreds and hundreds of them
Mhm.
for like $200.
Oh my
So it's
God.
instead of buying like a $3,000 or $30,000 piano that only has one sound, one thing to it,
Mhm.
buy a keyboard and access to hundreds of them for about $400 $500, and
Mhm.
I still have not pulled the plug on that. It's
Hey,
things like that where I use like the same
throne.
two keyboards, but like I just do what I can to like modify the sound because I know how to.
Yeah.
Um, but of course, like there's times where I'm like, man, it'd be really nice to probably pull the trigger on this, and I don't do it because
Mhm.
I'm like, well, I can work around it, but
Yeah.
um,
I get it. It's kind of similar for me with because I whenever I see RT draw, I see the brushes that he had, and I'm like kind of googling. I'm like, what brushes? Like, what
mhm,
is this set? And I look at the price. I'm like, should I buy it?
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like, but at the same time, I'm still able to do like, like as you see, like doodles
yeah,
without needing that. So technically, like, I don't need
yeah,
it,
yeah,
but I kind of want to fiddle with something different and see what
yeah,
I can do with it. So for
yeah.
sure. Like a quick question actually, because you mentioned that. like for
Sure.
the sound. So someone in chat, I don't remember who, asked if like what do you feel sound better between something that is like a real life instrument playing versus like a more like electronic like digital instrument that kind of reproduces the same sound.
You're asking me which one I think sounds better?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, um, that's actually a very good question
Mm-hmm.
because there are certain imperfections that can come from a live instrument that you can clean up in an electronic version. So for example, like
Mm-hmm.
let's say you have a piano that is tuned like immaculately by like someone who's really good at tuning grand pianos, which is very
Mm-hmm.
hard to do for
Yeah.
many reasons. I don't want to get into the technicals too much, but like
Mm-hmm.
it's very difficult to do that, like to tune something perfectly. Um, so like you can kind of so with the processing and sampling stuff that we have at current date, you
Mm-hmm.
have the ability to remove any quote imperfections that would come from a live instrument,
Mm-hmm.
and then while keeping its natural sound, and any other else stuff that you would want to kind of so you have a lot more control over what the final product is.
Mm-hmm.
So but of course, sound better is obviously objective. So if you're asking me personally,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that um, that that sampling is the way, like
Yeah.
the virtualized instrument, primarily because again, the level of control you have over it is
Mm-hmm.
insane. Like I could buy a violin that
Yeah.
is, let's say it's $200, but of course it's not like a $4,000 violin. Or again, I
Mm-hmm.
could buy a pack of violin sounds that were like recorded in like this like this extremely like well treated room, and then buy like a set of reverb, which is like adds like echo type sounds,
Mm-hmm.
reflections, and place that same violin sound in like a grand cathedral, like
Yeah.
and have a completely different sound than I would trying to recreate that with an actual instrument. So
Mm-hmm.
I would say just because of the advancements in technology, and how real you can make some of these audio samples sound,
Mm-hmm.
um, I would say that the electric option, it's probably like um, a betrayal to playing real instruments, which I do, like to people who play instruments. But
Yeah.
like, if I'm being honest with you, like the versatility is something that is unmatched. You know,
Yeah. I think
so
I think you're it's interesting because I feel like um from a like a person that enjoys like live shows a lot, I think like people tend to prefer like real life instruments
yeah,
because
absolutely,
we first of all like if like those imperfections you kind of get to improve like
of
you
course,
get to work on. I hear this imperfection that shouldn't really be there and I need to kind of improve my technique or like work on it to make it sound good
right,
versus if the sound was always perfect and clean,
yep,
like there's no like incentive of trying
absolutely,
to become
absolutely,
better.
right,
And there's also like I personally think it's also a very like it's the emotional aspect of things
yeah,
to think that
absolutely,
those beautiful instruments that we pay like for so much and we spent like some of them like it's craftsmanship, just thinking about like some
yeah,
acoustic guitars.
yep, yep,
Jesus, like it's a work of art basically
yep,
to be
yep,
kind of like dismissed by,
yeah.
just a keyboard and a sampling.
No, I agree. I
So yeah, I
yeah,
can see the bias, but it's interesting because I feel like you're right, and I feel like there's a lot of especially in the music industry, whatever you hear in the album, like that's the exact thing. Like whenever someone hears an album and see it live, the comment that comes out sometimes is it doesn't sound the same.
yeah,
Because I feel like probably it's been a while now that in the recording booth, not all of these instruments are there,
yep,
and they
yep,
have to use a keyboard. So
yep.
whenever you hear it live, because you're so used to hear it like um
Pre-recorded
pre
and it's
exactly.
perfected, and it's
Hmm.
perfected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's in a way I can kind of relate like the sampling and the electronic music to like a highlight reel, like a social media platform, and
Mhm.
then comparing the like natural instrument to like a real life meeting someone in real life, where it's like you may see the best and be able to see the best parts of someone in
Mhm.
in like the electronic or the best parts of the instrument in electronic form in comparison to the natural instrument. But don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
I will forever appreciate the craftsmanship and stuff that goes into
Mhm.
so what's it called? Um, and including the imperfections, because I think a lot of imperfections, and that's why I said in quotes a little while ago,
Yeah.
aren't truly imperfections. They're just things that come with the instrument. Like
Yeah.
um, that could be like the buzz of the guitar that comes if you don't put your fingernail on the right note. Like that could add a sound or a different thing to it that it
Mhm.
becomes a part of the music. Um, and but I will say, so this is where I kind of I would say I also put it in quotes is because in post production now or in electronic music, you have the ability to add and remove those imperfections at your whim.
Mhm.
You can add in vibrato if someone didn't sing it. You can add in the imperfections that will will come with the guitar or the different sounds. So if you don't have it, but it gives you like ultimately that clean slate that
Mhm.
if you have the musical or technical knowledge, you can add those things and pretty much
Yeah.
convince someone that it was done live.
Yeah.
Like it's so from a technical standpoint, I would say it's
Mhm.
just more versatile,
Yeah.
which is why I would say it's better because it gives you more range.
Mhm.
Uh, but of course, to me, there's there's nothing that beats even playing on a slightly detuned piano, um, because you're doing the real thing. It just feels like the real thing. So
Mhm.
um, yeah,
That's so interesting.
yeah.
That's
I'd love
just
to explain and show some of the stuff more on stream sometime. So,
yes.
because I
And
feel like it is fascinating, but I don't want to like cross over into, potentially it being overwhelming.
okay, the Kirsten, take notes. I mean, I can do a freaking just let's talk podcast and you get to explain all of that because that's fascinating because I'm a huge music fan. I've been
Yeah, yeah,
like to so many shows like even like next week I've been invited to listen to a like a real life organ inside a church.
oh, that's so cool. Yeah,
Yeah, and I haven't done that in such a long time, so that's like something that is very interesting. But
yeah,
I love music. I do like follow a lot of either like streamers or like podcasters that do play music. And it's a world that is so interesting to me, especially
hmm,
because I'm just a consumer of music.
yeah, yeah,
I don't really understand the whole technicality behind it, but it's always like very, for me, very interesting on why do I feel sometimes like I don't like what I'm listening to, like
yeah,
either live or recorded because of like tiny things like this, you know.
yeah,
Even like the
yeah,
freaking history of autotune that is so interesting to me. I forgot who talked about it like in all the streams, but that's I would love that. If you need a platform that is not necessarily on channel, like just poke me. We can set up set up something for
yeah.
sure. I can
No, I'd love
even take a screenshot like of your character and make a PNG tuber thing like happening. I can talk to Kirsten and we can definitely set that up. That
That'd be pretty.
is
Yeah,
yeah, I would love that
it'd be pretty
because
therapeutic for me too. Because
yes, because do share your own like your own thing. I would love that.
yeah, because like among my music music
Mhm.
community, like local music community, um, it's not as um receptive to this. Like a
Really?
lot of musicians are like stuck in their way. Absolutely.
Huh, interesting.
Um, and don't get me wrong, like it's not like in the sense that like they're closed-minded to new ideas. It's more so like they know what they know, and when it's challenged, they feel challenged as an artist, and they
Mhm.
feel like their creativity is being silenced. And I'm not saying this is a universal thing for musicians, but specifically in my area, this is the case. So it doesn't really. breed a very healthy sharing kind of community thing. Which is why part of that also really is amazing that I find it online here because I get to share that without like I don't want to say without judgment because it's not judgment that's the issue. It's just
Mhm.
I've said it on stream like where sometimes it's like I'll play something for someone
Yeah.
and it's a bunch of musicians and then like it's almost a thing where they like it, they appreciate it, they'll say yeah, that's really cool. But like you can almost feel them saying or thinking they can't wait for this to be done so they can play their thing. And
Oh,
it's not
yeah.
like a thing where it's like, oh, because I think that like we're doing this thing and we're sharing these ideas. It's more so like a, well, look what I did kind of thing, like a one up someone kind of thing,
Mhm.
because it's very competitive.
Yeah.
Um, and it sucks when you have a lot of that in your area. Recently, I've run into more musicians that are just down to jam and talk about the history of music and things like that, and it's
Yeah.
really cool. For
Mhm.
the most part, for a lot of the times, it's just a bunch of like musicians that have like this ego that is like I'm the best musician, and you as another musician doesn't have anything to offer me. And I try not to like do that to anybody because I love to learn,
Mhm.
and I'm the first person to say if I don't know something. So it's like but yeah,
Yeah.
so being able to talk about it, like, on stream or like with you or whoever it may be, and kind of like explain some stuff, that'd be amazing. Because
I would love that. I'm definitely going to think about like first of all we need a timing and you need to recover for sure. Um
Mhm.
because I have like I'm so curious amongst like the YouTube channel that I'm subscribed to, like I have like a violinist teacher, I have like the drumeo like channel like that
Mhm.
talks only about drums, and it made me
Yeah,
discover like so many drummers. I'm like, oh my God.
yeah,
Like they made me discover Snarky Puppy.
snarky puppy, yeah,
Oh Jesus, they're so good.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I listen to a lot of like like the creative process behind it, like the technicalities and how like they process music. And for me,
yeah.
I'm like, this is a brand new world to me that I would love to hear more about it.
That's
Um
really cool.
yeah, so like for sure.
Yeah, you're
Like
gonna hear it firsthand. Absolutely.
yeah, no, for real. Like I'd love to hear that. Like especially like influences that you have,
Yeah.
artists that you listen, like specific like artists for me, I'm obviously the bias towards Iron Maiden because I grew up with it a lot.
Hmm.
Like for me, like I never understood why I loved them so much aside from the lyrics and everything. But then when someone who played music was like, no, the bass line, I'm like, huh?
Hmm.
What
Yeah,
about this
yeah,
bass line? And I started to compare like from one band to another. I'm like, oh yeah, like it's something that is very particular to this band.
yeah,
So
yeah,
like any influences that you have, if you make me discover like new bands, I'm all for it.
yeah,
Um and yeah, basically nerd out. Please do because I'm also a nerd and
yeah,
I get I get hyped
yeah,
by
yeah.
proximity. I just love that.
No, it is. It's always very interesting and fascinating to watch someone in their element talk to or speak about things that are in their realm.
Mhm.
It's like it opens a door that you didn't know exists, like you said about the bass thing in specific. Like they're like, yeah, but that bass line, you're like, oh, wait, what? And then the next thing you know, you're
Yeah.
down the rabbit hole of, oh wow, I didn't realize the complexities that
Mhm.
came with this portion, this piece.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
And
no, absolutely.
I'm a total noob when it comes to music, so sometimes like people say, "Oh, the chord progression." I'm like, "What is a chord progression?" Like I know
Oh
what a chord
no!
like I know what a chord is, but like how
Oh
do
no!
one chord progression is better than another? Like what makes
Yeah,
sense like in the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and obviously like as
Oh
instinct I know like as instinct I know
no, it's
like
not your fault. It's not your fault.
when something well that's the thing when something like sounds off I can't really put a word on it, and
Right.
then someone who plays music oh like that chord was kind of
This
weird,
is right.
and I'm like,
Right.
how the heck did you know?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
like do like by all means, and I would definitely like this is the kind of stream I would like link to Truong because it's
Hmm.
also beneficial for him to
Yeah,
just
yeah,
nerd out. Yeah,
yeah.
no, definitely poke me. Now that we talk about
Oh,
this, you're trapped.
has
We're
to
doing a
happen. No, it has
podcast.
to happen. I agree. I mean, oh, geez. It's funny too because Strong was saying this. He was like, "You need to do a music podcast. You need to do a music podcast." Um,
Hello, let's go.
I'm down. I'm definitely down. I'll say
Yeah.
two things. I remembered because I wanted to reply to them.
Mhm.
One, I will say that it's something. I guess it's we've talked about this before with Trong, like being able to there's something beautiful about being able to discover something for the first time as someone who's like
Yes.
able to like understand the complexities that come with it. Like,
Yeah.
for example, being able to like find good music and discover art and see things like not as a kid who maybe would have taken it for granted or grown up with it, not necessarily taken it for granted, but not
Mhm.
fully understand the concepts of it versus like as an adult now you're like wow, like this is so
Yeah.
there's something beautiful about that. But I would say that as a producer, unfortunately, and I think I've said this before in stream, unfortunately, it crosses over very quickly into a thing where it's a blessing and a curse because
Mhm.
now there is nothing that I promise you, there is nothing that I can listen to that I don't hyper analyze just
Yep.
because like the producer mind in me cannot cannot keep the track together. Like it separates
Yeah.
it automatically.
Yep.
Um so, and don't get me wrong, like there are definitely moments still where I'm like, "Oh wow, that was done really well."
Mhm.
Um, but more times than not, it's like, I'm like, why did they make the choice to move to this progression? Why did they add the E in there? It's like a little bit too much
Yeah.
reverb there. The voice is not. It's just
But
like it's
but that's
yeah.
that's for me that's interesting because it's really like me usually us as the pleb we don't
Mhm.
really notice
Right,
that like
right.
and it's always interesting to have like someone kind of becoming it's not nitpicky I would say but like analyzing the whole thing and sometimes like it's and so that's the part where I listen to a lot of different kind of music but I don't really know the history of music that well
Yeah,
and there's a lot that stems from it like who's their influence like what kind of
right,
like genre they can kind of like mix together um
right.
even I mean some of my friends that do play music they're like oh like it this kind of like chord progression makes sense
Yeah.
because let's say like the BPM is at that beat and usually
Yep.
that beat kind of sets this kind of mood and I'm like
Yep.
how and it makes sense like when they kind of explain a little bit more and make comparison of like here's a sample track of like this amount of BPM and then they kind of put another one that has the same beat per minute and you listen like the different vibes that he can give you just by changing those few things and I'm like
Yep.
this is so cool and I want to know
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. No, it's you're right. It's honestly really wild. The simplest way I guess is the easiest way to explain it is those like I'm not sure if you've ever seen those short like little videos they do where they'll show like some kind of visual and then they'll change the music behind of it and show like how it affects the mood. Have you seen those things before? Like I think there's
No.
one that I know of specifically that's like a B and like it'll play like really calm, light and dainty music that sounds very positive and then they'll like change the music to be like really like dark sounding and then it like can change the complete feeling of the scene.
Huh.
Um and I'll if I find something I'll definitely link it to you, but um a lot of it comes from I mean there's like a psychology to it that you can obviously partially learn as a musician or you can of course go to study um
Mhm.
and part of that is in music theory which was one of my things that I learned in high school and then continued
Mhm.
to further my knowledge of just because it's so interesting like the
Mhm.
chord progression alone like and I'll just explain this slight nugget. A chord progression is ultimately a series of chords so instead of just one chord, which is let's say it's like a C major chord, which is three notes,
Yeah.
a chord progression would be like a C to an F major to maybe a D to an A, and then that sequence would be a progression. So it's just literally just the progression of those chords from one to the next.
Mhm.
Um, but it is those progressions and changing them that can kind of convey tone. And part of it is it's oh, you could go down the rabbit hole for it. So I
Yeah,
won't do it now,
no.
but like definitely next stream I will absolutely like
Oh my
talk
god,
to
please do. I
um
I'm definitely going to like I'm going to take notes and ask you to send me a screenshot of your characters because this we're going to do like a PNG tuber kind of
yeah,
thing for a
I'm down.
podcast.
I'm
Like
down. I'm down.
and like if we need to I mean, let's do a test a test
Yeah,
episode
sure, sure,
first. But
sure.
if this goes well, like TVT, if you're still there, like because he
Oh, that'd be so
mentioned
cool.
yeah, because I asked him like what was his influence, and he told me the main guitarist of Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I was like,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
yes, let's
Yes, sir.
go.
Wait, I
And
didn't know TV2 like Red Hot Chili Peppers also. What?
I mean, let's go. Like that's what interests me. Like especially, I don't, I live vicariously because I don't play any instruments, and I would love to, but limitations and money and whatever. But I, like I said, like I mentioned before, I'm an avid like music listener. I
Hmm.
I just freaking listen to everything, and just I enjoy that. I'm a super nerd. Like I nerd
Yeah.
out without really nerding, like knowing what I nerd out about.
That's the best kind though, because you're going into it with this sense of like ignorance that's beautiful, you know.
Hmm. And I mean, if I can give you a platform to kind of like vent out on some of the stuff, because I know that you only gave it like a snippet of, some of the work that you had to do for other people that was just, um, to put it lightly, uh, didn't appear too fun. Um, and I mean, again, me listening to a lot of different music, just hearing some of the sample, I'm like, whatever magic that you did to salvage this requires talent and a lot of
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
because there's something that was definitely off, or at least not catchy, not like there's a lot of stuff. And for me, I'm like, how come can I like because people say, oh, music is a matter of taste, which is true, but at the same time, like something can be um not really for you, like a specific like kind of music, but you can recognize that, oh, like I like this part, even though
yeah,
like, if you hate like heavy metal, and then you listen to one specific melody, like a melody like in the background, and you're like, oh, I actually like this. And
yeah, yeah.
like there's some stuff that you can pick up, and for me, I'm like, I want to understand why.
Buy those pieces. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can definitely explain them to you, to the best
Mm-hmm.
of my abilities. But
For sure.
that's definitely that was the most fascinating to me as well because I'm like, well, why is this part? That's what led me into the down the rabbit hole of trying to understand more of music theory because it
Mm-hmm.
explains it.
Yeah. Oh, that would be, man, I'm actually hyped. I'm hyped for
I'm glad.
this. Like
I'm very
any
glad.
any kind of like platform um that I can give you to kind of like nerd out, especially when it comes to music, then by all means. Um just like I'm nerding out about like some medical stuff or some other aspect on like this is actually super interesting, but music, like even movie, I don't know much about it, but I've watched a lot. Um, like that could be pretty much anything. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, even film. Obviously, I didn't go to like a film school, but I did take a lot of film classes in high school and
Mm-hmm.
did a lot of studying up on film.
Yeah.
Which is wild considering I don't watch a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but primarily because I would do sound design for or I guess short films, but I would do sound design for like projects or games or things like
Mm-hmm.
that. And so a lot of like knowing and understanding that stuff is having a good understanding of the visuals and of course
Yes.
historical pieces of art.
Yes.
There's a
That's
lot of like sorry.
no, 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 go, go, go.
I was gonna say there's a lot of like cinematic like things and concepts that um, that I've grasped from my research and from my understanding. I mean, which is why like honestly, I truly enjoy making the videos in Animal Crossing because like I get to flex that cinematography, cinematography, cinematic brain and knowledge, with the limitations that I have because there are a lot in Animal Crossing, but it kind of gives you that playground to do that, and that's a really really cool thing to do in a creative way. So
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I could man, this is going to be a segue to like when you talk about like movies and like setting the tones and everything. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot wait to talk more about this.
oh yeah,
Um,
oh yeah,
because like I said, I'm a nerd that nerds out about stuff that she doesn't know about. Um,
yeah, yeah,
but it's so it's so good because I've watched like a lot of documentaries about like very famous movies that have like soundtracks that just you play few seconds of it and you already know like which movie is it from.
Right.
And
Right.
I listen to a lot of like either producers or like just composers that talk about like what's their creative approach to it.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating because they only had the visual. Like
Yep.
it's just just have the image with no sound, and I need to
Yep.
convey a specific emotions through it.
Yep. Through the
Oh
sound.
my
Yeah.
God. Again,
Yep.
nerding out.
Yep.
Nerding out. Sorry, I'm getting
And it's
hyped.
all being planned. No, no, I'm I'm honestly sharing the hype low key because like again I don't really usually have the platform to speak to these things. Like again, don't get me wrong, like there will be times when I do find a good musician and we can nerd out about it as
For
well together,
sure. For
and
sure.
that's I know it's great, you know. But like exposing someone else to that world that is obviously dear to me is always really cool, and especially when
Mm-hmm.
someone is really receptive to it. So 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You've bought me. I'm bought in. I'm I'm a part of this now, whether I like it or not,
Oh, for
or whether
sure.
you like it or
I mean,
not.
don't worry. I will drag you to that podcast because again, I think you're
Regret.
one of the few because I do have like friends that do play music.
Yeah,
But you're like it's so interesting because you're you do compose music
yeah,
that I and it's not just one type because I have a lot of I have contact with people that mostly play jazz music, like a
yeah.
very classical way, like approach of music. And
Mhm.
jazz has so many freaking layers to it that
Oh,
I
so, yep,
like I my mind is always like, oh my God, I cannot hear the differences because I'm a total noob at this.
yeah,
But in your case, like you create music that is more like modern in a way, and
yeah, yep,
that I can like picture like, okay, you can play all those different kinds of music, like the cherry music that has like a more like pop rock kind of feel to
yep,
it, to
yep,
Catalina that has a more like, summery vibe to it. It's so different, and I'm like, this is fascinating because I'm like, you can touch to all of these, and I
yeah,
want to know like what's behind it instead of
yeah,
just if you only like wrote one specific kind of music like EDM for
yeah,
example, I would be like, okay, and but I'm going to ask you about EDM, but nothing else.
yeah, 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 yeah,
So yeah.
yeah. No, I love that you're so interested in it because, like, I would say that's one of the things that I pride myself in, or I'm very proud of myself with, is kind of having that
Mm-hmm.
experience and that interest,
Yeah.
because I truly do listen to everything, like,
Same
and
here.
there's not a genre that I dislike,
Same here.
because and for many reasons, but yeah, exactly, and so I love, and I've said this before too, but that's why I love the Animal Crossing music so much because it allows me to do that without kind
Mm-hmm.
of siloing myself into a certain genre. Because like
Yeah.
in my area, if I was making country music, no one's listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
If I was making jazz music, very slim chance, like so a lot of the music is like kind of conceptual, kind of rap singing, modern pop stuff because that's in like a local scene, you know, they listen to you because they know you, or they
Yeah.
listen to you because that's what's kind of being listened to already.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, with the power of the internet, I mean, you can reach communities that um, are more receptive to different kinds of instruments and music, and so like Animal Crossing has allowed me to do that, and it's
Mm-hmm.
amazing because like I do have like a complex knowledge of jazz music and understanding the history.
Yes.
I do have a classical music history background. I've sang pieces in French, and I've worked on choral stuff, and I've done arrangements for
Mm-hmm.
choirs, and I've played accompaniment on piano, and I've sat in on big jazz bands, and
Oh
so I
my
have
God.
all of
I
this
have
knowledge,
I have all those questions. Like,
and I have all the answers. Well, not all of them,
uh
but
a
I'll
lot.
fill in where I can, of course. Yeah,
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 and that's like, oh my God. I actually really love that for sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, this
no.
is.
A podcast needs to happen.
I'm down. I'm down.
I like I have like even when you mentioned like you mentioned all of these things, like there's so many like questions that popped up in my head. I'm like, please calm down because it's been 9 hours already
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this for this
kind of
stream.
wild. Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's too.
but even like what I'd like to do, like now that I have 100 subscribers, by the way, this is freaking wild to me.
Isn't
Um,
it 104? I'm looking at right now.
Huh?
Mhm.
No way.
Uh-huh.
No, 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 no. Stop.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop
Unless I'm
this.
crazy. That's what I said.
But for sure, like I'd want, if possible, like for people to kind of like for a community post if we do have a podcast, if they have like specific question related to music, um, and not necessarily like, oh, what's your favorite artist? Not necessarily that, but
Oh.
just like
Mhm.
very something that nerds out. Like even Kirsten like asked one that was actually interesting. Like uh she said, I'm curious to see you Sky for a music video. but
Mhm,
it
mhm, mhm.
but it could be like even when you played Sky, you did have like a you listened to the music and you
Yeah.
I could see on your cam that you had a reaction, like things were starting like to fire off in your brain to listen.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
was like, I want to know what's going on in that brain.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Because you had really the face of someone who's like not amazed, but like pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, I know that you mentioned like nothing a lot, like not there's not a whole lot of things that can surprise you or,
Yep.
and I'm
Yep.
like, I like that reaction and I want to
Yeah.
know a little bit more about this,
Yeah.
you know?
And I really do love the music in Sky.
Yes,
I would say that uh, being busy and not being able to play it is probably one of the worst things
I
that's kind of
know.
happened.
I
Um,
know.
and I obviously there's like part excuse, part no excuse. Like, 'cause, like
Mm-hmm.
obviously I've played other things since, like we played Pokemon, obviously, but like
Yeah.
um, but no, like the reaction to it. I mean, it's exactly what you're saying. Like I'm something is happening. I'm understanding things a different way, and like
Mm-hmm.
there aren't the words to
Yeah.
I'm not explaining it in words because, I don't, obviously the technicals and going into it can kind of be overwhelming for some. But no, I
Mm-hmm.
would love to speak to it because my
Mm-hmm.
brain is just waiting to say it. It's just that there's usually no one to who's willing to hear it. Especially like, and I'm sure there's a community out there, but like if we can kind of form that too, that'd be really cool. But
Mm-hmm.
like the musicians I know, like not all of them play games, so like it'd be hard for
Yep.
me to say the music in Sky Children of
Mm-hmm.
the Light is very compelling because they're gonna be like,
Yep.
okay, I don't know what it is, but like okay,
Yeah. I know.
so like the fact that there's like this crossover,
Yeah.
shoot, even Animal Crossing's music, like uh,
Yes. Oh my
it's,
God.
there's so many levels to it that are like
Yes.
wild. Um,
Exactly. And
yeah,
I mean, I could say the same as Pokemon music. I could say the same with my God, there's one particular like game. It's kind of niche because it's kind of old, but the whole Shadow of the Colossus
Shadow of the Colossus,
let's go.
absolutely,
I mean, oh my
so
God.
good.
So there's like specific games that have like a very specific soundtrack that I'm like, oh my
Yep.
God. And it's always like, how come these games have
Mm,
soundtracks that just stand out so much
yeah,
that no matter if you played or not, you're going to listen to the music and have like a moment of, huh,
yeah,
this is good. And it might not be your cup of tea, but you can recognize that there's something
agree.
brilliant behind it. Oh
Yep,
my God.
yep.
Okay, you need to get better, like faster. Come on.
True, 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 true. I do.
Like for sure, this is. Oh my God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
I love your excitement for this. Honestly, it's giving me life.
Uh, y- I'm going to
Uh,
be. I'm a good hype person. I'm is
I
uh,
know that.
I'm so like passionate about a lot of things,
Yeah,
and it's always interesting for me because I live vicariously. So if you
yeah,
get to nerd out and kind of express all of these things, it's going to give me so much joy.
yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
again, because you have a camera on, so I kind of again because of my work, I pick up with like very subtle things
Mm.
going on in the camera. I'm like, oh, interesting. Something happened there, but I don't know what. It's again, it's part of my job, so don't worry. Like,
No, no, there's
don't
no problem there.
never change.
I would say that if anything, it's nice that that it's nice that I well maybe it's a blessing and a curse, but it's nice that my emotions are visual, and that's a piece of the content that is also appreciated,
Mhm.
because the camera is not on so that it can be like maybe for like no, it hasn't really ever. It's never been that way. It's not because like, oh, I want you guys to see my face when something
Mhm.
happens, so I can like act away,
No, no,
so that
no.
it's
But that,
so it's good that it's genuine and then it's still appreciated, you
yeah.
know.
I think it's
You know.
mostly because it's a very usually that happens whenever you're like you kind of like going off on something else, like you play like
Yeah.
a solo thing and chat is like, oh, we lost him. It usually
Hmm.
happens in like the specific moment where I'm like, that is something that is very interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like like this is for sure it's something that I'd love to talk more because like it's like a small window and I could you can sense it also when you talk about music. Like you try to explain to your chat like what you want to do and you're like, oh no, I need a little bit more of this
Hmm.
and you I know that you don't want to share it with your chat because obviously they're not there for like a whole music theory course.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
but I'm like, I always crave for more, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I see something there. I wanted to reach it, but I can't. And at the
Yeah.
same time,
Yeah.
it's your stream, so you do whatever the fuck you want. But now I'm going to force you to be a true nerd and
Well,
reveal
good.
all of the
I'm all
nerdness.
about it. Yeah. No, I'm all about it. I feel like the only reason why I don't go to those complexities is because one, I don't. Well, I don't want to say that's not why people are there because that's not necessarily why I would do it to begin with. But like, um, I don't. I know that I can get caught up in it, and
Mm-hmm.
I feel like sometimes I may get caught up in it and then not realize that like nobody asked, you
Yeah.
know. And while that's fine, because I'm sure a lot of times you guys don't mind, um, I also just want to make sure that I don't like hurt the flow of things and then throw
Mm-hmm.
myself off, which is the biggest thing. Because like
I know.
sometimes I may lose an idea because like I got caught up talking about something in specific.
Mm-hmm.
But of course I love to do it, and I would love to do it. It's just, and if there's the push to do it, then I will do it absolutely.
Oh my
And I
God.
will enjoy doing it so much. So
I,
you
yep.
got me.
I will be asking all the questions. All of them.
Yeah.
I don't even freaking care.
Do it. I'm here
I
for them.
yeah, for sure. Like I need to figure out like a kind of I'm going to figure it out with Kirsten. But some kind of like of layout of how we are going to set this up.
Yeah.
And even for like the first podcast, kind of like the subject. And I mean, we started well with like music in video games. I think that's also a very good start. Because
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
like there's a lot of things that we can talk about with this.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
knowing that you do have a pretty wide knowledge of video games, and I do,
Yeah. Yep.
um,
Yep.
you know, just one day with chat, I'm
Mhm.
going to play it with you, the freaking guess the game, and see
Mhm.
how good you are.
Uh-huh. I will
Yep.
say, watching Rask play it was hurting my soul.
I know, same here.
Um.
When
I
he was just skipping, I'm like, "Why do you skip?" No.
was like, why are you? Yeah. Wait. Give me a moment here. I need to analyze this really quickly so I can guess this because I know what this is. Um.
I know.
Yeah. My unfortunately my backlog and collection of video games is larger than it needs to be.
What is a
Um.
backlog? I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell myself that too, so I don't get overwhelmed. But yeah, no, I would love to play that. In fact, I didn't even know it existed. So when you mentioned it, I was
Really?
like, amazing. Yeah, I did not know it was a thing.
Yeah, no, we can roll with it. I think the only thing that gave me trouble with Guess the Game is like, let's face it, I'm not a first person shooter kind of person at all. Like I do enjoy
Yeah,
watching it, but there's a gazillion Call of Duty games. And when it's a
yeah,
freaking Call of Duty, like and you give
they're the
me
same.
like 20 different choices, and I'm like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I can't, you
yeah.
know.
They're like the same. No, I agree. I agree. I felt that way with Resident Evil because I never played those games.
Ooh, interesting.
I know they're really good, but like I just feel
Mm-hmm.
like there's so many in a short period of time, and like
Yeah.
I didn't
feel like the graphical changes were big enough for me to recognize which of the different toys. Like I know it's Resident Evil, but I'm like, okay, is that
Yeah.
3 or is that
No,
4?
I get it. I get it. But
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Like if first podcast like topic could be that. Actually, like I'll probably let you have space to kind of give all the experiences that you had because I'm actually super interested because your actual expertise is what gives like your ear or at least yeah your ear like
Yeah. No, I get what you
value
mean.
to
Yeah.
it because even
Yeah.
for me like if I start like just telling all the experiences that I have like in healthcare
Yeah.
it gives you a pretty good idea of like why you need like why I kind of hmm, think a certain way.
Yeah. No, absolutely. The thought process behind it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the no worries, I cannot wait for that podcast. I will be
Yeah.
asking you for
Sounds good.
either um a Animal Crossing screenshot or close up and do like Truong for the lost race
Mhm.
like a PNG tube thing if we do end up doing podcasts. Because Kirsten was like, "Oh, maybe you could play Sky together and talk about our music." I'm like, um, yes, but at the same time, I
That's
need
actually a really good concept too.
yeah, I need that captive card first. So before
Yeah.
then, it could be just a regular, like a
But wait,
real
wait, the
podcast
capture card's
podcast.
already funded, right? Sorry.
Yes, it is funded. No, no
Oh,
worries.
okay. Oh,
Like,
I was gonna say,
please.
wait, let's deal with that really quickly.
No, 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 please. But yeah, no, for sure. Oh my God, I'm hyped.
I am equally as hyped, honestly.
Just the fact that you do have like a pretty good knowledge of it. I'm like, I can ask anything.
Anything, honestly. Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
again, that's what's the most amazing thing to me is that that doesn't happen a lot. People usually don't. And that's what I was saying in the music field. Like,
Mm-hmm.
usually people just like, they just like you can't like ask anyone. I don't know. It's very weird. But like usually people just feel like they know it all. Um.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's this like either there's gatekeeping where they don't want to share certain information with you because they feel like from a business standpoint maybe you're gonna like win over their clientele because now you have these new secrets,
Mm-hmm.
or like they just like being the person who shows up to the jam session that can do things that no one else can do.
Yeah.
And it's very it's not my kind of way of going about it. I'd very much rather like everyone kind of have the knowledge, share the knowledge. If you're
Mm-hmm.
interested, then you can hear it. If you don't, then I don't want to like overwhelm you. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, that.
That's
So
that's that's so interesting because I mean in healthcare there's a bit of that, but I always welcome like a different point of view because there's no like one way to do things.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, I
And
agree.
so for me, I find it interesting that the music industry is so
Yeah,
um I think close-minded wouldn't be the word, but at the same time it is.
yeah, right.
That
And
it doesn't
mhm,
allow like it feels like the way that you describe it is like if one individual think that it needs to be that way, like music composition needs to be like follow that specific structure,
yep,
and you
yep,
kind of like try to do experimental thing and do a little bit of fusion,
mm-hmm.
like they're going to judge you and be like, oh,
Yep,
whatever you do is not good when they didn't really pay like too much attention on the work and technicalities that goes behind it.
yep,
Oh my
yep.
God, let's
It's a
go.
huge part of it. Well, yeah, I mean, you sound like you know it. Like that's exactly what it is. Like, and
See,
I'd say it's a shame. It's
mm-hmm,
but I would say that also. I think a big part of it, not to go on this for too much longer. I
mm-hmm,
think a big part of it is that, especially nowadays, and I hate blaming short form content, but in a way, it is really to blame
yeah,
to a degree. Music has become less about, and music in the mainstream has become less about the production or the creation aspect of it and more so about like the I guess like I don't want to say catchiness but like about like achieving a certain outcome uh like I just feel like there's a lot less appreciation now for the creative aspect of it. I mean, we see this in many ways, one of which being a lot of songs blowing up on TikTok from like specific clips or portions of songs, and then like a lot of labels and people like specifically making music that they believe will be catchy, like certain pauses in the music, certain parts in the music
mm-hmm,
to aim at
the TikTok audience, and sometimes they will even have campaigns where they run, they'll have like influencers use the song to further the, the catchiness of it.
Mhm.
um and so then, then you have these like really strong cookie cutter sounds that are getting used to specifically to like kind of be an earworm to you, that
Mhm.
aren't necessarily the most creative. And I don't mean to like knock anyone, but like, and honestly and truly, like a lot of the times they're not created that way. Like they
Mhm.
are very cookie cutter. Like, oh, we're gonna use the same drum from this other song, and we're gonna use the same progression, but we're gonna like change the pitch a little bit, and it's gonna work.
Mhm.
Um, and then that is one part of it. The other part of it is like the highlight reel aspect of it, where now you can watch someone produce something like extremely quickly, and they have
Mhm.
this like quick flowing video where they play the keyboard, then they jump up, they play the bass, they play the drums, and like even to produce that video, that did not happen that way.
Mhm.
Like they did edit the video, they did like,
Yep.
go through the whole process of making sure that everything's leveled properly. They did, like all those things are removed from it, and in removing that, it kind of makes the attention span kind of shorter for like being willing to listen to things that aren't getting to that point as fast as
Mhm.
you'd like for them to be to get to that point, to do it for you. And so it kind of like weans people off from listening to new music or finding certain things in the mainstream. Obviously, in more niche things, people are a little bit more forgiving, but
Yeah.
in the mainstream, it's a major deterrent because it's just like this isn't doing for me what I wanted it to do for me. The same way like in film, right? Like
Mhm.
where now we have all this short form content, so it's like it's so accessible. It gives you the dopamine hit. It gives you that it gives you that entertainment. You can kind of go through it without a major commitment. Whereas maybe sitting down with a a 3 hour movie like Lord of the Rings may be a lot
Mhm.
more jarring to someone. Um,
Mhm.
and so it's like, and unfortunately, that's an industry thing where it comes from, people who are able to kind of control the flow of content. And it's kind of unfortunate for creators that don't have the ability to kind of compete with that.
Mhm.
So it's a deep, it's
Yeah,
a deep
no.
uh,
I I
thing.
I refrain myself from saying anything because I do agree with you,
Yeah,
and it's going to come from someone who again listens to music on a daily basis, and notice with time, um like the kind of shift of the the music industry, like whatever
yeah,
comes out. um and it's funny, like even an album, if I listen to some of the bands that I really like right from the get-go, which is interesting,
yeah,
you can always tell this is going to be a hit song on the radio. I don't know what.
yep,
I know that this specific song is going to be picked and played at some
yep,
point if they want to showcase this band for whatever reason.
yep,
Um, and when you when I listen to it a little bit more, I'm like, and actually, like those are like a bop, but not necessarily like the songs that I would prefer in the album,
yep, yeah,
because
right,
there's like it feels like okay, we needed it feels like at least that we needed to produce something that was is going to be a hit song or
right,
marketable, or like that one song that will let you buy either the singles, if anybody does that anymore, or the whole
yeah, right,
album, you know what I mean? So
right, right.
I was like, oh, you're so right.
Yeah.
You're
No,
so right.
and it's unfortunate because like I've been in a number of studios where that is the goal. It's
Yes.
not, oh, I want to be creative. It's what is going to, and I mean, again, I mean, I don't know. That's for some people that is their goal, that is their directive. So I guess no shame to them. I just feel like
Mhm.
it just definitely feels like it diminishes some of the joy and passion that I get from doing the music. So
Yep.
it's like you're in the room with people who are doing it for a different reason than you,
Mhm.
and sometimes it feels like their reason is a little bit more it's self-centered than about making sure that everyone there is having it. I don't know, maybe that's a bad way to look at it too, because maybe the songs are bops because they make people have a good time, so like I'm not gonna
Mhm.
take away from that. But I mean, when when you know that like a lot of it is not coming from a place of someone having like this true passion, it's for me it's
Mhm.
aggravating. I'll do a stream sometime where I show I did this a long time ago, but like where I show the usage of loops and how prominent it is now. Loops being like, let's say, a drum loop that is like I
Mhm.
don't know, 8 seconds long.
Mhm.
Um, where it's literally there. I mean, there's applications like that. There's a website called Splice where you can literally go and find
any sound that you can think of from any genre, any speed. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they obviously they have some limitations, but for the most part, there's a vast collection. And then only through combine, and I'm sorry, not only, and through combining these different elements, you could make something that without any talent or like knowledge of music. And while that's amazing that you can put something together like that, of course, it completely takes away from the fact that like someone had to like learn how to do this instrument and play this
Yeah.
thing and have this understanding of the whole process. And when you know that that's a part of things that happen for like a lot of these hits and things that are on the radio, it's I mean it's just like so.
It's a bit
You mean to tell me like when
depressing.
I was yeah, it's like I had this. To
Yeah.
me, I can equate it to like let's say you're doing your drawing and you put the effort and love into understanding how to draw and do these things, and then you draw let's say some of the emotes here, and then now you have the equivalent of um, going into an AI drawing thing and just typing
Yes.
in
Oh my God.
um,
I
draw
can.
a cat that says purr
Mm-hmm.
with this spot, that spot, and it does exactly what you did.
Yep.
You know,
I
it
know.
is that concept,
This is
and
ah,
it's
you're
and it's
opening a
unfortunate.
kind of worm with this.
No, I know, and it's unfortunate because
Yep.
the general consumer doesn't know the difference between the two of them,
Yep.
because well, I mean, for the general consumer, the reason why I would say that it exists is to make it so that the general consumer cannot tell the difference.
Yep.
So once they're able to find out how to kind of remove that aspect that is like, oh, this is fake, or oh, this is not real, or oh, this doesn't feel authentic, and then
Mm-hmm.
it can do that and still hit those notes, and the general public can really appreciate it. It's over. It's like there's what is the
Yep.
point of going through and creating it if your goal is to like obviously grow and stuff. Me, I'll still do it because again, I'm in love with the process, you know.
Yep.
But like, I mean, if like simply put, if we're making if making like these Animal Crossing songs or even my own music was specifically linked to trying to blow up and get numbers, I would be on Splice grabbing the loops, downloading the
Yep.
different melodies, dragging them into the project, coming up
Mm-hmm.
with some lyrics, and just putting it out. But instead, I'm like, I love the fact that like I can choose the specific
Yeah.
drums I'm using, change the synth sound eventually like throughout the song. Like I love having that ability to kind of customize it and cultivate it.
Mm-hmm.
That of course you don't get with the loops
Yeah.
unfortunately, when the industry is pushing towards that kind of direction, then um, your ways you know can either it can leave the mainstream and then kind of find itself in niche communities, but then it also can lose its traction. So
For
it's
sure.
I'm,
Oh my
I mean
God.
you seem to know it,
No,
so
don't worry. Like when you spoke about the AI thing, it's
yeah,
actually something that came up, but on Crossing Minutes channel because he had a
in
AI like
the Discord
channel,
server.
yeah, on Discord,
Yeah.
and he decided to kind of remove it because he kind of realized the controversy behind it. And I
Oh, he removed.
had, yeah, he removed it.
Oh wow.
So he said like, oh, anyone who kind of not created, and that's the one thing who kind of like did prompts and wants to save their like whatever they found, like please do it now because this channel is going to be deleted. Um, and so for the AI thing, I completely agree, and I could go on about it, but to kind of put it simply, what kind of disturbs me about like I'm fascinated with AI drawings, quote unquote, because I'm like, this is unbelievable that it's computer generated
Oh yeah.
through a simple prompt
Yep.
and that
Yep.
gives you and you can like obviously you notice that oh like I know enough like about art at least because I do enjoy going to the museum and let's face it I grew up in Europe specifically France so the Louvre was like my house I went there
Mm.
enough and so I could see like some composition where I'm like, oh, this is from this like artist. This is from this specific painting. And kind of see like a Frankenstein or something that is classically not ugly, but at the same time like something off, but to an untrained eye looks good enough. And the idea of that kind of thing being sold online when
Yep.
no work whatsoever was like
Yeah.
put in there is just it blows my mind and is a little bit irritating because to
Yeah.
me I'm like
Yeah.
there's a big difference between the AI produce something and I like take a blank canvas and at least I mean reproduce it make the effort of going through the technique to kind of reproduce whatever the AI produced on canvas. At least I
Yeah.
would accept it a little bit more, even though it's still messed up. But no, like, and nowadays, like the industry of prints is very popular, and
Yeah.
so like it print would come out, and someone would think like, oh, that person actually created this, and no, that's a computer because there's no copyright on this, and I'm like, I hate this. I hate this because it takes,
Yep.
like you mentioned, it takes away the value of
Yeah.
like the work that someone puts behind it. And
Yeah.
oh my God, again, we need a podcast. This is
It's
unreal.
I promise you, anytime that and again, I know we probably should cut it, but it's interesting because so my I work in cybersecurity, right, or just in IT,
Yes. Yes.
but with and so the number of like and my degree program is also in like IT and cybersecurity.
Hmm.
The number of essays that I've had to write about these concepts is so much, so I feel it 100%. um and because from a technical standpoint, like the progression of AI and like the all of the technological enhancements and progressions, like they're amazing. Like the art is the fact that it is able to do this is wild to me, and it's so cool. But
Hmm.
again, like anything with with kind of like automated processes, you can start to lose some of the
Hmm.
people who do things manually, and then all of the beauty that comes with those manual things. And in a way, this kind of relates to like we were talking about with the sampling thing, right?
Hmm.
Like when you're able to use sampling or different samples that are cleaned and perfectly sound, fit a certain sound or remove imperfections, you don't need to have to worry about how much it costs to rent a room to record this treatment, to do this thing, to get the sound, how much it costs for the instrument. You don't have to worry about any of those things. And whereas those parts may be an integral part of like what made the piece what it is. Like, I mean, I've
Hmm.
had sessions where I sit down in the studio with people and we're like getting parts of the song together. Like someone's playing this instrument, playing that instrument, doing whatever. And like those are things that when I think back to the project, I remember, like that was a part of the thing, a part of the experience. So I can speak to that. Versus an album that may be completed creatively from strictly from loops may not have that story, and that's fine. But like arguably, there's more of a story, I'd say, for like me to be like, oh yeah, I was sitting down in the studio with, let's say it's TVT. I know TVT. We're supposed to work on some music stuff, like, and TVT sent me this guitar loop, and then like TVT has his story, like, yeah, so I picked up my
Hmm.
Strat and I started, playing this progression that I learned when I was like 4 years old, and it's like
Hmm.
that is background that is lost when it's, oh, I just downloaded these two sounds that were the same speed and I slapped them into a project.
Oh my
That's
God.
where that story starts and where it ends. Same with
Yeah.
AI. Like, oh, what was your inspiration behind the piece? And it's like literally I typed in red Joy-Con. It's like
Yeah.
it stops there. So yeah, it loses a lot of that the weight,
Oh my
which
God.
arguably I think that people can appreciate if they're
Yeah.
exposed to it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
We, again, podcast material right there.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
I,
Absolutely.
anything from the creative like aspect of things, again, like you can hear me, I'm a huge nerd without the proper knowledge, but I do have a pretty good understanding because I've listened to so many people talk about it. And
Yeah.
I want to see what it comes from because it's something to kind of like create a hit that would give you clicks on TikTok, or
Yeah.
like some kind of like earworm that is so contagious that you cannot just like you can't think about anything else but this. Um,
Yeah.
like, oh my God, like I want to know more.
Yeah.
I want to know
The
more.
time will come.
Hmm?
The time will come.
Yes, for sure. So we definitely need to set up some kind of meeting at some point and figure things out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sure.
S-
Down.
So for anyone in chat who's still around, Jesus Christ, you guys are freaking troopers. Thank you so much for being here. This went into a whole other tangent I that I wasn't expecting, but it opened up a new like a new possibility of a podcast where Cleo or pretty much anyone in the creative space that wants to kind of rant about like something um can do it. And I mean, you mentioned like it's yourself, but also like TVT, TVT if you're still around. Like on another episode, like I would love to invite you to these calls and just have like even with you, Cleo, because you're going to be my reference, but
Mhm.
just like just a group moment where we nerd out about like different things. And I'll probably at that point be very quiet because I'm going to listen to two
Mhm.
people who
Mhm.
actually knows music. So that's actually something else that is so good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really recently I was talking with a few people that I know that don't do music. Um, and I was saying that would be really cool, and I'd love to do this with like a few of you guys.
Mhm.
But and obviously this is probably not going to happen now, but like I mean I don't know, maybe in the future, like
Mhm.
if blow up, got a lot of money to like be able to facilitate bringing everyone around and stuff like that, and fly people out, whatever. But I'd love to like get a bunch of people who have probably observed music or even people in the chat together and have like a jam session because there's and everyone always like, oh no, I couldn't play, I don't know, I don't blah, blah, blah. Like there is definitely something really cool about like getting everyone behind
Yes.
instruments and like trying to do something and making something out of it. So
Yes. I
uh
that would be so good.
it'd be
Especially
so
because
cool.
in the community it appears
Mm.
that we have a lot of instrument players that could
Yeah.
I could see a big band happening, just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Because
Blaine,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
I mean,
GVT, Fiona singing.
and
Like
if
there's a lot.
yeah,
There's a
and
lot.
if we want to actually make an incentive, if anyone doesn't know Snarky Puppy, please check them out. They do like they're a band that basically jam together, and some of their most popular music, like again the drummer, uh, the name escapes me, but he learned a whole piece on his way to the recording session. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
just
What was his name
my,
again?
Lornell, was it
Yeah, Lewis.
Lewis? Yes. Oh Jesus, yes, Jelly, Snarky Puppy.
Yeah,
I love them too. Like
yeah,
they're a band that basically just people that comes together that usually they do play together but not all the time because they all have their own respective band
yeah,
and just come in and play music. So that man, if you manage to do that, I
yeah,
yes, I would
yeah, and
I could create the flyers, like the banners, whatever you need, the visuals, like
I'd love to. I'd love to. I gotta send you the. I meant to send to you this, by the way. It's on my page, but I gotta send you the live recordings of some of the songs that we did,
yes.
my albums, um, from my last show. But
Mhm.
uh, so definitely like try to get like it'd be really cool to get you guys like into a room, right, and we get to like jam. But even if you're not jamming, just to come into a jam session, like for
Yes.
the outsider, like I'd imagine that it's amazing for you guys to kind of see the insides of it. So I think
Mhm.
next time we have a jam session, like even locally, I'll probably try and stream it. That way you
Yeah,
guys can see some of that, But obviously being in the room is a completely different vibe, but
for sure.
I'm sure
But
it'd be really cool to kind of,
that
you
could be
know.
interesting because I've especially on Twitch, there's oh my god, again, me nerding out. Like you can have like a live like an audience, basically like depending on the emotes that you type, you have like the animation like at the bottom, it could look like an audience and just like if it
Mhm.
claps and just like the audience would kind of like randomly react to it, that would be
Mm, that's kind
again.
of cool.
I can do a clip of this what I see in Awesome Games Quick, and I'm going to poke Kirsten about it if she knows how like that could
Sure.
be done. But
Yeah.
yeah, like if we do a jam session at some point, I'd
That'd be
love to
really
be there.
cool. The world tour is still happening, so
Let's go.
it's
That would
gonna
be
happen.
oh my god.
I'm so serious about it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no. Oh my god. Now I'm wide awake. Jesus. I got so hyped with this discussion that I'm like, okay, I want to work on it now. Oh my
it,
god.
I feel it. I feel it.
Oh,
I feel it.
God, that's amazing. But yeah, no, thank you. First of all, like thank you for sharing your some part of your shenanigans at from work. Uh
Yeah. Thanks for hearing me out.
but also like thank you so much for just like hype like just indulging in my in my nerdiness.
Of
Um
course. Brings, you know, you always do that with me. So, I mean, it's not a thing where I feel like I have to return the favor, but
mhm.
like our conversations and your interaction either in chat or just on the phone is enough to return the favor, return the conversation without me even recognizing that it's been however many hours it's been.
Yeah,
So, um, it's
no.
thank you. Honestly, you don't have to thank me.
For sure. So yeah, no, for all of the project, if you ever need help, like you just poke me. You know that
Yeah,
I'll be able to help the best I can, as fast as I
I
can.
appreciate that. I appreciate
Um,
that.
but for the Big Bang thing, I can we can definitely try to see. I know that
Yeah.
it's hard and it's also like even Kirsten saying that it's 2.5K for the saxophone, but I'm like, um, with time, we can throw it. I'm just saying,
True.
you know.
Great.
But yeah. Oh my God. You need to have a like a list. I need to see the list of like creators because I know like a lot of them play music. I know that May, Blaine, obviously. I know that Katie mentioned that she played an instrument before. Um,
80.
I think was it Katie? Who in your chat mentioned that they
Um,
had like an
hmm.
experience with music? I think Katie mentioned that she wanted to be. Hold on, was it Katie that wanted to
I
have a I forgot the description that she gave. But baritone sax, is that does that exist? I think.
yes.
But ended up having just a regular baritone and described it as a like either as a trumpet thing, and I'm like,
I don't remember this. I don't remember this.
Jelly can play the clarinet. Let's go. Like,
Really?
mm-hmm. I'm saying, like, you know, we can there's a big band possibility here that I would love to help with come to life.
I'm gonna have to reread and watch the stream so I can read the chat because I missed
Yeah.
so many messages.
Okay, Katie said a freaking mini tuba.
Oh my
See,
gosh.
this brain, I remember things.
Del, you can read music? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, V, you do? Wait,
Yeah.
Kurt, you do? What?
See, I'm telling you, you have like potential here.
Why did I not know you guys could read music?
Like I'm sure like if we start like doing the podcast and we can start like reaching out to our music nerd,
Yeah.
that could be amazing. Oh, those emotes on Discord, they turn out so much better than on YouTube.
Yeah. You think so? I think
I think so.
maybe Discord has a little bit more leniency, but we'll have to do a stream to see and test how they look.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, for sure. Oh my God, I'm hyped.
I am too.
Not,
Um,
not me,
wait,
like
I
ending the.
mentioned.
Hmm?
Mm. Sorry, no, I was gonna say I mentioned the concept of doing the. Oh, I think I started by saying like Animal Crossing album live show thing. That'd be really
Yes.
cool. Um, but like I don't know how. There's like applications you can use to like sync up online things so that you can like situate it live. But I
Mm-hmm.
know that'd be pretty complicated to kind of figure out. Um, with like a bunch of different creators and stuff like that that I've done the songs with.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure if it had enough um interest and what's it called behind it, I'm sure a lot of people would be down for it.
For sure.
Um,
Like even
it'd be really
when I talked to Valid, like
cool. Hmm.
when you mentioned like, oh yeah, that would be nice to do an acoustic like concert, like because
Yeah.
Chad talked about it. I it's funny because when you as soon as you said that, I already had a concept of not the banner, but like whenever there's a concert, there's some kind of poster, like a like tonight at this place. I always have
Uh,
like at the
fire.
Apollo because that's the only like
Yeah,
place
fire.
like yeah, like
Fire type. Yeah.
yeah, Composer Cleo is going to perform with like this type of band or like acoustic session with, and I kid you not, I had like a picture and I already have a concept for that kind of poster. So
Yeah.
poke
Oh,
me
that'd be so cool. That
anytime.
that's that sounds exactly like what it's supposed to would be. But yeah, no, I agree. It'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Um,
TBT, if only everyone lived right next to each other. I mean, for
true.
sure. For sure.
True.
But with distance, I'm pretty sure we could like figure out something. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, no. Oh my God.
There's definitely like things you can use to like sync up
Mm-hmm.
online calls and stuff. The only issue is, of course, if there's any kind of like oh, it depends. It depends. But no, there's definitely things you can use to like kind of sync up stuff. So like it's possible. But yeah, something like that would be so awesome. Just like a stream, like an hour, 2 hour long concert where
Yeah, for
even
sure.
if it's not just um Animal Crossing songs, like just
Mm-hmm.
music in general, I think it'd be pretty cool. Even if it's
Yeah,
like just video game music, like popular video game music
for
across the
sure.
years. Get Blaine playing some stuff on the guitar, some
Ah,
some I don't know any kind of music that's like maybe a video game music and not video game music. That'd be really cool. So yeah, well we can make these things happen though. It's just obviously it takes planning, coordination, and time.
hold
So
on. Jilly is asking where do you live? And
are you
you
trying to
s-
talk to me? No, Zoe, I live in Maryland. I
there you
thought I told
go.
you that.
No,
Yeah.
you said it, but my brain just kind of like forgot.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Maryland. It's close to Washington D.C. Jill, I think you live like in New York, right? Or up New Jersey area? I don't know
Kirsten?
where a lot of people live, honestly. I know like people like Rocora and like Pat and
Mm-hmm.
uh, people live, but like
What is a kalimba? Is it a percussion music like instrument?
technically yes. It's like a xylophone, but it's like not.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's usually metal with like a
Okay.
wood base and usually holding the hand and you can play it like a xylo. It's like a I think the best way to explain it is like it's like a piano but like for your thumbs. You're supposed to play it with your thumbs usually.
Let me just
Um,
Google that.
you've probably seen them before. It's usually like made of wood. They're like metal pieces that kind of stick up off the wood.
Oh, yeah. A thumb
Yeah, it's like a
piano.
piano. There you go. Yeah, pretty much exactly that.
Yeah.
However, they don't always go in order the notes. So
Okay.
that's the only reason why I would say it's not necessarily a thumb piano. Because it's not always in sequential order, which is kind of strange to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's just like a so ah, jeez. The reason that the different the reason why the reason why they make different sounds is because of the shape of the or the length of the different pieces of metal.
Mm-hmm.
So something that is longer is going to produce a deeper, a darker sound because there's
Mm-hmm.
more, I guess, body for it to vibrate on. So it's going to
Yeah.
give you a different sound. And then if it's shorter, it's going to be a quicker, higher pitched sound.
Okay.
Um, as you can see based on the order there, or
Mm-hmm.
I just looked it up to see some if there's a
Yeah, it
variation
seems
like
that the longest part is in the middle to kind of have
middle,
like that
right?
triangle shape thing.
Right. And
Okay.
sometimes they have layers to them. Sometimes they are not necessarily that same shape. That's a very common shape. I don't really know 100% the background to that, but I do know that that there's that. So like the length is what's going to determine the sound of the note, but they don't all have the same structure.
Okay.
So it's hard to say like it's specifically a thumb piano because again like
Mm-hmm.
piano left to right, left is the lowest note, right is the
Mm-hmm.
highest note. It'll always be that order.
Yeah.
So, but same concept, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, it's just me. Oh my God.
No, you're good.
You can turn like you can talk about like wavelengths and stuff like that because I did a lot of tutoring in physics and math and chemistry.
Oh, okay. So
So
you're familiar with it then.
yeah, so that I understand the concept when you said like a longer wavelength. I'm like, oh yeah, 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 for sure. Like I can
Yeah. Right.
picture the wave like for the bass note traveling
Right.
like furthest and
Yep.
anyway, like that kind of
You
stuff.
got it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Like
You
I'm
got
telling you, I'm a nerd that doesn't know what she's nerding
Yeah.
about.
No, I get you. I get you. I get you. Sometimes it's just a matter of like the connection to the different pieces. So I can
Yeah,
understand that.
yeah, yeah, for
You may
sure.
know like the different pieces, but not like how they all are interconnected or so I get
Yeah,
that.
I'm going to.
TBT. Thought it
Mhm.
was a state. TBT. What? What is this?
Oh my
This
God.
is blasphemy. I'm right beside Washington D.C. and Virginia. Those are two big places.
That's so funny. But yeah, no. Um, let's try to work on on this for sure. Like for
Yes.
your own personal like project of having like a jam session live, like I'm 100% behind it. And
Yeah.
a podcast. Let's do
Yeah.
this.
Let's make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
We
All
have
right.
one life to live. Let's live it how we want to.
Yeah. Oh my God. Sorry, bro, Marilyn. Might not be real, is all I'm saying.
Wow. Wow.
The freaking roasting. Oh my God.
TBT, where do you live? Where do you live? What is the state that you live in that is so much better? Huh? Outside of the country, so okay. Wow.
Oh my God.
Dang. Jeez.
Okay,
All right.
V. West Coast is best coast, please. Not talking about us living in the East Coast.
Where does it
uh,
make you live? What vibe you off? I don't know.
I know nothing of the USA.
I honestly am just bad with that because where I live is like probably one of the most. I think they said it's like the top 5 or 10 most diverse like counties or cities in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So um, this is a melting pot more than anywhere else. Um, so I have no idea. Like whenever I hear people with accents, like heavy accents, I mean we have that here. We have like everything you can think of here. We have Vietnamese people, Chinese people, Asian people, Japanese people, um, Nigerian people, Zimbabwean people, American, South, like
Mm-hmm.
Canadian, French. So it's like whenever someone's like, "Oh yeah, I'm from here," I'm like, "Oh really?" I mean, you could have been around the corner, and I would not have known or figured that. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Somewhere, somewhere more towards California, maybe. It's a quick question. Do you live anywhere? True. TVT lives in Tom Nook's basement.
Oh my God.
Goodness.
Oh God. Oh no. Tragic.
Live in your phones?
Oh my God. Oh goodness. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me. Oh dear. Do you know, Cleo, this stream is
Yeah.
like almost 10 hours long.
Goodness gracious.
We have to stop, otherwise we won't
Yeah,
like
yeah, 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 yeah.
TBT
I know, yeah.
mentioned that we're going to stream for freaking 24 hours.
Oh, really? I missed that. I missed that. That's funny. No, we're gonna cut it.
At
You're
this
right.
rate.
No, I could go on forever, and I
Same.
honestly,
I mean,
honestly, yeah, I
we
was just gonna
fuel
say,
each other.
yeah, I know. I was gonna say the amount of times we've had this kind of conversation before about not knowing when to stop. This is the duo that will go on forever. So yeah,
If we ever have to do a streamathon for charity,
oh my
you
goodness,
can put the two of us as host, by the way. We'll
please do.
kill it. Like,
Absolutely.
like for sure.
I believe it. I
Oh,
believe
me.
it. Oh my gosh, that's pretty funny.
Oh
You guys
God.
want to add to the air account? True though, true.
Oh Jesus.
True.
Okay, we really do have to cut off now.
Wait, last question. Sorry.
Huh? Yes.
This is for TVT. This is for TVT. Um, wait, isn't Louisiana's where the Popeyes thing's from? Louisiana fast, right? Is that Popeyes thing? Louisiana? TVT. Does Popeyes in Louisiana actually taste like different in comparison to other places? Have you been to other places to know? Um, I uh, I don't really eat Popeyes like that, but like, I don't know if it's actually like a different thing there. Do you know Popeyes Springs?
I heard of it.
Okay.
we
Oh,
we
okay.
don't have it in Canada.
No, really? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to taste other states Popeyes? Oh, okay, interesting.
I only heard it's like the elusive Popeyes. Like there's so many places. I'm so envious. Even though it's junk food, I'm like I kind of want to try it because
Mm,
I see it everywhere in chat.
interesting. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, is it where that you guys don't have as many fast food type things in Canada, or is it just like the ones from America are like more glorified and like spread about like and more known?
I mean maybe it's where I live. at least in the city I'm at, there's not a whole lot of like there's fast food chain, but it's really the most like classic ones, I would say. Uh, but there's like a lot of places that we don't have, at least in my city. So for me, I'm
Mhm.
like, I every time I visit the US, I kind of indulge into in a lot of like fast food. Uh,
Yeah, yeah. Interesting.
mhm,
Interesting. See, I wish Treat Stream
mhm.
would make it so that you could like send food that's not local to you so you could try it. I know Uber Eats are doing that recently where you can start like flying plane food out from by plane. And they like apparently they like find the way to preserve it depending on what it is. Um, so maybe Treat Street will eventually incorporate that, but that'd be kind of cool.
I mean, for now, I only for hold on. For Treatstream, it only delivers like from like
Local.
yeah, it's very local, and
Gotcha.
so it's pretty limited when it comes to that.
I got you. I got you. Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay. Um, no, but yeah, Jason Popeyes. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat a little bit now. I'm not actually not a huge Popeyes guy other than the biscuits. Honestly, I'm not a Popeyes guy either. Um, including the biscuits. Not really a fan. Little
Mhm.
Caesars is pizza pizza, like the little guy says. Oh my goodness, not Little Caesars. I don't know what Little Caesars are anymore. There's a lot actually by me. There's like two in my city.
I don't
Uh,
know. Never had Little Caesars. I heard terrible things about their pizza. Or is it?
really, it's not terrible, but like it's not quality.
Okay. I think
Like if
maybe
you
that's it.
know, yeah, if
Mhm.
you know, like in comparison to other chains, it's not good.
Mhm.
Uh, but like it's extremely cheap. Well, it was. Now it's a lot more expensive, which makes no sense to me because it's not good. It's like, like I say, it was okay to charge this much when it was cheap, but it was when it was okay for it to be bad. This is bad when it was cheap, but now that it's not so cheap, why is it that this is happening? um, their deep dish is probably like I would say probably their best type of pizza. The
Interesting.
other pizzas are very rough, but
When you say dip dish, is it like Chicago style pizza,
no,
or is it like just the thicker crust in the
yeah, like a
pan?
thick,
Okay.
like a pan, yeah, like a. I think it's like probably like an inch or 2 inch thick pizza
Mhm.
in comparison to like because deep
Okay.
dish is the one where like the center is like soft and it's a bunch of sauce and stuff, right?
Mhm. Exactly.
Not that style, yeah.
Mhm. Interesting.
It's yeah, it's not that great. It's not.
And it's again for me like when I do want to I do want to try it. It's really out of curiosity to just to do a check mark and be like, okay, I've done this before. But otherwise, I'm like, I am not big on fast food. Um,
Yeah, we talk about that too.
hmm
Specifically pizza you mentioned too, that you feel like it's empty calories for you or that you know.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Um, just, I mean, okay, this is going to sound pretty crazy for people. But in maybe, was it 10 years ago? Okay, 10 years ago, what I could do is I could down 40 chicken McNuggets, a large fry,
Yeah.
and a tall like drink in one sitting, all by myself, no help.
Oh nah.
Yep. Like,
I I
yeah,
never actually.
yeah. And now can't do that anymore for obvious reasons.
Wait,
Um,
what are the obvious reasons? I don't think I understand what they are.
just just I think my me either first of all growing older, but also like I spent so much time like cooking that I have a different approach when it comes to food. So
I
right now,
get you.
like for the treat stream, like there's nothing else I can add like other than just junk food or
Yeah.
like what I qualify as like takeout food, junk food,
Yeah.
um, because that's all there is. But yeah, no, I'm like
Hmm.
I'm a trash panda. I I eat like I hate wasting food so much that I'm the friend that's going to kind of finish your plate if
Yeah.
you're going to waste some of it.
Yep, agreed. Agreed. I'm also a take it home with me kind of person. If you
Yes.
restaurant, oh, it bothers me so much people just throw it away.
Yes. Same here.
Like they're like, and they'll say like, "Oh, I wouldn't eat this later." Like, I will, I'll pay for you. Like, what are you talking about?
Mhm.
And not necessarily because like, oh, I don't. It's like I'm not. Maybe it's partially money conscious, but like the other part of it is just
Yes.
like just the thought of like being put to waste.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah.
so yeah,
I could go on another tangent, but I won't.
yeah. No,
But
no,
like
no, no, no.
just my like just food in general, like if you know the preparation behind it, it
Yeah,
makes you like be more conscious of what you eat and
yeah.
how you eat,
Absolutely,
for sure.
absolutely,
Oh my
absolutely.
goodness. Really need to release you. God damn it.
Um, Listen, again, I don't know what your situation is right now, but I am snuggled up under my blanket right now, chilling. But yes, we do need to end because it looks like
Okay.
it's going on 10 hours.
No,
Um,
don't worry. It's just because chat till when I start this stream until now, I haven't eaten anything.
oh, nope, nope.
I'm
I'm
on
gonna
a completely empty tank right now.
hang up.
I think the last piece of food that I ate was yesterday around 8 p.m. So it's been 24 hours.
I'm gonna hang up. Rings, thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. We'll
Oh,
we'll we'll DM for like more details for the podcast. Thank you so much everyone for watching. Love you guys so much. I hope
thank
you
you,
kind of
Rings.
yeah. Oh my god. I
So
hope
nice.
I hope you really enjoyed the process. Especially the podcast part. Um I'll see you guys around. Please don't hesitate to poke me if you want. And bye.
Bye.